Going on? Yeah, this is another Friday special madness, and let's get the shit on the road. Let's get this. Ah, shit. My fault. My fault. My fault. I know people gave me a like, but okay. Let me check the studio. I'm gonna get y'all in. And shouts out to Justy Andre for coming in early. Salute, man. Let me say this. It's been a lot of craziness on my timeline. What's going on, Sheed? Salute, man. I'm gonna put it on nonprofit. Hold on. I've been seeing some lot of silliness in the spirit lately. I've been looking at some uh gear and stuff and little I'll say microphones there and there and audio things and learning about different things and topics. But yeah, that was a piece of the Zodiac stream that I did yesterday. Um I did all of them damn near. Y'all can check the playlist or whatever. Been creating more playlists, and this one's gonna be on the playlist soon or later. Um, yeah, man. I just want to just touch on something. I think people get caught up in these gender politics and BS, and I think that's the problem. I mean, shouts out to the past $40 breaking it down and things like that. He really put it in perspective to people to learn and things like that. But yeah, man. I know I know people are tired and doing things and just moving around and shit like that. But yeah, man, I've been chilling. I've been chilling. So I've been consistent lately with the content. So, and yeah, I think I did the Torah cards, the 12 houses. I did the Torah yesterday and the 12 houses. I was kind of a little drained. Those 3 hour, the 2 hour streams. And then the Labor Day stream was good. I got to listen to the playback on that. I use a different type of microphone on that. I'm just going to see how I sound on that. I won't use that for the morning. Probably find an adapter for a phone to go with it. But yeah, just a few things, a little upgrades for myself for audio reasons. But eventually I'm going to transition and find a studio or whatever. But I'm not investing in one right now because I ain't got the means yet. I just got a little work on the business on the side, but I'm still improving. But we'll see what this content will go. I still will do self live streams as usual. Some of it will be, topic based and things like that. But you know what I'm saying? Like you can have long discussions and things like that. It's gonna be days I ain't gonna do a lot of panels either, but we'll see. Um, let's see what's going on here. I know people talking about race and all this silly shit. Alvin Peach with the vax thing. Yeah, I don't want to hear that. And then they talked about this trans getting beat up, but she was exposing herself. Okay, my thoughts on Tasha K and the TLS situation. To me, it's a bunch of bullshit and gossip. I don't want to hear nothing about her. She's a fucking nobody. Okay. A lot of people say she's a whole troll. No, she ain't shit. Just another bitch with a clout in her name. And I'm sick of these hoes on the internet. They are irrelevant at this point. The sphere or the space, what we call the manosphere, whatever, should not be worrying about these weak ass hoes. They're nobodies. Let's just stop it, bro. Stop it, bro. All y'all doing is giving them power. Yeah, she had a nervous breakdown. That's what Locas was saying. He had it like that. I don't want to hear nothing else about TK. She's a fucking joke. She's nobody, man. She's nobody. Y'all scared of a bitch that has not that many followers. She's a fucking loser, man. Only people that watches her are a bunch of losers, man. I don't watch her bullshit. See, that's the problem with men. Y'all worry about frivolous bullshit and should actually doing evergreen content. That's my issue with this space. And it's just the fuck shit that I don't like. You know what I'm saying? Like we should not be worrying about a hoe like that, man. We don't know these people in real life like that. We don't know if she's a hoe or not. You know what I'm saying? I'm just calling what it is. She's a insignificant hoe. She cannot roast nobody. She's not funny. She's trash. Her interviews is trash. Period. I don't care what she says. She'll get her neck broken. Her people in her back her ain't shit either. Like I said, our women's been destroyed for years. It's irrelevant to talk about them at this point. Yeah, we can make critiques all day. She can't stop the onslaught of YouTube. They already got her apologizing. See that right there? She can't troll nobody on that. No, everybody's gonna pull her whole card eventually. This happened to a lot of the people that, like I said in the Labor Day stream, the beginning of that stream, I said there's a price of camming up. There's a price of camming up. You have to be responsible the same way we're using avatars and shit. It's the same way. The difference is you got to be careful what you say. See, Avatar, you can get away a little bit, but not as much. I tell people that all the time. Not as much as they want you to believe. It's the same thing as camming up. When you cam up, there's rules too. People going to find you. See, they already can track you through a voice changer, through an avatar, what you look like. But when you are talking in person, no matter if you have gear or not, they're gonna come at you sideways, man. That's how it is, man. I'm not hating on nobody. I'm just telling it like it is, man. Like that bitch is irrelevant. And when it comes to the space, or if you want to look at something, look at what I did. I did a lot of playlisting. I have no issue. I have no issue. And that's just it. And you know, and that's just what I've been doing. So yeah, I'll check this one out eventually. I'm gonna have to check this out later. I'm gonna put it in my watch later and see how I sound with the new gear that I have, like my second piece of equipment, the third one, the fourth, and that's it. Going to the dynamic route. And then the cameras and things will come later. So you know what I'm saying? The Sunday chill stream was pretty cool. It wasn't much, it was short and sweet. I talked about the conservative piece on that Sunday as well. That's a good piece. And I will do a part two. And break it down next week. And that may not be an open discussion. I may put a link, but it'll be short and sweet. I'm not going to go all day with that because when it comes to politics like that, I'm just going to keep it simple. That's not going to be a long ass discussion. That ain't. It's nothing to argue about. I don't want that. I just want to put the information out, and that's it. Because I got time, other things to worry about in this shit. But that Tasha K shit, she's irrelevant, bro. She's so fucking irrelevant. I've been doing, I've been making playlists right here. I'm gonna put this on here. It'll be a number 4 playlist, right? I just did the conservative piece. I did the build talks. Now the build talks is a lot. Let's see. This is my old stuff before I even upgraded my sound and things like that. I had discussions with people. And CG3, I have a few people, and that's what I do on this channel. This is like open discussions. I just name them what they are, and we can just have that dialogue. You know what I'm saying? Like, and we just keep it pushing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not even worried about the issues of it. So the stagnation versus evergreen content. All I talk is evergreen here. Keep it evergreen as usual. Keep it a buck. I got a couple of these to look at, I mean, my playlist is so strong, man. I have a strong playlist and I'm creating it. That's just to see viewership and things like that. The Zodiacs, I didn't have a series on that. The utilitarian series, yeah. See, I ain't doing a nihilist series. It's no need because it's not much in depth. I ain't got a book on nihilism and things like that. Because, but the After Pill series, that's like after streams and things like that. It's just a black pilled talk. Usually these are short. The one with Kuda was 2 hours, and the one with the legendary see, I had fasting on here, and I had Soul and Black and Just Andre on this one. I think I had Gay Babe on this one, and what's his name, Wacky on this one. This is like an hour. Continued convo after. Yeah, I think Just Andre's on, and I think this was on here too. I think this was midday. I think this was midday stream. This is like 5 hours and 50. Yeah, this was midday. I believe. Because some of these streams I did midday, like Labor Day, I did that in the morning, and I felt like doing it. So the Hannibal, that is pre-records in this one. These are pre-records right here. These for years ago, And then this is the one I did with Hannibal, and then we had a long discussion with that Canadian white boy. Be wary of that. It went down to terms. So yeah, the ribbon microphones and things like that. That's all I got. But the dark history, we will continue with those streams. Because these are like my favorites. You can watch my content. That's all I talk about mainly on this channel, and bring some more history and drop knowledge and jewels. I will do Thailand. It's an interesting piece. I'll talk about it. And that's it. And if y'all miss any of it, if you're a new subscriber, anybody, check these out. I got a pre-record for the Moors of Germany, Ancient Europe, Afro-Asian culture goes to Europe. Part 2. These are pre-records. Check them out. King George III on a Barbados penny, 1788 through 1791. I got that from the same website, pre-records back in the day when I had the old laptop. Non-existent Hittite Empire known as the Hattian Empire. I break that down in there from the same website. King Mesha with the Phoenician tablet. That's another pre-record. It's another good one. World history, Black civilization. I talk about Egypt, or people call it Kemet. I talk about that as well. Eastern Europe history. Eastern Europe history. Talk about Russia and China. I talk about that already. That's in there, like 2 hours. Black civilization. Egypt again, same thing, same concept, right? And then I did the one with the Elam history, the Persian history. That's 2 hours. And Canaan, I did like a 53 minute, 29-second video on that one. I mean, stream on that. And then I did our stream on part 2 of Canaan. Y'all can watch that out. And Indus Valley, I did that for like 2 hours. That was a good build. History of Black Europe, talk about the Moors. And History of Hawaii, the one y'all should watch. These are my playlist. So I've been building playlists and things like that. So I'm not even worried about what's going on. I'm just focusing on my builds and content and things like that. So I've been busy doing other things and looking at gear and things like that. I've just been chilling. You know what I'm saying? He said, "What's going on, Enhanced Utilities? Salute to you. Peace, Mike V." And yeah, he said, "What do you think of the new Matrix coming up?" I heard it's pretty good. I heard BJS talked about it last night. Hey, it's pretty good. I don't know if it's gonna be any different. I may not like the effects, but I've heard it's pretty good. They said it's gonna be better than the old one. I don't know for sure, man. That's the thing. That's just for me. Shouts out to Gold P. Salute to you. Y'all subscribe to that man. He's got good content. Yeah. And yeah. But for me, I think that's gonna be another tall tale for another day. You know, it's for me. I'm not even tripping on that. So 13 minutes in, I'm not gonna just dump it on right away. I'm just gonna get a good feel. So yeah, I've been busy, man. I've been looking around some things and seeing what I can get into and things like that. So y'all worrying about this Tasha K woman? She's nobody, bro. Like that bitch is nobody. She's just another piece of shit. Nobody. I mean, was she a blogger? The Queen exclusive celebrity news. She's a fucking clown. She's just like I'll tell you what she is. She's like Drama Plug of the hip hop little bullshit world. She's fucking nobody. I don't care if she has a Twitter account. Like I'm just look at this bullshit that she got. See, it proves my point. Yeah, she's a nobody, man. She's only got 31,000 followers, so she's a fucking nobody. Oh, she lives in Atlanta. No wonder. Yeah, that's somebody that lives in Atlanta. She's a fucking nobody. And I live in Georgia, by the way. She's a fucking nobody. She ain't even got 1 million. Like, who's gonna take her seriously? And she lives in Atlanta. Stop it, bruh. Stop it. She's a fucking nobody. That bitch ain't got no weight like that. On YouTube, she's somebody in a way. We know her, but outside of it, she's nobody, man. Y'all act like she's somebody. Ain't nobody scaring that thing. Y'all act like she's somebody. That bitch is nobody, man. And her content is trash, man. Like, who is scared of a woman from Atlanta? Like, stop it, bro. She been on this thing for what, 2015? She had like 1 million views, and she's almost 1 million. Like, she's trying to be over the head. And not only she's a female, she talks about celebrity news. She's a clown. It's a fucking clown. Like, y'all expect something that she's gonna be ecstatic about. I'm trying to tell you, these things ain't nothing. I'm trying to tell you, she's a joke, man. Who listens to that shit? I don't. Anybody that's close to 1 million, I'm not fucking with you like that. Only for the exception of Albert and Peach, they're funny with the reaction. I like reaction channels that have 1 million. That's the only ones I fuck with. But everybody else, if they're talking about bullshit and slandering people all day and circle jerk and double talk, I ain't got time to listen to that garbage. They ain't saying nothing. They're not changing people's lives. They worse than flims and flamsy type motherfuckers. That's what time they on. They the type of people that don't give a fuck about you. In real life, we know they ain't shit. They'll get roasted in real life. She's a fucking nobody. He said, Wendy Williams. Well, man, now you're giving her too much credit. She ain't no Wendy Williams. She ain't shit. She's worse than Wendy Williams. At least I'll say it like this. At least Wendy has some shit about her. She don't hide it. She at least she knows she's a fuck up and a crackhead and things like that. But shouts out to Corey Holcomb for that. But she smokes crack. So we already know that. She likes to run her mouth and slander black men for like 95% of the time. She don't hide it. Now she'll try to front and say, I don't do that. Well, we don't know what that is. But this bitch right here, y'all talking about Atlanta, she's fucking nobody. Stop it. She is a piece of shit. She's just like everybody else I done seen in Atlanta. She's just like the one bitch that be talking shit and doesn't like us at all. And she's dark skinned, by the way. By the way, dark skin is not exotic here in Georgia. I'm gonna tell you that right now. They get clowned in this state where I come from, where I reside in, right, all day long, and no one gives a fuck about them. No one. If you're light skinned, if you say from LA or somewhere else or anywhere around the world, if you're light skinned or mixed in the South, you're considered exotic. I'm gonna tell you why. Every dude will fight you, jump over you to get to her. And I know this from experience because I used to date a light-skinned woman, a black woman, right? Because I know from experience because I had to deal with that in my early 20s. And I know because that comes with a price, especially in the South. Now, in the West Coast, I agree with Dusty. Yes, they're not all that. But in the South, they're all that. Dark skin down here is not all that. Trust me. She's just like everybody else. I don't see nothing appealing about her. I mean, dudes need to stop being scared of somebody that ain't shit. That's from Atlanta, man. Stop it. Atlanta's a little overrated. And I know from experience because I live outside of Atlanta. I live in what you call it, in Kennesaw and shit like that. And I'm good. She ain't worrying about me. I'm a smaller channel. And ain't nobody worrying about her weak ass either. She's fucking nobody. If she ain't got 24 million subscribers or bigger weight, then you can be worried. But if she's got 1 million and down below to 900,000 to 100,000, fuck out of here. She ain't shit. She will lose her channel instantly if she had those numbers. Think about it. Think about Fresh and Fit. They had the same weak ass subscriber numbers, right? She's the same way. All you have to do is just say one thing, she's up out of there. She don't have no weight like that. If you got 1 million or more like PewDiePie numbers, then I'll take you seriously. But I don't take her seriously. She's a joke, man. She ain't got no security like that. Stop it, bro. We need to stop capping for real. And I agree with Ty City in that Kuda chat. I just kind of disagree with him on that statement. I'm like, that bitch is nobody. See, this is the problem. When you have hoes in the space, or I want to say space, I ain't gonna say manosphere, I want to say red pill space in general, and then try to hijack men's talking points and things like that. I'm thinking about several things that Albert P said. They always want to try to change what men say. And I agree with him on this. Why change the way we feel? And this is our viewpoint. It could be opinions, it could be facts, whatever. Why do we have to join you to get some permission to say something in society? We don't. The internet's like our last bastion of hope before we start doming people on the streets. You better be glad we're still surviving out here. Bitches ain't nothing, man. I mean, we need to stop defending hoes, man, for real, because hoes are irrelevant, man. They're about to be annihilated in the future. They don't have a leg to stand on. And the females, they've been upset and been crying about things like that. We gotta stop. We gotta stop co-signing hoes, man. And that's what's wrong with the men. And we have a whole problem. And then when they pull your whole card, you ain't gonna like that. I've seen this before. See, I've been in these black spaces, and these niggas ain't built like that. Trust me. And y'all divided on both sides. Like I'm saying this, I'll say it again. You niggas ain't built like that, man. She ain't nobody. She ain't nobody. She's just nobody. She's a type that will try to destroy you, but you gotta understand, women like that or females like that, they always look for an angle. They always look for an angle to destroy. And especially she lives in the city of Atlanta. Don't be afraid of no Atlantean bitch, man. She's trash, man. Like I bet she's broke. I bet you 1,000 she's broke. But I ain't got 1,000 on me. But I'm just saying, if I had 1,000, I'd tell you she's broke. She's just like everybody else here. Like I'm telling you, a lot of these people ain't rich like that. If you're rich like that in Atlanta, you have to be a pure snob that live in Buckhead somewhere. And I know she don't live in Buckhead. She probably lives in Midtown, but not no fucking Buckhead. We got to stop the bullshit, man. Because all she's gonna do is lie on people, and she'll lose her credibility easily because she's dark skinned. Now, if she was light skinned, no, light skin hit different. When they say something, it ruins your damn reputation. Because I'm gonna tell you a secret about light skinned women. Light skinned women is one of the worst things to deal with, especially in scrutiny. If she's got her numbers, she can say some shit, and if she's funny, she can ruin your shit worse than the dark skinned woman. A dark skinned woman won't do that. I live in Georgia. What's going on, Mike? Salute. And that's all she's doing. Yeah, exactly. Men acting like hoes. And that's the problem, man, because I get that she's got a lot of power in certain areas. But if she was light skinned, your ass is done. Okay. Like she can literally call the white man, they can protect her anytime. You know, black women have the same mentality. Yes, in all different shades, but the light skin always get the favorite because she's going to be protected more. Period. Look at Dale's wife, for example. She's going to be fine. Now, if she was dark skinned, they'll try to drag it out a little bit before they give her something. You know how they do. And I ain't saying it's colorism, but that's just what it is. You can call it whatever you want to like, but that's the standard. But 9 out of 10, yes, both shades do get protected in a different way. The light skin gets protected almost like a white woman, but a white woman is going to be protected first before anything else, no matter what type of white woman it is. No matter what cultural background, she's going to be protected. If she's a light-skinned black of our stock or whoever's stock of darker skinned people on the planet, they're going to get protected first. That's usually like that, the standard of beauty. The dark-skinned women is kind of like the 4th or the 5th person get protected. That's just usually the way it is. I got to say this in a small rant here. Who gives a fuck about her from Atlanta, Georgia? She's nobody. She's a shit blogger, man. She's a shit blogger. I don't watch her weak ass content like that. She's the type that likes to destroy men, period. I don't give a fuck about KS. You know what I'm saying? All they did was shared numbers. Nobody likes neither one of them. I say fuck both of them. You know what I'm saying? That's how I feel about it. You know, because I pick people who I like to watch and whatever. I don't watch trash. Because sometimes trash destroys and defeat the point. See, a lot of men need to start acting like bees, man. And that's a damn problem. It ain't a space issue. No, it's a y'all issue. Because y'all act like bitches, man. And y'all proving my point every time the spirit gets a joke. What's going on, UD? Thanks for the share. Salute. And yeah. Yeah, exactly. In a way, I agree with that. In a way. But if you got money and you live in Buckhead, I seen this all the time. The last time I saw a person that had more money than me was in my last job that I used to have, and I was in Smyrna somewhere. But if he lived in Buckhead and places like West Pacey's, that's where the money is. If you live in West Nashville in Brentwood, because I'm originally from Tennessee, I'm from a small town, and I can tell you Brentwood is where the money was. That's where the white folks hang out. North side of Nashville is the hood. I forget the name of the hood in the dead end that someone told me years ago in high school. But East Nashville is the project. South Nashville is where the Latin community. I don't use the term Hispanic. Hispanic just means conquered, means culture. It's not a race. I hate that term. I never call them that because most of those people are not Spanish. They speak Spanish, but I wouldn't even call them that. I just call them brown Americans. That's it. I call them what they are because I don't know what these people are. You know, I go by their nationality. That's it. But I never call them the H word. I'll call them Latin before I even call them the H word, because the H word, anybody can call themselves that. And I hate that term because even a Spaniard from Spain would look at you side-eyed and it's like, we're the Hispanics. They're not. You know, just because those people over here, you can put that on them. I don't consider them the H word. They speak Spanish, yes, but they were conquered if you say that to them in person. I never use that term, especially here. I never use that term. In politics, you can get away with it, but in person, you can't get away with it. I would never say that to them. That's my respect for them. I don't care for them that much. I hate that term in general because I feel like, let's just call them Latin and brown people, and that's it. Don't call them Hispanic. Anybody can call themselves Hispanic because that's just usually way they try to depict things. I never call them that. I mean, y'all can call them that, but I never call them that because they think about slavery in their own way when Spain came in and conquered them. And it's a social construct though. Yeah, exactly. And that's just the thing why I don't use that word at all. And the reason you don't hear me saying it, I just call them what they are, because long time ago they wasn't called that in certain areas. I think certain New Yorkers was talking about that and they was given that by accident. But if you talk to an actual person from Spain I met back 2010, and he looked at them side-eyed and he said something to me, and he said, why they call them, you know, in Spanish, and he looked down on them. You know what I'm saying? The racism of the white Spanish person or Hispanic person, I think of Spain. I don't think of them. Because when I studied Spain years ago when I was younger, that's what they taught us. But see, they get it confused with the people in those countries. I hate when y'all call them that because all you're doing is reminding them of slavery. And most of them don't like that. Most of them don't like that. And I know for facts for in general, because I went to school with some of them and they don't even like that. Even my dad was talking about this one time. He said they don't even like to be called that because that's just going to give word to those people in Spain. Look at them like, why they still call them that? You know, they laugh at us when we say that, but that's just a sidebar, to side note. Yeah, I just use the term Latinos, Latinas. That's it, or Latin people. I don't use the term the H word because you got to be specific, because most of them don't even be like to be called that, especially here. Or I just go by their nationality. That's it. But I ain't gonna use the H word because I already know what that comes with. You know, we get so ignorant with the word. So, you know, I suggest people go to Spain and they'll tell you what they think about it. Because when I met that Spaniard person from Spain, he was racist as hell when he looked down on the Mexicans. I saw that in Lennox firsthand. I didn't realize what he was doing at the time. I was like 22, and it was a diverse mall, right? I was new to the city of Atlanta for a couple of years, but I didn't see the racism behind that. And it took me a minute, and I know what he did. He looked down on him, looked down on him like a piece of shit. But that's just my experience, how they look at him. Because he probably came from Spain, but that's what he told me. But we had a conversation, and he looked down on the Mexicans. I do know that for a fact. Yeah, exactly, Bronze. But that's what I call them. I don't really call them the H word. I'd never call them that because I feel like you're just giving them too much credit. And if they knew their history, yeah, they mix with them, but I won't call them that. I just call them Latin people. That's it. Because I don't see the Spain in them. I mean, some of them mixed in different cultures, but I ain't gonna get into that. That's in-depth conversation. That's just like, we don't know what these people are. Because some people, they could say they this, and then if they mix with the white man with the English accent, you know, it's a whole nother mess. I wish we had some DNA blood strands to see who's who. And they had like a machine like in Assassin's Creed, and then you say, this is your ancestor. And there you go. But most people ain't built for like that conversation. But yeah, but back to this clown from Atlanta. What's her name? Tasha K. She's a clown, man. Like, she's just like most so-called African American black woman or wherever. She is just like everybody else. She likes gossip and bullshit. She's just as bad as most of these people on the internet. All she's gonna do is get a book deal, and she'll probably, she's not gonna make as much. She's a fucking clown, man. She's a fucking clown. Like, we should not be worrying about what another bitch says from Atlanta. I mean, sorry. Like, she's nobody. Trust me. They don't say her name down here like that. I mean, and because of the region, yeah, Hispanic, yeah, you can say that enhanced, but I don't use that word. If you study the term Hispanic, that just means the Spanish people. Don't be fooled by that. I mean, they call you that by accident. I just want you to know, if you go to Spain, they're gonna look at you side eye. This is what I know from experience from 2010, and I'm telling you from experience, they'll look at you side eye when you call yourself that. They don't give y'all love like that. I've yet to see y'all claim Spain. I'm sorry. They're gonna look at you as the N-word. I'm telling you from experience. I know, bro. It's not a Caribbean thing. No, don't let them lie to you. If you study Spain history, they'll tell you they don't fuck with you like that. It's just like, I hate to say, it's like, I'll give you an example. Like the Africans, they don't fuck with us like that because they know we're Semitic. They don't mess with y'all like that. They don't mess with y'all like that. And they gave me a educational lesson. You know, they know the scriptures like we do. When I used to teach back in the day, we used to talk for hours. And exactly. And then see Just DeAndre business friends. Yeah, I use the term Latino Latin. Yeah, what's going on? Tell Malone, salute you. And yeah. You know, because I've talked to actual foreign people in person years ago. I used to see, I live in a state that's diverse too, and we see them all the time come from these countries, and they look down on certain foreigners that was born in America. See, I know what game they play. There's a reason why I told Just DeAndre on that long live stream, we said we need guys like Fazza so we can know what they think about us, and we picking information. Because when you pick information for people that's international, you learn a lot about them. And what they do is they ain't gonna say it, but they'll slip it in to remind you that's what we think of them. You know, they try to hide it in sidebar conversation, but that's just what it is. Just look like he said, just like how French look down on people from Canada and other French. Exactly. You're right. You might as well call Filipinas. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. See, DeAndre knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, man. Y'all got to be careful with those terms, because other people of other countries are gonna look at you side eye. They just gonna be like, you know. And I get this a lot, and that's so true. And see, it's good. Let me tell you something for advice for y'all. It's good to talk to them that come over here and they come from those countries, because you get a better view. See, we don't see it from their lens, right? You got to actually talk to them. Not in this. I mean, you can talk in this language and their language. It's like tit for tat, but you got to understand how they get down. They get down different. Okay. These people understand what time it is. They understand that how we function here, and their people's program too over there too, by the way, by our bullshit media. And same with theirs too. But if you be careful and you learn a lot from them in person, you be like, oh, okay, that's what they do. But if you start traveling over there, you realize that's what they think of you. But you can't get upset how they think of other people. I just stay out of it, you know. And I think when I was 22 at the time, when I met that guy that was from Spain, right? I didn't know he was Spanish, but you know, he looked like a white person, but he had his hair slicked back and everything, but he spoke a little Spanish. He had that accent, right? But the way he looked down on that Mexican, I've seen this before, and I can't remember the detail, but I remember how he looked at him. He looked at him like he was a nigga or something. I was like, whoa, you know. But see, I didn't caught that. And then I look back at it, I said, yeah, that's kind of racist what he did. But I look back at it now, I'm like, yeah, it's best to talk to the people that comes from those countries. I don't care if they're your customers, if you're on a job, it's best to learn from them. You'll learn a lot. As soon as they stop speaking English, They'll speak their current language where they're from. And that's how you know a lot about them too. That's another way too. And I saw this with a Russian kid. I was at Fry's once upon a time, right? I was 24 at the time. This is wintertime, right? Somewhere around December, right? Let's get a PlayStation, right? He looked like a regular American white boy, plaided shirt and everything, right? But he had like basic sweats in the South, right? He looked like a Southern, Southern American, right? But didn't realize he was Russian until he had that accent. I was I was looking for the games and stuff, checking in the file and looking around and browsing, right? As soon as he opened his mouth, he had some type of accent, and it sounded Russian. And when I knew that, I was like, wow, I didn't know they came over here in America like that. And then I realized the state I reside in, years ago is diverse. Didn't have that growing up. You know what I'm saying? I ain't used to that. And this is in Fulton, by the way. This is like 2010-ish. This is like that time. I was in my 20s seeing this shit. Exactly. They are, just DeAndre. I agree with that. Yeah, it's a powerful tool. Yeah, that's what Tom Malone said. Yeah, my wife speaks South American Spanish, and she says she can't really understand Puerto Ricans and Mexicans. Of course, she can't, because their Spanish is kind of broken. It's like, same with the Caribbeans with broken English and French, so it's a whole nother mess. Yeah, see, when you really travel, you be like, oh, shit, that's what they think about them. Yeah. I met some Africans that are cool, but most Liberians of Ghana are people. Yeah. Yeah, I've heard. But I've met, the most Africans I met some darker skinned Ethiopians. I met some Sudanese, and they came from San Francisco, but people's from Southern Sudan. So Southern Sudan, known as Nubia, wherever you want to call it, they migrated in the middle part of Tennessee in the central. That was years ago. That was back in the 2000s, and they got a whole community now. Since I went back, and this is back in 2000, I'll say 2014 when I read about it, and I was like, God damn, it's probably bigger now since I left. But the black people, they just on scraps. They done spread out across that region. They in places like Nashville, places like Hartsville. They probably somewhere in Knoxville right now. You know what I'm saying? Tennessee is just ain't what it used to be. I ain't been up there since Christmas in 2016. That's the last time I've been to Tennessee. It was about 2016. That was some years ago. I ain't been to Tennessee in 2016 when I visit family and stuff, and that was it. It was 2016. I ain't been in 17. I ain't been in 2018, 19, or 20, and 21. I haven't been in years, probably 4 to 5 years, something like that. So that's a long time. That's the last time I've been up there. Quiet as kept. But as what I was saying about the Russian guy, the young man, I ain't met him. I just walked by and heard him spoke that accent. I was like, what the fuck? And that just lets you know what time it is. You know what I'm saying? Like I've seen this before. Like I didn't realize how diverse the state was, but it taught me something. But you know what I'm saying? Like I think learning cultures is great when you're younger. Even when I'm in my 20s and learn them, if they come over here, you learn a lot about their language before you go and travel. This is when I was thinking about traveling at the time, but I was in a different situation then in my 20s. But I had the money to travel then. But I will travel sometime this year or next year, get a passport. But I'm just saying that's something to think about. Meeting these people can always help you learn about them more. And you ask them simple questions, what their country's like. That's the first thing I ask them. What the languages is like, what food's over there. If our food's over there contaminating their shit. Because how propaganda is. It's powerful. But they also killing people around the world too. I have to be fair. I'm a fair person until you do me wrong. I'm one of those people. So I ain't like most Americans. I know what the fuck is going on. I'll get you up out of there. But you know what I'm saying? I put pressure on people. That's what you're going to get from me. I want honesty. That's all I want. Just be honest with me, we'll be straight. And that's how it is, man. You gotta treat it what it is. Yeah, because I know yeah. Because anytime we talk about Tasha K and hot topics, I mean, she's irrelevant, bro. She's irrelevant. A waste of time in the space. I wouldn't even do a sub. The reason I talk about it on this stream, it's Friday, so we can say what we want. She's so fucking irrelevant that it's not even funny. She's not getting numbers like that. Kevin's got 1 million for a reason. I just say his name Kevin, but KS, you know what I'm talking about. I don't even care about his ass. I told you, if he gets off the comments he made, he'll end up getting 2 million or more if he stay on doing it, which he is. And if he gets some more deals, see, let me tell you something. He ain't even got 2 million yet. Once he gets 2 million or more, next year he'll be the man with the million right now on YouTube. But since he does things on Instagram, he's trying to get his followers up. He's trying to get those numbers to a certain extent, and his followers, see, his followers are nothing but bots. That's what you got with her. Hers is bots. They don't care about her. She goes down and pleading with the Fed. She's done. She can't do nothing. Who is she? It's nobody. Exactly. He said, what did Tom Malone say? He said, I don't do tea sipping online. I don't either. Most of them channels are trash. She comes from that sector. The tea sipping community is trash. That's all I'm going to say about that, because Drama Plug that I subscribe to, he does the hip hop in the news. He's on that type of time. And they fight each other. The drama, online channels, the tea, they're trash. They're not better than reaction videos. I'm sorry. Reaction videos is nothing but people that have the roast. It's similar to the roast sector, but they be roasting people and reacting to their points. That's what gets you a lot of views. See, back in 2017, it was the norm. 2016 was the norm. People was doing that prior to that years ago and let you get away with it. But now they put restrictions on it. You can't do it as much. Yeah, anything that makes money. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, it's one of those things that you can look at. And some of the bullshit that you see online, it's just kind of crazy. But for me, I just look at it like this. I'm not worried about what she says or does anything. She's just like anybody else. What bothers me when you talk about her like that, she ain't got the fucking numbers and the weight to decide what men do. I'm sorry. If she's a white woman, that's a different ball game. That's what y'all should be worrying about. And stop dating them, man. I mean, please. That ain't helping our case as men. I mean, I don't care who y'all date, that's y'all's business. Cool. But when you're dealing with a feminist white woman, it's a lot harder than a dark-skinned black one. I'm sorry. She's a joke compared to them. She don't have no pull like that. She'll lose her shit. I've seen this before all the time. They come and they go. She's gonna have to parlay that shit. Yeah, gossip's fun once in a while, but for the most part, it's been unproductive. And the reason it's unproductive, it doesn't matter if it's unproductive or not. She's not going to be successful doing that with an audience like that. I'm sorry. I can take her subscribers with ease if I talk about certain things, how to help certain women to get through their problems. If I had a subject like that, I ain't an expert in that, but if I had a subject like that, I can easily take that. Talk about random nonsense all day. That's easy to do. On YouTube, a lot of people try to say it's a business. To me, it's not. It's a hobby. Your hobby can turn into a business. A lot of people think it is, but it's really not, because a lot of people ain't got no lives like that. You got to have a extra income in your back pocket. I won't say this loud and clear. The reason you see people with those millions, they have deals outside of YouTube. YouTube is hard to sustain a business. I'm sorry to tell y'all, it's mainstream media. You're going to have to finesse your way to the top on YouTube to get those type of subscribers. I am not going to do that. I'm going to say fuck those million subscribers. A lot of those people are bots. I'll give you an example by Marquise Brownlee. The reason Marquise Brownlee is popular in tech, he understood how to show his face and he wanted to be on the top. What he had to do is support the tech companies, and the money he got, he bought like 4 studios and got his own business. and he ain't even thinking about the shit on YouTube. Once he comes back, he gets 1 million views when he does a pre-record. When he leaves, he's out of there. His views still go up. As it shows, it's called consistency and evergreen content. That's what I preach. Evergreen versus stagnation content. Evergreen content is pure content, no matter what it is. It's pre-records or a decent live stream. If you have evergreen gems in it, you're still going to be that person. You're still going to be efficient. And since my dad got his phone cover from a company that's owned by a black man, and he's got different venues of Instagram and all his social networks / social media networks, he has built a platform from the ground up. And it's not easy to do because you can invest like that. See, the small channels cannot make no money off this shit. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Small channels is just for hobby purposes only. Most YouTube look at small channels. They already make money off of you based off data and your numbers. But if you're a big channel, you can do that. If you got PewDiePie numbers from, I should say, like a KS, like in a million or Alvin Peach, you're making numbers. But if you're in 100,000, yeah, you're making numbers for 100,000 down below, but not as much as you think. A lot of people, why you think people got too much Patreon accounts and other accounts to make money? YouTube's not the only source, man. YouTube is just there. Like, if you want to get to 1 million, you got to spread it out. It's good to spread out your shit instead of putting in one vein. Because YouTube, what it is, it's a site that doesn't give you a lot of options to say what you want. That's why I recommend people go to places like Rumble. What did Wacky World said, like Junction TV, Black Junction TV. That's pretty good, but I ain't gonna mess with it because they gotta update this shit and make it more efficient. It's a nice site, but it needs to be more efficient. I can't even sign on to that shit and put content. I'll think about it, but I'm not going to invest in that. I will invest in Rumble because that's something I can get money off of right there. It reminds me of Vimeo. Their whole setup is like Vimeo. That's what it reminds me of. But YouTube, it's mainstream. They got different features. That's why people is hooked on it. And the reason they're hooked on it, you got to do certain videos. A lot of streams are cool though, man. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the thing. What's going on, Pepe? Salute. But you know what I'm saying? Like I'm not worried about what's going on. Like, yeah, they worrying about the TK girl, man. Who cares? I mean, she's fucking irrelevant, bruh. Like, she's one of those people that you see that got those subscribers but can't produce real evergreen content. And I'm just saying this to be saying it, right? You gotta let that shit go, man. Who gives a fuck about what that thing says? She's ridiculous, man. She's utterly ridiculous at this point. You can't tell me that she ain't about all that. You know, she's about her bullshit. She's not about change. Y'all gotta understand, a lot of these things, they don't care nothing about what's going on. Y'all gotta look at it for what it is. I mean, y'all worrying about the wrong shit, especially in the sphere like that. I'm just telling y'all, those women are irrelevant. They're gonna remain irrelevant for a long damn time. And we gotta stop trying to big them up like they're somebody's, but they ain't shit, bruh. They ain't shit. I'm just saying, like, we got to stop trying to big them up like there's something. And they're not. You know what I'm saying? They're not. Y'all gotta act like they somebody's, but they ain't shit. That's what's wrong with black spaces in general. They always like to gossip and the bullshit. And I get it. I mean, as people, we haven't learned how to shut the fuck up and just deal with reality and do your own responsibilities. They just want to be in here on the fuck shit, but they love drama. And that's the thing that we love to do. And that's what sells on the YouTube. And that's cool. That's what I mean by not having evergreen content. And they love that shit. They love that shit. They love that shit, man. Yes, Lipstick Alley. A thing, sir. Yeah, she's a thing. All right. And I agree with this right here. Yeah, it's just crazy. I'll just say it like this. Why care? It just kills the content, but nobody's evergreen. And that's what I mean by evergreen content. And you try to be efficient with it as always, but you try to be fair to people. So I'm just here to do my thing, and that's it, because I schedule my streams and I structure them very well. So what I do is I don't think about topics like that, because if I hear anything from other channels I'm subscribed to, I understand why they love to talk about them. It makes a lot of blows and things like that. And it's just like, and I'm not even worried about it. So we'll see. Yeah, and that's just the thing. But for me, I'm not even surprised. I'm not surprised. And you just gotta have your content and be ready, man. I'm not worried about any of it at this point. I got my stuff scheduled and down packed. So yeah, man. Yeah. So yeah, I'll do a Sunday chill this Sunday. It'll be the fourth one. That's gonna be a decent chill. I ain't got no topic Sunday, so I don't know what I'm gonna do Sunday. But yeah, I'll come back and it'll be like Sunday night. I'm gonna do that. Conservatism, that's gonna be a thing. That's a series. That's the final part. I'm gonna end that, and I'm gonna extend it on the 13th, and just be happy with it, and just have conservatism and things like that. But that's my thing. Thailand, that will be on the 15th. That's on a Wednesday. I said I was going to talk about the pre-Thailand and talk about that, and then I'll have the Thursday thrills. I would say Thursday thrills. Yeah, it's on a Wednesday. Then Thursday thrills on that day. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do Friday. I might do a self live stream, and I'll see if I can schedule a stream in the future. But because I'm gonna take a break from streaming this month and see where I'm gonna go with it, because I got to see what's what. Might do a lot of self live streams. I'm gonna start doing that, and then just just get my feet wet in it and things like that. So I got topics for days. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'll do that. But mostly I'm just gonna be on here and just doing me. So yeah, I don't mind being a panelist. That's not an issue. You know what I'm saying? I'll do that. That ain't nothing. So, I do my content too. And I just keep it 1,000. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's it. Cause my shit's structured. I have to do mine. I just don't do them randomly. I used to do that when I started out, but I said like this. But if you do them a certain way, you get things done, and you plan it out what you're gonna do. You get your presentation right, and the stuff you look up, and then you just do things. And sometimes I can get them from books. Some of my presentation, I used to do that with my pre-records. My presentation was decent. So what you do is you build your foundation and do your things like that. So since I'm doing a Friday night special, the Thailand, that's gonna be on the 15th, same time, 8:10 as usual Eastern time. Everywhere else where y'all at is probably around that time. 7:50 Sunday chill, yeah. Conservatism, yeah. I'm gonna talk about it, but we're gonna get into it. So I appreciate everybody coming through. I'm just saying, like, we got time to speak on it. Yeah. Yeah, GMT shaking my head. He said, Kuda and Fanny need to come get their girl. Oh, yeah. I know. Yeah, GMT. Yeah, I ain't gonna get into that. That's a whole nother piece. I don't know if that's her or not, man, because we don't know. We don't know. What's going on, Rollo? Me making the content. Okay. So to you. Pepe, is the lead attorney an actual lawyer? He is. I don't know what type of lawyer he is. Who care if he is or not? Okay. So yeah, I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying. I'm just not worried about what's going on like that. You know, shouts out to the Coot and everything. That's his thing, and they can talk about that stuff. But me, I ain't even worried about her. She's just a waste. I know she lives in Atlanta. I used to live in Atlanta too, but I live outside of Atlanta. So I'm familiar with the state of Georgia. A lot of those people in Atlanta, they ain't built like that, man. She's probably there for attention. Yeah. He's a divorce lawyer. Oh, okay, cool. But you know, to me, I don't really care. I mean, his followers, shouts out to Tasi saying this, they had like the same numbers. He said that in the stream. They had the same numbers. Didn't know that. Until he blew up. I'm gonna be fair to him. He blew up. Yeah, I said that earlier, Pepe. It is overrated. I said that earlier in the couple of minutes during the stream. You missed it. I already said that. It's super overrated. I'll say Buckhead wise, I'll say North Atlanta in general is overrated. The rest of Atlanta is okay if you know what you're doing. You'll make a lot of friends, and a lot of diverse people come from different parts of the world, from the Far East to Europe, Africa, and Asia. You know, combination of everybody in Canada and the West Coast and the East Coast. That's about it. But outside of it, you know, in the rich part, it's very fucking overrated. And yeah, as what I was saying, yeah, he blew up just like anybody else. Now, I'll be surprised if he gets like 400,000 the way he be speaking. I mean, his content is decent. I mean, I don't watch the guy like that, but I'll be surprised if he gets that type of content like that. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, he's well spoken and not as threatening or aggressive. That's why he's able to get so many views and subs. Yeah, that's part of it. But you know, but at once upon a time, he was on them numbers where Ty City was and everybody else. He wasn't always like that. He must have did something to please a certain segment of people. You know, that's how he got those numbers. Oh, hey, what's going on, Queen? Salute to you. Long time no see. But yeah, man, I just like to I like to say this. Even if you get those numbers, it doesn't really matter how you got them. But to me, if he ever hits, I won't say spare, if he gets like 100,000, 200,000, he should be around that mark. And then the most he'll ever get is like 400,000. I don't say it like that. To be fair, next year he'll probably get 400,000. I'll say my projection with him will be 100,000 this year. He will get out at 50,000 range. If he's not threatening, he's a lawyer. He should be higher than that, to be honest with you. But here's the thing about him. He's in a red pill space. What's holding him back is red pill spaces. And I think he's not up there in the threshold. A lot of people just don't probably take him seriously, whatever. If they do, eventually they will. But you know, that's how they come over. I'm gonna read comments. Seriously, people treat Atlanta as it's like it's the only black Mecca or black excellence area, while there's many others. Exactly, it's so many. Atlanta ain't the only one. You got Baltimore, you got it's so many I can name. It used to be Chicago. There's a bunch of areas. Yeah, I named Baltimore. It's a couple of them. I should say Dallas at once upon a time, but Dallas is kind of diverse to me. There's a bunch of places got black excellences. LA used to be, but they ain't no more now. The Bay Area is still there, but it's mixed. It's culturally mixed because of Silicon Valley didn't ruin everything. And yeah, it's just what it is. But you know, yeah, there's so many others. I agree, Pepe. And then I'm gonna read this comment right here. I'm on you less, but I still make my rounds. Yeah, it's nothing wrong with that. It happens, Queen. You have to understand. It's a lot of people that you watch. I mean, I'll tell you a story, Queen. A lot of times I'm on less people that have big subscribers than me. Let me tell you a secret. I don't even watch them like that regularly. You know, I do when I catch it on the replay. I just go and make my rounds, and it's cool. And I'm not mad. I'm saying this for a person that has 1,000. I can tell you, I had it since what 1,000 subscribers since 2019. I think it's a lot difficult to control what people watch. That's just me, you know, and that's just what it is. He said, I like the TLA channel. I don't always agree with him. Yeah, I don't really care for those channels, but it's okay. He has a big personality. Oh, okay. I don't even care for those channels like that. I treat them just like that Tasha K shit. Treat them all the same. We have PG County, FZF. Oh, you talking about DC? Yeah. I treat them like shit sometimes. I meant to say I'm on YouTube less. I have a career change and going to real life. Exactly. See, I said that earlier, Queen. A lot of times these dudes, they don't have an understanding that there's more than life than just be on YouTube. And me and Wacky talked about this a lot. You got to have your own business on the side pocket. It's just a hobby that we do and things like that. You can turn it into a business. I do know that. But here's a secret. Here's a secret. You got to be efficient what you do. See, that's why I'm trying to upgrade myself. It ain't easy outside of this shit and try to maintain what I have left. So basically, I'm just here to produce my content, what I stand for, based off my About Me section. And I just keep it pushing. I ain't in this for money. That ain't what I'm here for. I'm in here for a message with this channel. Now, if I do create another channel, it's going to be like a radio station. That's something I'm thinking about in the future. I'm not promoting it this year. A lot of people try to say, oh, you're going to promote? I ain't promoting shit this year because this year is a fucking wash. I don't know what the future is going to look like. I got to be in a place grounded now, but I'm not rushing because I don't know what the money looks like. Once I see it, then I'll make my move. I'm not going to make moves on here and tell everybody. No, because niggas don't need to know anyway. You'll be surprised. I'm going to surprise people and they'll be like, hey, you know, like I did with the microphone with over in Cuda. That's how it's going to be. You have to do that sometimes to trick people, shock value, and get your shit off and do what you got to do. So, yeah, the most wealthiest black county in America. Are you talking about PG? Yeah, PG is a classy place. Yeah. Oh, y'all say it's the most wealthiest. Okay. I don't know if y'all talking about DC or somewhere else. Yeah. Because I've heard of that before. But teachers on. But yeah, man, you know, that's what I'm thinking about. If I ever get a studio one day or next year or 2 years down the line, I'll think about it. That's when I'll create another channel. Because I have to have some room. You talking about VA or which one? DC or VA? DeAndre asked y'all a question. He said, which one is it? Is it VA or DC? Because I heard of the PG VA is classy. And matter of fact, I'll look it up. Because see, when y'all mention Prince George's, I think about that's in Maryland. Okay, Maryland. What about in Virginia? What about in VA? What about in VA? VA. Pictures going VA. Prince George's County in Virginia is located Commonwealth, Virginia, 10 census, blah, blah, blah. Greater Richmond region. Okay. They mentioned Maryland too. Let's look it up. Prince George's County. Is it on the line? I think there's two. That's Commonwealth, Virginia. Yeah, it's on a region, Great Britain and things like that. Okay. I know I heard of VA. What about in Maryland? Yeah, Maryland. Yeah, there's a VA and there's a Maryland. Oh, they got one in Maryland. Okay. MD. That's what Kuda's from. There's two PGs. There's two PGs. Let's read one in Maryland. That's in the DC area. It's two of them. So the populace, Upper Marlboro, majority county in the United States, metropolitan, John Bases Andrews, and things like that. Headquarters. Okay. Yeah. So yeah. Oh, you talking about Maryland? Cool. Gotcha. Gotcha. I got you. Because VA is hood as hell. Yeah, that's true. I heard about VA's hood as hell and MD. If you talk about Maryland, I heard of Prince George's Maryland. They have some money, but I don't think they're the wealthiest. I don't know about that. I mean, that's hood too. Now the other side of Princess George is probably nice, but I don't think it's all. I haven't. I have to tell Kuda about that. If it's what's the demographic and money wise, but but they got money on their own. But that's a whole nother one PG, but it's split in half. Yeah, okay. So that's something I didn't know about Maryland like that. But see, I know they're on the line. I just looked it up. Pomatic, the one where they're film real wise of Pomatic. I don't expect y'all men to know that. Potomatic. Oh, I don't know who the hell that is. Yeah, because the one in VA was the old Black Wall Street. Yeah, I figure that. I figure that. I'm looking at Maryland. I just looked up VA recently. The Star Spangled Banner. See, in Maryland, you got the Methodist flag, the Christian flag. Yeah, it's split on Virginia. You got North County, Central, Rural Tier. That's the yellow, and an integrate. Okay, let me pull this up. Let me pull this up. The Silver Springs PG County is the rich areas. Yeah, that's Silver Springs. You talking about Silver Springs? Yeah, he just said it. Thank you. See, he knows. He's from Maryland. He's from Baltimore. Y'all talking about? Yeah, they call it the whole DMV area. I don't see when we get maps. We got to show improve on this motherfucker. This is Friday night special. We're gonna do this goddamn thing. See, right up in here, the North County's red. The Central is orange. The green is the inner Beltway. The blue is the South. And the yellow is the rural tier. So North County, North Princess, Georgia County include Laurel, Beltsville, Adelphi, College Park. Oh, there is a College Park, Georgia. There's a College Park, Georgia. It's in Atlanta. But y'all have a College Park too? Wow. That must be a historical name, College Park. I might have to research the College Park name, these territories and things like that. Greenbelt. This area of the county is anchored by Capitol Beltway and the Baltimore Washington Parkway. Okay. So Riverside Mansion. Okay. So Riverside Mansion. Yeah. So, Langley Park. That's in North County. Central County, you got Mitchville, Woodmore, Greater Upper Marlboro, Springdale. See, I ain't been to Maryland stuff. This is some place I would love to visit in the East Coast just to see in DC. Rural tier, you got 2002 General Plain. What you got? Maryland National, yeah. And then you got Capitol Heights, District Heights, Forestville, Suitland, Seat Pleasant. Yeah, that's in the District of Columbia's Northeast. Yeah, that's in the inner Beltway. And in South County, that will be Tanger Outlets. So, yeah. Yeah. Rajan Lazayan, Israel, Senegal. Y'all got Senegalese. Y'all got South Africans. The Sister Cities International. Wow. I did not know that. Senegal and South Africa and Israel. I did not know that. Sister Cities. That's a popular name, Princess George's. It's probably named after King George's. Yeah, I mentioned VA in Maryland, so we're gonna get off that. Yes, I can do this and do this thing and just be on it. Oh, damn, I got 8 people up in here. Shouts out to y'all, man. So, see what y'all talking about. He said both me and Kuda are in the DMV area. He could tell you the same. Yeah, I know he does. Yeah. I talk to him a lot. Because UVM is there and Howard is close. Exactly. I thought so. Howard University. I thought so. I'm familiar with Howard University. A lot of people talk about it a lot. I know a lot of DC people here too in Georgia. Don't be surprised. They live here too for business. Well, DC, I heard it was the hood. My dad said a long time ago. Depends on what part you go to DC. George Washington University. Okay. Read these comments. All the House rep lobbyist senators living from DC. Yeah. As well as North Virginia. Yeah. Right to me. Yeah. Red pill awareness. Okay. Oh, DeAndre, I have to explore that areas more. I've been, but not enough. I have cousins still live in Maryland, Virginia, distant, but we still visit from time to time. Okay. He told him facts. Yeah. Yeah, man. I'm just saying, like, you can say what y'all want and whatever, but yeah. But as what I was saying, like, there's areas, and speaking on the topic of her, like, a lot of people talk about like Atlanta's like this. Oh, Atlanta is a little overrated. You just got a lot of international people that hijack the city. What you're gonna see is people from the Far East gonna take over, the East Indians and people from Africa and things like that, and tech, and people from California and New York. You know, it's a combination of the same people. But the black people there, not so much. Depends on. I'll give you a secret. The black people you see in Atlanta are transplants. Even myself. We've been living here in the state of Georgia for decades, outside of Atlanta, right? We give you an example. Just like any East Coast city you've seen, right? What's happening? You got people from other southern states coming here, but the people from up north, blacks or Midwest or whatever, is coming here because the housing is cheap here because it's a 5% tax rate. So when people living in Georgia, there's jobs. There's always going to be jobs here because wherever the economy is doing, or in tech, you're going to get a job. Basically, there's jobs out here. You just got to find nowhere to look and talk and communicate with people to hand you one, because they're going to make some law changes and sooner or later. But next year, I'm focused on the governor election, because Stacey Abrams is running against certain Republicans and certain people who's running. We'll see what's going on in the election. You see, elections happening right now, going on to next year. So what you have right now is you're building a foundation of what's going on. So a lot of people are too busy worrying about other shit. But if you're in the state of Georgia, you should be focused on that more and see where the jobs are going, because they worry about the pandemic and things like that. So you know how people is. That's my main focus, to see what I can afford and move on and move forward. So I thought about living out in the West Coast or the West. And I said, you know what? Might as well live in certain parts of the West. I wouldn't live in no California. Hell no. I'll say, like, I wouldn't try Colorado though. Fuck Colorado. I'll say somewhere like, I thought about Utah once, in Phoenix. I did thought about that. That's something like that. Or Texas. I like San Antonio. I'll do something like that in San Antonio. I would definitely live out there. That's a nice area. My aunt lives in Andale. Okay, he's saying that black people started moving to Atlanta after the 96 Olympics. I think that was the year. It was prior to that, Queen. You're talking about the ones from, I would say, East to West Coast. They were starting doing that. Before that, no, there was black people here back in 1993. I went to Atlanta. When I first went to Atlanta in 93, I was like 5. I said there was niggas then on the West End, and my dad will tell you this straight up. What's going on, Third Ward Salute? And he been in Atlanta since the 80s too, and Baltimore and things like that. It was all black through here. People stopping people in Atlanta and the traffic way and things like that. So yeah, black people has been here, but more black people came, like you said, probably came after 96. But I can go further than that. The 2000s, when BMF came, kind of decimated Atlanta. So Atlanta's in diverse mode right now, with different races and things. Yeah. And he said something about and Arundel County, yeah, kind of suburb, yeah, part. Okay. Yeah, Herschel Walker running, yeah, but he ain't gonna win though because of Trump. Nobody's gonna vote for his ass. They'll vote for Stacey Abrams any day. He's a joke. Ain't nobody gonna vote for him. He's backed by Trump, and they smell that from a mile away. Yeah, they moved from the city in '90, and they was on the west side. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Yes, a lot of people move from different places. I lived about until I joined the Navy. Yeah, man. He said on it. Okay, what about the homeless people in Atlanta? The homeless problem in Atlanta is not as a threat as you think, RPA. It's the reason they're homeless, it's a class thing. It has nothing to do with the white man. I can tell you from firsthand experience. If you here to just bullshit your way to the top and not about the bread, or I say, like, now the music shit is trash. I'm gonna tell you that right now. But if you're not into media or business or advertising or actually doing tech, you're not gonna make it. Atlanta deals with the tech and the little entertainment, but the entertainment is just a second uh, money maker here. But what makes Atlanta grow is the technology and stuff and the other things that they do. They're trying to make that as the number one thing. See, right now it's entertainment. Entertainment is in a tailspin because of COVID and the restaurants and things like that. That's the thing. But 95% of the time, is usually the tech companies will take those areas. A lot of people's homeless because they spend on the wrong shit. They didn't know the people, and they're not structured. So the reason they've been homeless for decades. The issue, it's a lot of politics behind that too. And Boule has something to do with it, and it's a combination. A lot of people have something to do with it. So it's kind of like you're up in air. And I blame the people that's being homeless. They come from areas, small towns, they had it good, and then they want to go ass backwards down here. It's kind of like living in New York almost. You have to know someone to put up the work or shut up and do your balances. That's what you do. So yeah. Yeah, Don Cordes. I love Atlanta. I'm in the SWATs. Oh, okay. You in the SWAT team? I didn't know that. Cool. But you can make it out here as a police officer and everything else. I mean, you can get careers here. You just can't fuck around. A lot of people in that city, they go to work. It's not, you ain't gonna see a poor person nowhere. You see a lot of homeless people that's poor, semi-poor. They just don't have a house. The housing market, and it's kind of tough out here. Yeah, they go for disrespect and culture. Yeah, they respect it. They disrespect. I see it a lot. Yeah, exactly. It's Southwest Atlanta. Okay, Southwest Atlanta. Okay, I don't mess with Southwest Atlanta. I used to went there once, and it's cool. But that's just way I look at it. But Southwest Atlanta it's all right at points. But most people are tired of Southwest. I think most people would rather live East Atlanta, somewhere in Decatur and West Atlanta and things like that. But most people want to live in Buckhead. To be honest with you, quiet as kept, they want to live in West Pacey so they can get that higher money, so they can control certain businesses in tech. People love Buckhead way more than the Southwest. I'm sorry to tell y'all, if you got money, you come from LA, and if you have a tax bracket, you can fit in those places, man. That's usually the way it is. Yeah, that's my stomping grounds. Yeah. I used to live in Atlanta for decades, man. I live in outside of Atlanta now. I'm doing good, so I'm doing decent. What's going on, Lou? Good evening to you, sir. He said, I'm in Ben Hill. Okay. Bankhead is going north. Yeah, that's north. That's north. That's in north. That's in northwest. That's like northwest Atlanta. Yeah, that's the hood. It's still the same. He said, I'm in West Tampa. Okay. I heard Tampa's pretty cool. A lot of people try to say it was racist. I don't know about all that. I ain't been to Florida. I'll visit it one day if I have time. No, I'm doing Southwest all day. I don't blame you. A lot of people are. Southwest is okay. Nothing wrong with Southwest Atlanta. Just be careful because them niggas is silly out there. Bankhead, a good area. Well, now it is. Back in the day, no. It's actually a wasteland. So what's the point going to Bankhead? Ain't nothing in Bankhead, man. That's like going to it's like it's a no man's land. It ain't nothing out there. It's like cops will shoot you in the back of the head out there, though. I mean, it's a wasteland. But Bankhead's a wasteland, bro. If you was here, I'll say from '07, from 2000, I'll say about 14, it was wild. But after that, it went down. Yeah. When the economy went down, it's just, I used to live on Bowden Road. I'm familiar off of I'm familiar with Bowden Road, Don Gordito. I'm familiar with that area. That used to be my stomping ground when I used to work at a factory in Bankhead. I knew where Bankhead was at, so I'm familiar with Bowden Road. I used to live out. I used to work out there when I used to live in Lenox. Worked in a factory or a company once when I was younger. I was back in '08. That was years ago. That was during the Obama election. He said, Tampa, hell no. It's crazy. Okay. Well, trying to gentrify it. Yeah, they've been gentrifying West Atlanta for years. They still are. Yeah, Vine City, that's gentrified now. You got a lot of white folks out there now. I've been through there. West, you speaking my language now, West Atlanta. West Atlanta used to be big back in the day. It was something back in the day. And that's what it was. Yeah, it's dead. Yeah. It's like in The Walking Dead. Yeah, it's like The Walking Dead. He said, how is the IT market in Atlanta? Oh, actually, it's great. You got a lot of people from the Silicon Valley living here now. They're taking certain parts of Buckhead and West Pacey's. It's a lot of politics here. You just got to know where you fit in. And that's just basically it. So you just got to have your poised to it. And that's just it. And that's just how you got to have it done. So, Oh, damn, I'm Borgin. Hold on. Yeah. Yeah, I was Borgin a little bit. But that's just what it is. Well, yeah. I live in College Park on Goodbye Road. Okay. Off of National. Okay. He said, what's your opinion on Keisha Bottoms? She's trash. I don't even live in Atlanta, bruh. But I see it on the news a lot in Cobb County. But she's trash. What she did with that sheriff, man, she's up out of there, man. Ain't nobody fooling with that nonsense. It's the same shit that you see a lot all the time. So I'm just saying, man. Yeah. And I know Juan Jesus there, so you don't say what's up to Art and then cut out. Yeah. Because I know they're gonna be filled up in the nighttime, so X is doing something. So yeah, everybody's chilling tonight. So yeah, RA10 lights, great. I can hold the chat room. Finally. It's a good Friday. Yeah, she said Atlanta back. Yeah, she did. She said Atlanta back. I agree with that. Friday is crazy. I mean, Florida is crazy. Okay. Worse than Bill Campbell. Facts. I agree with that. Damn, I agree with that. I agree with that 100%. Everybody's chatting today. Okay. Yeah, the link was in the chat, so this is gonna go up. Yeah, a lot of people gonna talk. Talking now. I know people's doing things right now. But yeah, that's just it. You know, I mean, it's been an hour, so I'm good. So I'm not sure what's going on and what happening was. But you know, I just want to talk about, yeah, this is Friday's Special Madness, man. Like I do these every once in a while, but I did a series. I think I did 4. I'll do a 5th one sometime. I don't know, probably end of the month. We'll see. I might have to do another Thursday Thrills, but see what's popping. I'm gonna check my studio for a minute and see what's what. I have to put a number on it. Oh, it's the second Thursday Thrill. Yeah, I'll do another Thursday Thrills. But prior to that, I'll do another one. Sunday Chill, that's a 4th one. That's gonna be the last one. And that's a common occurrence. We'll see what's going on that one. And just have a chill Sunday and things like that. But yeah, there's gonna be days I won't do that. And some of these topics are Sunday chills and things like that. I might do them in a self live stream, and I'm just gonna be talking, and that's how I'm gonna play it out. So basically, I'm just gonna be, but here just speaking my mind and things like that. So you know, yeah, I've been trying to leave Florida. Trying to leave. Okay, yeah, y'all conversating in the chat. But yeah, man, I'm not even worried about what you say about Tasha K and things like that. I mean, she's just terrible. Like she's nobody. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm just saying, like people need to stop trying to give people praises like that. That's just how weak most people are, and that's just what it is. And I just ain't gonna worry about what certain individuals do. So you know, yeah. Yeah. But you know, I'm good over here, man, because yeah, it's a Friday, so we're good.
What's up, man?
What's going on, man?
What's cracking like it, man? What's going on?
I'm good, man.
Chilling down. Man, I've been, just watching it from the clouds, man. Just enjoying life, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, counting down these 19 days to officially an old ass nigga, man. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? That 40, like, when people say, man, when you get this age, you gonna feel a certain way. Usually, you feel that at least 5 to 6 years before you actually hit that age. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You start to feel a little tinges and stuff, but then you get that official title.
Yeah.
You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? And what's the crazy part is, man? Like the funny part about it is I'm actually looking forward to being called an old ass nigga.
Mhm.
Man, you just an old ass nigga. You don't know nothing. Like I can't wait to hear that conversation.
Yeah.
It's, you know what I mean? Because like knowledge without experience means absolutely nothing. You know what I'm saying? It's all theory.
Yeah.
Like, it's all theory at the end of the day, man. But yeah, man, you know what, man? I'm as the amoral pragmatic guy that I am.
Uh-huh.
How just talking about these people, these gossip people and whatever like that, right?
Yeah.
The thing is, man, um, people don't understand cause and effect and duality. And what I mean by that is y'all was all celebrating when everything went mainstream. Now that it's mainstream, everybody has an opinion. You know, Zen, everybody can use it as, before, like, when no one really knew about it but a select group of people,
Mm-hmm.
then you could challenge, you could say certain things, you could kind of keep the reins of things per se within the threshold of that community, right? Let's just say the space, right?
Right.
The space should have been more selective of who they said could represent them, be within that space, and these are the bylaws of the space, right? It was supposed to be, from my knowledge, the way I look at it, it's a special place. Shouldn't just be welcoming people in if they don't meet a certain criteria, right? Like it's like a fraternity, right?
Right.
Like not everybody can be a Q, not everybody can be, Omega, like you know what I'm saying, or something like that, right?
Right.
But the problem is that the space allowed any and everybody in it, right? And when you're there for a particular cause, the cause is for solutions and problem solvings, right? So if you have a particular problem, right? Sir, you say you go to the dentist, right?
Right.
And you got a say you have a cavity, right? You go to the dentist fixes your cavity, right? You know what I mean? He does his job, he fixes the cavity. You're not supposed to be at the dentist every goddamn day spending money because you had one cavity, right?
Right.
The dentist would not be in business if he had the same patient there every day, maybe once, 2 or 3 times a day, right? Now, if the space was about men talking about solutions, of course, those men that been there for like a year, they're supposed to not be around anymore. They're supposed to move on with life, figuring it out, find their solutions, and move forward. Maybe every so often come around, say what's up to everybody, give a testimonial about, yo, listen to dude, he helped me out, but I've moved on because I don't need that teaching anymore. We all don't stay in elementary school. We all don't stay in junior high school. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is that when certain spaces like this or whatever spaces that deal on solution-based problems on a social section gets to be mainstream, then that means society in itself has failed.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. And or what it means is it's a hot topic as of for right now, and then anybody is going to utilize it because you're not supposed to, and I'm gonna be honest with you, you're not supposed to get rich off a social economic problem like that. Like the problem that men in the space have with their female counterparts in society. You're supposed to fix that problem. You're supposed to hear their complaints and their critiques and fix it, or these men need to separate themselves from society and create their own society, right? And I don't
Right.
think they can do that, right? So then you would get, i.e., a KS that sits himself into the space. Should he have been a part of the space? That could be up to determination between whoever, but because of the cosign, because of the cosign of the pillars of the space, even he was getting pushback. And then he tapped into the one thing that the space had become, right? And that was the trauma bonding aspect of it, right? So
Right.
he pops off and gets mainstream, right? Then we all know that females will buy more things than men. They're consumers, right? You use a female to sell a product, so females can buy the product, right? And then, or men will buy the product, but we're not going to buy that much of the product. We want to buy a product and it needs to work forever. You know what I mean? Females will buy the product and the new product that'll come out, she'll discard and get the next product, right? So if those are your consumers and businesses need to pay on a daily basis, then of course he has to do what? He has to go on these female platforms. He has to take the manosphere talking points and everything, and he has to go to these female platforms that will drive these men over here, and these men will combat with these women in the chat rooms. Then these women will try to combat with their forces. But here's the thing: every woman that he's actually had these combats with, right? I don't know if Tasha K is married or whatever her name is, right? Right? Then what he has to say holds balance and value because of his presentation, right? He's a black man in a suit telling you the naked truth of what they already know. And when she has those interviews, right, with him, his subscribers, his base is bigger than hers, right? Which is a strategic move by him on that
Yeah.
part, right? But then he's trying to gather her subs over to him, right? She's thinking that she's going to get her subs, his subs, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, his subs is his subs. He's actually sucking down your subs. And if you don't come correct, right, you're going to be just like any other chick that calls up on his Instagram feed or his YouTube, because this is the one thing I know about, and I kind of looked at it with the Tasha K thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kevin, before KS started doing what he was doing, remember he was in the Coliseum every Saturday,
Yeah.
sharpening his skills on debate. Right? When you're around people like Cerulean and BGS and people that just spew out facts and information like they can tell you their favorite football team, right? When you're
Right.
sitting up on a panel for that long around these differences of people, you got your angry mans, you got your O'Shea's, you got these dudes in here arguing back and forth talking points, arguing with the Cynthia G's of the world, over there with the conscious community, the Tariq Nasheeds and the Jason Blacks.
Right.
And you having these detailed, high-level conversations that can go into niggatry and debauchery, but you're only on some gossip shit. And then he had his whole platform is about debating guests like Kevin, right? People he don't know. So he has to break them down in front of the audience within 10 to 15 minutes that he has the audience attention, where she can just sit up there and just talk to the chat and just say her viewpoints and her opinion, which she has the right to. So she having an interview with someone like that, she went into it unarmed. She didn't know what she was getting herself into. And then she had a nervous breakdown, and then the follow back, and she couldn't take the heat, right? The same thing with Lovely T.
Yeah.
Right? But she knew, but she was smarter with it. She was more media savvy. Because when Kevin was sitting in front of her face to face, she realized that she couldn't attack him. Right? Because the way his demeanor was, I'm coming to enemy territory. But he's seen this a lot. You know where he get that? You know where he gets that from?
The Coliseum.
Coliseum, when Cerulean went over there and was in Cynthia G's chat and totally turned it upside down and had them champion for him.
Yeah.
When you see examples of people putting things into play, even if it's on a smaller scale, if it works, right? So if you do it on a bigger scale, it blows it up even more. Now, she's jumping on the back end of it, right? Kevin did it to basically round it out because the next move is he has to temper down what he's saying, and he literally has to be even killed. It's coming soon.
Yeah.
Watch. It's coming, right? Because he's already out of the manosphere. These dudes that are clinging on to what he has to say, once he went a whole week on getting on men, they lost their mind. But his viewership rose up. His donations went through the roof because the women were throwing money at him. Get them in. Get them right. So it's to break you down and build you up. He's doing that to his audience. So he's actually going around systematically to all of these female platformers, right? And he's basically giving them a duel, right? He's what's that thing in the Kung Fu movie where the dude used to run around and challenge the dojos and take their sign, right?
Yeah.
That's what he's literally doing. And he's doing it systematically to all of the women in Atlanta.
Right.
In the place that he's at. So if he gets all of these women in Atlanta, whether they like him, hate him, or whatever, but they spewing his name, KS, guess what? I ask random women all the time, right? Women I just meet, especially like black women that are married, and I ask them a question. Do you know who Kevin Samuels is? And they say yes. And I agree with what he's saying because he is right. And a lot of these women ain't going to get married because they don't want to listen to what he got to say. Like I've seen white women YouTubers that are married, right? This is a rise. YouTube is pushing this in the algorithm, right? that agree with Kevin Samuels. Now, I'm not saying I agree with the dude all the way, right? Because I know how detrimental the rhetoric will be over time and what it is and where it stems from and all that other stuff, right?
Right.
But I understand that this is a business. I'm a businessman. Like I keep saying it again, right? In business, what he's doing is the proper playbook for propaganda and subversion through the mass media machine. That's how you do it. Like he's doing every play that you should do straight up, and this is how you have to do it in this new day and age. You know what I'm saying? Like before, you had to start off on radio. Like here's another one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Steve Harvey. Let's say Steve Harvey, the panderer in chief. Let's call him that, right? Steve Harvey, the panderer in chief.
Right.
He's going to be a judge now on TV.
Wow.
Yeah. It was a couple of weeks ago.
Like I heard about that.
Yeah. So he's going to be a judge. So what is he going to do? Family Feud and be the judge, or what is he going to do? Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So he's going to be the judge. But here's the crazy part: LeVar Burton was the host of Jeopardy. Right. Everybody's petitioning for LeVar Burton to be the host because he was a great host, but they would rather give it to Aaron Rodgers, that's playing in the National Football League right now. That's
crazy. Yeah.
But but think about this, right? And this is where we need to understand this about the subversion. Steve Harvey being a judge, right? If you look on TV, Judge Judy stepped down. She retired, right? She judged, right? But if you look at the judges on TV that are entertaining, they're all black.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Judge Joe Brown, divorce court, paternity court, couples court, whatever, with the husband and wife judge and stuff like that. They're all black, right? But why can't we have a black man host a show that's strictly about intelligence? Like Jeopardy.
You know why?
Okay. Yeah. See, now look at the propaganda machine, right?
Mm-hmm. I said that early in the stream. Mm-hmm.
Look at the propaganda machine. Tasha K is a needed, like I said, simps are needed for the environment.
Yeah, go ahead.
Tasha K is needed for the environment because it lets you know it gives you the temperature of the thought process of society outside of your norm, right? Yeah, she's nobody, right? She's nobody.
But she's needed in the ecosystem. Now I get it's gonna be more of her, but she is probably a template of all those females in the city of Atlanta. I try to tell you, a lot of those people, that complexion, it's kind of like they're not exotic. It's the norm. You can get them down here, no excuse. That's why Ramil always said, all these hoes is easy to get. Yes, they're easy to get. It's not that hard to get them if you know how to finesse right. They'll easily throw it at you. I seen this when I used to work, and at first I didn't believe it, and then till I saw it myself, I said, "Yeah, they are." Now the light skins, on the other hand, it's a lot harder because you're gonna have to do more and be I don't want to say a simpler trick because they're forcing you to do the T anyway. That's just automatic off rip, and I mean both of them do it, but not as much as the light skin because they have the backing, the little support they had. Look at Steph Curry's his mom's, for example. She's got a hell of a protection, you know, in a way in the South. But if she was like in the West Coast, like Dusty's mentioned, yeah, they're a little overrated because you got too much competition. The black women here, they're more. It's a lot of them. It's plentiful. It's no excuse to not get one because I know most men marry our women in statistics. Because we don't marry outside our race enough. You know what I'm saying? It ain't happened yet.
Yeah, well, see, here's the crazy part. Here's the funny part, right? Yeah. If you look up the statistics, right, less than 10% of the 44 million black people in America date outside of their race, right?
Yeah,
less than 10. Out of that, less than 10%, 85% of that are men, right? 85% of that are men, right? Mm-hmm. So now, when you look at white people, right? You know, white men are the largest interracial daters, right? Like intercultural daters, interracial daters, or whatever you want to call it, right? And there is a difference between interracial dating and intercultural dating. There's a difference, like, you know what I'm saying? So now I ain't going to touch that right now, like not
Yeah.
right now, but I'm gonna just say it like this, right? White people date at a 25 percentile in America of interracial or intercultural dating, right? It's 25. So they have the highest percentage. Black people are the next highest of less than 10%. You know what I'm saying? Now, when they say white people, they also are considering anybody that's from Europe or they look European from Latin America. You know what I'm saying? So when they mean black people, you know what I mean, they're talking about any Latinos or Mexicans that are darker hue that you can tell that they're not European, right? And then
Mhm.
the next lowest at a 5% clip are Asians, right? Are Asians, right? And then they're talking about Asians, period, from what I mean, the Asian region, right? So what this being said is that if America is actually about 40 to 50 years behind the power curve of what they were actually trying to do and assemble, right? Um, and the light skin thing, when you're talking about down in the South, it's a thing. Like it's a thing.
Mhm.
It's a Southern thing, right? If you're because of that PTSD of DNA of slavery. It sits there. It just for black people sits there, just for white people, just just in the colorism aspect, right? Where the lighter you are in the South, the more you get treated better, the more things you can get, or so have you, or whatever, right? Your mulattoes or your bourgeoisies or your boule class, your
Yeah.
Creoles, your Creoles, and all of that, right? But here's the crazy part. When you look around the South, and this is the funny part of duality, is that the light-skinned women will jump on the darkest dude they can find.
Yeah, true, true. That's so true. It's like
They
that
will,
down here. Mhm.
yeah, they will jump on the darkest dude they'll find, right? So, what I mean, you don't, and then you don't really see a lot of light-skinned women hanging in groups with each other.
Yeah. It's only
Yeah,
less. Only time you see them hang, it could be family, friends, they went to school,
yeah,
but 9 out of 10, they usually hang with, I would say, like medium skin, dark skinned women. You'll see now the medium and the light skin, they can get away with white men. If you notice in Georgia,
yeah.
other parts in the
Mhm.
South, the dark skinned women gets to pick of the litter here. It's just like it's funny when they complain online, but if you see them in person, it's totally opposite what they're dating. You'd be like, it'd be a white dude or a light skinned dude or a medium skinned dude. That's the norm. But the dark skinned dude, when he complains, it's different. It's a different type of animosity
Yeah,
in the space, and I can tell how they say and they want to day out and just want to join this group, what they call SYSBM, for example, and they'll do that
yeah,
and they'll say, all right, this is me. But if you notice the dude of my complexion or light skin don't fuck with dudes like that, and they actually do travel, and some of them are interested in traveling, they usually, I don't want to say they have the most money, and it's kind of funny, and it took me back when I used to be on this job, and I remember
mhm.
that is kind of weird. But then the dark skinned women that do get the money, they are the biggest C words of all time, but they don't even care about their own people, just like the light skinned people. They don't either. It's a bit of both. But you're right. They don't hang out with each other with the same shade. It's usually a different shade. And that's been like that since I would say
Ever.
before slavery. Yeah, ever. Or even because when we used to rule. But I'm just saying, like in
Mhm.
Tennessee, I used to see that a lot growing up. I didn't know that
Yeah,
back in my time when I was younger, and that's a
yeah,
southern thing. Now, other places that's a little different, but here it's nah, it's you got to blend in.
yeah.
So
Like
it
there's,
doesn't really
yeah,
matter.
they
Yeah.
don't. Yeah, even like when you get to the northern areas, right? When you get to the
Hmm.
northern areas, like you know, what I mean, the upper East Coast, or
Yeah.
the upper North, right? Lot of light skinned people, and I'm gonna just say this: a lot of light skinned people, especially in the Midwest, they don't like hanging in groups with each other. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if they're light skinned black person, they would rather feel comfortable hanging with um they'll feel comfortable hanging with another, quote unquote, lighter, lighter skinned person. You know what I'm saying? I mean, black person, darker skin, darker tone. It could be brown skin, caramel, whatever, darker than them, basically.
Hmm.
And for some reason, it's like this. the lighter I am, right? And I started looking into it, right? I just started looking into it. The lighter I am, the more quote unquote defenseless I am, right? You know what I'm saying? Like it's this weird thing, right? Like that
Mm-hmm.
you notice. Like I noticed that, you know what I'm saying? And then, is because if you look at the like, even if you look at like, if you look at the okay, if you look at the like, all right, let's just say like a light skinned chick, right? Usually she'll get the dark skinned dude, but he has to be a certain type. He's got to be a big, hulking, or a bigger, stronger looking guy, like
Right,
intimidating,
right.
menacing, right? If a light skinned guy gets with a dark skinned woman, she's very spicy,
Mm-hmm.
right? But she has to be spicy to everybody else but him. Like she's protection. You know what I'm saying? Like she's protection. Like my aunt, my uncle, he like 6 something. Light skin, very soft. Like he's not soft spoken. He's got a deep voice, but he doesn't talk a lot. He's very quiet to himself. He's funny, but when he's with my aunt, she do all the talking. She's spicy, neck going, everything. You know what I'm saying? Neck going, everything. I've noticed that. Like it's just something that I've noticed. So I get what you're saying, but here's the thing about Tasha K. She's a transplant. She's so much of a transplant that you can hear her New York accent.
Yeah, I noticed
And
that.
it's a New York
I
Jamaican
shake my
accent.
head. I'm like, why do they come
Yeah,
here now? The ones that's born and raised in Georgia, the dark skin, I'm talking about in general, they get
yeah,
looked down upon. And it's funny too,
yeah,
because they act like
yeah,
they're tough online. I try to tell you, she comes from places like where she is from New York, and they have that same mentality. And I've noticed
yeah.
they ain't that much different. The difference is, yeah, she may have the clout presence, the money, and all that. But when you get around the dark skinned people in the South, you're not the only one that's special. It's one of those situations. You was
Well,
fortunate, but
you know what it is?
yeah,
Hers is a difference, right? There's a
it's
difference.
yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna tell you what it is. I'm gonna tell you what it
Okay,
is. Because living like upper East Coast,
yeah,
um, living upper East Coast and stuff like that, right?
hmm
I realized a lot of stuff about that. And what I mean is I realized a lot of stuff is New Yorkers. Nothing wrong with New Yorkers, but New Yorkers, to say the least, and this is just my opinion,
hmm
New Yorkers, to say the least, are virtually, how should I say this? Is they has to be abrasive because of where they grew up at, right? Because New York is a melting pot, and there's racists up there, but it's so many people that's coming. It's immigrant land, this spot, right?
right, right,
So,
correct. Hmm
so she's got the northern abrasiveness of being a northern city person in New York, right?
Right, right. I get
you
you.
know, then she has a Jamaican on top of that, with the
Oh wow,
stereotypes of the
yeah,
Jamaican on
yeah,
top of that, right?
yeah. They blend
And
in well down here. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, right. And then she started off. She didn't. There's a difference between like Jamaicans that hit the South, right, and Jamaicans that go up north first, right?
hmm
And then when you got that amalgamation into that, and then they got their own colorism thing down in Jamaica
Oh
where
yeah,
everybody's
yeah, yeah.
bleaching their
That's a different breed. I
skin.
forgot about she's part
Yeah,
Jamaican. I didn't know
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Yeah,
She's
that
she's from the
figures. I
islands and
figured.
stuff.
Yeah, I figures.
So all of the attitude, everything that you get, the anger, the upset, all of this other stuff, right? Because here's the thing, right? Um, Jamaican men are like, her complaints, like when I listen to people, her
hmm
complaints ain't about American black men. They're about actually men that's from her actual culture, especially in New York City, right? Because Jamaican men are jerks, right? Like,
hmm
you can take the most jerkiest black man and put him next to like a Jamaican man. They don't do all of that.
Yeah.
They tell a chick, shut the fuck up real quick, go upside the head. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like, you know, like you talking about having kids, not taking care of them, fucking bitches all over the island. You know what I mean? Like, yo, you can't blame the white man for Jamaica as it's presently constructed because it's y'all niggas' fault. Like if
Yeah.
if you think about it, right?
Yeah, true,
So
true, true.
so if you know what I mean, not to say, you know what I'm saying, it is what it is. There's a whole bunch of other stuff, you know what I mean, that you would have to put into place. But I'm just saying this is that once you understand a person's rationale or whatever, this is just a come up for her to make her money. Because, and the reason why I say this is because if she herself, right, and the way she acts, right, and the way she keeps that going with no whatever, she herself doesn't have a dude, right? And or she's not in a functional relationship with herself, right? So this is a way for her to vent frustration and have a because she's mainly it's a 90% female audience, right? And the ones that and the rest of the and when I mean female audience, I mean, you know, she's got a lot of LGBTQ people in there that
Yeah, she got
identifies
too
as
many. She's got too many, and most of
she
them
got a
are. I think
yes.
they from where she's from, and some in the state of Georgia, and I would
Yeah.
say the Bay Area too. I don't want to say that no matter what race, but they watch her. She's got a
Yeah.
mixed audience that's
Yeah, because
from
they're
that
about the
community. Yeah,
gossip and the tea.
yeah,
They're about the gossip. They're about the tea, right? So even on YouTube in the beef sector, the people that got the highest looking channels in the black beef sector are what? It's the gay, it's the LGBT that's a part
yeah,
of the beef
yeah,
sector,
yeah.
right?
That they part of that.
They're a part of that, right? So if we know that they're a part of that, and this is what they're running and stuff like that, then you know why are we, you know, I mean, surprised that a person such as her, right, will have these people in, you know, quote unquote her airspace, right? And her whole point of bringing Kevin up there was he gay, y'all. That was the whole point. That
Yeah,
it was yeah, that
that
was
was
the
the
whole
whole
point.
point. Yeah, yeah.
That
He
was the
gay.
whole point. He gay, and then and when the lead, I think the lead attorney went up there. Oh, he gay too. Like any
They asked
black,
him those weird questions if they're gay or not. She asked him on the side. She said, "I have a radar." I'm like, "What the fuck?
yeah,
Who
I got a
said
gaydar.
that?" Like,
Well, because if the man don't want me, he got to be gay.
mm-hmm.
You see
That's a
that, like
tactic. Yeah, yeah,
that's
it's a
a tactic,
tactic.
right? Because
Yeah.
and I should know, girl, because I live in Atlanta.
Mm.
See, you see the
I see that.
yeah, you see the
That's
tactic,
what they
right?
do, man. It's a
Yeah,
tactic, and I know
it's
they
a
do that
tactic,
where they from. But see,
right?
here it's more prevalent. It's more accepting because now they do get killed down here. Shouts out to this guy, Lee Hampton. He broke it down, despite that he's on the other side. But he said it this: they do get killed by a bunch of racists on the low, but they don't tell you that because he come from a small town from Gary, Indiana. I did not know that. I didn't know they get lynched
Yeah,
like that. You know, but it's deep.
yeah. They get fucked up. Yeah, they get
Yeah,
fucked up. Like in Jamaica, they
yeah,
get fucked up. They get
yeah,
killed.
yeah.
Like in Africa, they kill them. Like they
Yeah.
kill gay people. Yeah, they kill
Yeah,
gay guys.
they try
Yeah,
to
they
tell this
kill.
lie that like they're peaceful. That they get killed outside of Atlanta, in Atlanta, and they do kill each other. You know, that's the
Yeah,
sad
yeah,
part. They don't tell
yeah.
you that on the news,
Oh
but
yeah,
you
they
know,
do a
long
lot of
before.
killing of each other. Yeah, they do.
Yeah,
Yeah, they fuck each other up all the time, especially when it come down to cheating. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? Like, you
yeah.
know, they want you to believe that that the whole world is gay. No, it's only a small
No,
percentage of them.
yeah,
Like you know, if the whole world was really on that gay stuff, then there wouldn't be no people.
exactly.
Like they wouldn't be making no babies. Like all of them adopted kids will be adopted right now. Like every look, they are a super minority, but they want you to like and the people that are really in that community, they want you literally. I'm just saying, like the older, the conservative ones just want to be left alone. They don't want
Yeah,
to push the agenda. It's the it's like the 1.0 manosphere, the
yeah,
2.0 and the 3.0. It's like the 1.0. It's like feminism, like the first wave, second wave, third wave, and fourth wave, right? It's the first wave, second wave, third. You know what I mean? It's a lot of that going on, and a lot of these guys or these people, right? You know what I mean? And that's what I'm saying with Tasha K's what she's doing. That's why I don't, you know, yes, we can say, yo, that's kind of feminine behavior or what he's doing or whatever, right? Now, if the dude's gay, that's even worse on her end because she's going to lose her support.
Yeah.
She's dumb. She's playing the stupid game. Like she's playing the real dumb game. Like she's going to lose her support because they trying to, this whole come out the closet and all this other stuff. Well, here's the thing. Even if him and the lead attorney was gay, they act straighter than they act straighter than the gay dudes is walking around. Like if they was gay, like I don't care. I care nothing. Like what I'm saying. Less. Like I care less. I care less. What his sexuality is, I care less. It doesn't bother me nor phases me one bit what this dude's sexuality is. I don't care. I don't lose any sleep over it. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? It's not upsetting me. I'm not running around like woe is me. Why God has forsaken me? You know what I mean? And all this other shit. I don't do that because I understand what it really is, right? And when I mean I understand what it really is that, you know what I'm saying, is that right now we're dealing with a media, right? And the media that we're dealing with, the immediate media that we're dealing with, it's about to get out of hand. And when I mean it's about to get out of hand, it's more shit to be worried about than be worried about what a dude's sexuality is. Like you cannot debunk his talking points without pointing to his sexuality. Like you know what I mean? That means you didn't have an argument, right? That means you didn't have an argument from the get-go. You know what I'm saying? And your community is pretty much feminine, right? Your community is pretty much feminine. Because if I look at Fox Soul, right? Yeah. If I watch Fox Soul and the gay dude, they brought the gay dude that's up there, you know what he said? Yeah, he a sissy. I know he gay. Like, I'm talking about Kevin, right? You know what I mean? Like, we make jokes about the whole Chelsea boots and stuff like that. You know what I mean? We make jokes about
the fanny pack bags,
Yeah, the fanny pack bags, you know what I'm saying? But every dude, that's the thing. That's the fashion sense. But fashion is driven by that community. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm like, it's a truth. Fashion is driven by that community. It's a fucking truth. It's not a lie, it's a truth. Fashion is built by that community. And even the straight clothes that you consider straight, there's usually some guy that's in that community about that life. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, it's not a lie. It's a fact. And people don't want to, just like the clothes that you like those yoga pants that dudes love so well that women will wear. It was a gay dude. Yeah. That designed that. I want y'all to take, you know what I mean? I want y'all to take 5 seconds to think about that. It was a gay dude. Do your research. Yeah. Do your research. It was a gay dude that designed that. Them pants that you wear, you know what I'm saying? It's a gay dude that designed that. You know what I'm saying? Like, so what I'm basically saying is with these people, once you come mainstream, these people become a part of the ecosystem. She wasn't talking about Kevin, right? She might have mentioned him here or there, but now she get a chance. Remember, Kevin's platform blew up overnight, lapped her. He basically did what she was supposed to do better than her, right? You know what I'm saying? And the thing that probably irritates her, right? Because here's the thing, right? Okay, a man can't tell us how to act, right? Okay. Especially a gay man can't tell us how to act. But I'm pretty sure you got a gay friend and you ask him, how did he get men? Let that make sense, Chuck. Like, remember when we was growing up, when you was in a group of women, and it used to be, it's the pretty one, the one that's real pretty. Yeah. There's the bulldog, right? She could be fat. She could be, she's the one that doesn't look as well as everybody else. She got the attitude. Right. She the one to give every dude the hard time. Then there's the one that's kind of like the quiet to herself. She's there. She's go along to get along. She's almost just as pretty as the prettiest one, but she maybe, you know what I mean, she's socially awkward to a certain degree.
Right.
And then you got the 2 or 3 hanger-oners that are a little bit above average, you know what I'm saying, or whatever. So as a dude, you understand this. So you go in there with your homeboys, right, for the attack, right? You know what I'm saying? We go get some broads, right? Because this is how they would roll. This is how they would protect themselves, right? So now when you started getting older, you started getting in what your late teens to your mid 20s, you start seeing the change. The bulldog, the angry, disgruntled chick, right, is now removed with the gay guy. Or the dyke is there. Right?
Right.
Right? Because now, and then in your, now for you to combat that, right, you gotta have a dyke in your squad to counterbalance that, to nullify that, so you can go ahead and talk to whoever you need to talk to.
Right.
Right. And now, and then this is where the problem was, because if a girl had a gay friend, he was there for a reason. He does hair.
Yeah.
He dresses nice. But he stayed in his own community. They maybe like meet up, you know, go out and grab something here, but they wouldn't be hanging with this person. Right?
Not like that, yeah.
Not like that. And only the prettiest of pretty, like most of the chicks on average had to be like a 7 or 8. Even the mouthy chick in the group had to be a 7 or 8. And then the top chick had to be a 9 or a 10 for the gay person to be in the group, and the dude would still approach and whatever, right? Now you getting average Bettys that was running around with the gay dude in or the LGBT person in there, right? And now women are complaining, well, why all the men in Atlanta are gay? Or why majority of them are gay? Well, what do you think is going to happen when you got all of the arts in one city? What do you think going to happen when you openly accept them into the heterosexual spaces and use them as a defense mechanism or
a tool,
or a tool to cipher men in and out? So, you know what I'm saying? Like, what do you think is going to happen? And they're going and like, remember, you're dealing with a man that likes men. Right? You dealing with a man that likes men. Like, that's a whole different beast. Remember, he's hunting the apex predator. The predator's hunting the predator, right? Like, remember Jurassic Park when you were scared of the T-Rex until that Spinosaurus came out?
Right.
And then it ate the T-Rex, and you like, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what, you know what I mean? And this was a system that they allowed. Like, this is a thing that they put into place, right? Because you, like, here's the thing, right? And this is where society, and it's not just women's fault, but it's the mechanism behind society, right?
Right.
When people were talking about, you know, when she's, you know what I mean, like, she's trying to claw her way up to the top, but she doesn't have, how should I say it? She doesn't have the resources or the connections to do what Lovely T does. Lovely T takes her money and pays her guests to be there. Lovely T takes her money and goes to these engagements and talk to these people, right? And she fucks up too. But she has a whole squad. Like, she got a whole production team.
Yeah,
she has a whole squad to get.
She's supposed to have a whole squad and a production team. And 9 out of 10, that's keeps her out of trouble. If she if she did not have that, despite she's making a black, she's been done. I mean, if I was her, she's doing.
Well, no, I mean, like Tasha K, she got a squad of people that bring her shit. But Lovely T, old girl, you know what I mean, over there, Well, my bad. Yeah, Tasha K. Yeah, Tasha K's got a squad. I mean,
Yeah.
Tanya TKO is the chick that's Jamaican and whatever. But yeah. Tanya TKO. I think what dudes was asking was I think they got him confused with Tasha K and Tanya TKO.
Oh, Tanya TKO. She's
Yeah.
Jamaican. Yeah, she's
That's who
yeah,
they're talking about.
I don't take
they ain't
her
talking.
seriously.
Yeah.
I don't take her.
They're not talking about Tasha K because Tasha K already did the Kevin thing and moved on. She actually took a lot of heat on Twitter for not going at Kevin like they thought she would. And she said he's a guest. He didn't attack me. He was respectful, so I'm gonna be respectful to the guest. If y'all don't like it,
that's usually the way it is. Yeah, you have to.
Yeah. She said, I'm not going to go roast the man if he's being respectful and stuff like that. Like, I'm not going to do that to my guests because why would I? I'm like, this is not an ambush. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? Like, if y'all want to go watch that, go watch Gail or Oprah Winfrey or something. Like, that's not what I'm here for because I got to be fair and balanced. Like, y'all don't like it, then so what? Like, I didn't meet the man in real life until I met him. Then I realized my opinions changed. I was like, when she said that, I said, I got respect for you. But Tanya TKO, that's what everybody's talking about. They're getting it confused. They're getting, they're getting the Tanya and the Tasha confused. Yeah, because I was like, wait a minute. I thought about it. I was like, no, that's Tanya. That's Tanya. You know what I mean? Like I said, man, people want what they want until they get it, and they really don't want it no more. But they don't have enough integrity to say I was wrong, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you know what I mean by that is like women want men to be more manly, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when men started being more manly, right, but they want men to be softer too, right? Like they want a artisan, right? They want a guy to sit up there and paint all day and can dress well and talk to them about the colors of lavender and aqua and indigo. But then they want this same dude to go hunt down a boar and shit.
Right.
And bring back the bacon. That dude doesn't exist. You know what I mean? That dude, that guy doesn't exist, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Because how am I going to have the skills of a hunter? And I'm up here, I can't hunt down no boar smelling like fucking berries and shit. He gonna be in my ass.
Yeah.
Like this is, you know what I mean? I can't hunt down a goddamn buck, a 10-point buck. Cause he gonna smell me a mile away. Like I don't know what I'm doing. Like I can paint him. Like, you know what I mean? They want Bob Ross, but they want The Rock at the same time. You can't. You know what I mean? This is, you know what I mean? But here's the other problem. Men want their mama. They want their mama. They want their stripper, right? And they want a CEO of a company all in the same woman. And that doesn't work out like that.
Yeah, it doesn't exist. Yeah.
It doesn't exist. You know what I mean? You could get tinges of that in that woman. Like you could get parts of that in that woman. And women should understand that you can get parts of that in a man, right? Where he understands some. But if you dealing with a guy like that dress nice and does all of that, you know what I mean? Okay, he dresses nice, but he gotta stop dressing nice to take care of you. Because men clothes cost a lot.
Yeah,
we get, when a woman can go to, you give a woman $400 to go to the store to buy some clothes, she gonna come back with bags of shit. You give a man $400 to go buy some clothes, he might come back with some really good Italian dress shoes.
Yeah,
and that's what if you caught them on sale, 20% off. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, Tom Fords cost money, bro.
Yeah,
like Shannon Sharp, them suits he wearing, them $5,000 to $10,000 suits.
Those are expensive. Even I say our dress clothes are very expensive. The ties, the bow ties, the socks, and the shoes. Now, the women, they have expensive dresses. It equals out. But I would say the men in general, as a whole, like if you're talking about culture pieces around the world, they do have some expensive shit. Now, I ain't gonna lie, Japanese do have some expensive sashes. I don't know what they have suits and the Italian, it all intertwines with each other. But yeah, that's a lot of money behind those clothes. But go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, men's clothes are expensive for a reason. Because when a man buys some shit, he ain't trying to come back here and buy it again in the next week or two. You know, he's, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, shirts are cheaper. Ties are even expensive for that little piece of fabric if you're talking about it. But that's what I mean is that everything is off the Richter. And of course, these are the part of the ecosystem because whether you like it or not, the conversation is being had now. Right? Like it might not be had the way that you want it to be had, but it's being had nonetheless. Before it was being totally ignored. And this is what the space wanted, right? Did they want attention to the problem? Because, you know, it comes from the men's rights thing, right? But you have to have a discussion before you get to a solution and a diplomatic agreement to it, right?
Yeah.
Before with the 1.0, the subject wasn't even being brought up, right? So they brought it up. Now, 2.0, they kept hammering. The 3.0 took it over. You know, nobody's still listening. And then the 4.0 is like, well, since you bitches ain't listening, we gonna start killing bitches.
Yeah, that's the KS thing. That's the purple paradise.
That's the purple paradise. Yeah, that's the craziness. But guess what? I'm sorry to say this. Violence gets people to listen.
Yeah.
It's a sad thing. I don't rush it on.
No, it's the truth. It's the truth. I ain't said that's the truth. I mean, I hate to say that, and then the reason I had a mild rant in the beginning of the stream, I'm like, who cares about that thing, Tasha? She's irrelevant. She's replaceable. I don't care if she's from all these Caribbean, they're replaceable. They get them all the time in the East Coast. I've noticed when I first moved to Georgia, I didn't understand it. And if you understand East Coast culture, like up north and the South, it's damn near the same if you really talk to them long enough because they come down here based off the money. And I'm like, why they bring all these people from those countries? And I get it. It's a thing. They have to put them in a certain setting. Close. Yeah. You don't even have to grow up all the way to New York and they bounce around the South. And what I've noticed, it's convenient. You know, where I'm from, you couldn't even do that. You had to adapt to the culture. But over here, it's like you got to accept that shit. You know what I mean? Because I ain't used to seeing gay people on a regular like that. You know, in my state, we lynch them as hell. We beat them up and all that shit. See, they come from places where Lee Hemp used to come from Gary, Indiana, but they come to these places. See, they ain't expect them to get killed like that, like killing fields. But see, they don't tell you that on the news. They lie on the news to try to fool y'all. Everybody's happy, all dandy glory and blue pilly as hell. And then you come to find out that they have problems. They have problems like everybody else. You know, they have their own community. Like it's called Midtown Atlanta, right? That's their community. That's the smallest and the rich part of the second rich part out of Atlanta. It's in the middle, right? Yeah. But they do get killed out there. They don't tell you that. They do get robbed like everybody else. Just like they mimic what we do. It's just a different a setting. But, you know, now if you talk to them, they ain't messing with you. They ain't trying to hit up on you. You could tell who's who and who's extreme and who's mild. You know, it's levels to his shit. You have to study. I'm like, wow. They come from different places. So I was like, you think he's from Atlanta, but no, I come from the Bay Area. I was like, oh shit, LA, Manhattan, Harlem and shit. I'm like, where y'all talking about? London and Russia and they everywhere. But that just shows you they're a small figment of the world. So yeah, you do have straight people that act wild sometimes, but you know, I'm not denying it. I just had a guy on a Labor Day panel and he likes the sex doll thing, but this is what General brought up. He's older. This guy, Seafood, shouts at him. He's older. At least he was on. I said, that's your thing. That's not my thing. But I told him that he respect me. You know, the one thing he respect me for saying that because I don't have to judge you. See, that's the part being Black Pill is. Yeah, you don't worry about the shit. It's going to be here. And it took me to realize over the years, these people are meant to be that way. And, you know, you can't save certain people. You know, you try to treat people what they are. And him being a little Black Pill himself, you ain't bothering nobody. At least you're honest, because most of them ain't honest. They're like trying to pretend, I get on YouTube and I pretend this way and I don't do a textile and all this other shit, but they lying online and next thing you know, they get caught and there you are, you know. But that's the whole point me discussing it to him, like, yeah, man, and, I had to do that stream because Labor Day, because nobody wasn't doing much. I said, you know what, let me do it in the daytime. But we was talking about that, and it brought up to General's point about the dolls and stuff, and then the people being asexual. Like, he has a point. I was at that stream too. It was like 11 hours, but I remember him saying that. And it's some crazy shit. But he was right. A lot of times, you have to deal with it. See, the whole Tasha K thing, go back to it. The culture, that the way she dressed with the haircut, the dresses, you're in. You know what I mean? They ain't judging her. She blends in. They don't know if she's gay or not, but she shouldn't have said that, but she said it anyway. And she's dark skinned. That's another way. They always got to promote this same sexual shit. The light skin, I hate to say gay, mid skin that are gay, that hides it very well. They don't broadcast it. They keep it to themselves. Like a conservative, they keep it on low. They be in Midtown. You see them in Target sometimes. Oh, you may see them at Walmart and Best Buy and be dandy glory. Next thing you know, they hide that shit, right? But if you go to big expensive places, they don't really come out. It's usually the darker skin. You think she's straight, right? But you find out that she is on the other side. You be like, what the fuck? But you gotta accept it at the point. Then, if she's the prettiest dark skin, and you think she has a husband, and then come to find out she's married to the same sex. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know if it's legal like that, but I think it is.
It is.
Yeah, it is. It is. It is.
May I ask?
And it's sad.
Can you guys give me a rundown? Because I just got here.
What's going on talking about? Yeah. Oh, we just talking about a rundown with the comments over. I got this from a chat room in the live stream, and it was talking about this Tasha K thing. To me, it's irrelevant because one, she's just another person that's gonna get replaced in the future. And like I'm talking about in general, like you cannot let her complexion, that type of people, or Jamaicans like her, like brainwashed, and they dress a certain way. These type of women are a joke. Nobody takes them seriously down here. I mean, you may take them seriously in New York, but where I'm from, they're a joke, man. We don't look at them as much. We respect. I hate to say this, we respect more Haitians than anything. Quiet is kept because we don't do nothing to them because we know they be on their own shit. Some of them can be crazy, some of them be cool. It's like this. We treat Haitians like almost like the Africans, I hate to say, because Haitians, at least they have something. Okay. At least they have something. See, Jamaicans, they have that mix of British French accent, the Creole, and the patois sometimes. They're the type of people you look at them in a British sense, right? Because it's kind of hard because we're like next to them. Based on islands and Western, because we speak similar language. French people are different. Okay, we consider them exotic. Period. That's just how we look at them. But as Black Americans born and raised here, but a Jamaican, it's a different story.
Yeah.
So are you saying Jamaicans are not all they seem to be, or something like that?
What's going on, DJ Bad News? What's going on?
Man, I'm gonna just tell you from experience. Okay, so remember, how man, what, like, I don't like to ask people ages, but like, what were you born in the 80s or the 90s?
80s, 89. Right. I'm 32.
Okay, all right. So you was born in the 80s, right? So let's just say this, right? Remember In Living Color?
Is that with Queen Latifah?
No. In Living Color was the television show where the Wayans.
Yeah, I remember Living Color. Yeah, I'm
it used to come on. It used to come
they
on.
Had Jim. They had Jim Carrey. They had the Wayans brothers that ran it. Jamie Foxx had a lot of people, but the Wayans brothers, they kind of ran that show together with that group who owned Living Color. I don't think they exist anymore now, but you know.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
I'm sorry. I probably never watched that show. I'll probably have to go on YouTube and look a snippet of what that is. You can't find it
because Keenan owns the rights and he don't let nobody stream shit, nothing unless he getting paid. So I don't blame him. But yeah, so back in the day, right, there was this propaganda machine being ran. I believed it too until I actually got around some real Jamaicans, right? And the propaganda machine was that Jamaicans were the hardest working people ever. So the running joke was, it was called the Buttleys, right? And they were, and Keenan was making a joke about being like, his family was called the Buttleys, right? They had these froze, but they looked like butts, right? And He was like, I just came in the house. What are you doing, man? And he was like, Father, I got like his daughter came in, right? So the daughter came in and he said, I have a man. He's a doctor. He's like, okay, and what else? No, he only got one job. He doesn't have 3 jobs. Oh, that man's lazy. He's a lazy ragamuffin, right? So they kept pushing this narrative, right? Keenan was making a joke about it. But America was pushing this propaganda. White America was pushing this propaganda that Jamaicans work way harder, right, than Black Americans, right? Because there was a lot of influx of Jamaicans coming in the 80s and in the early 90s, right?
Okay.
Now, I started meeting Jamaicans, except for the ones that live on the reservation. You know, and then like go to church and stuff like that. Majority of the motherfuckers are worse than niggas. They ain't shit.
Yeah.
Right. And the only reason I know about it is because my man went down to Jamaica to do some reggae and shit like that. And he came back. He said, man, fuck them niggas. I see why they island is fucked up like it is.
Wow.
Man. Yeah. He's like, them niggas ain't shit. Like he I was like, what? I was like,
I
what?
mean,
like,
I'm just saying, like, you gotta. But here's the thing about Jamaica. Like, if you look at their per capita income, it's not that much. So,
no, it's not. It's not about
it's not. No, I'm just saying, if they have a low per capita income, that means something is jacked up in their economy.
Well, no. Here's the problem with Jamaica. Just like any other place, right? And this is the problem with their economy, right? And this is where you take the white people out of the spectrum of a lot of shit, right? Okay. Just like Haiti. Ain't no white people ruled over Haiti since 1700s. Right?
That's 18th century.
Yeah. 18th century, right? Yeah. So Haiti had a rise and fall, a major rise, major fall. The problem when you're talking about nations, just on a Black perspective, right? Just like in Eastern Europe and the way their nations is fucked up, right? It's corruption. And people are not investing in the infrastructure, and the corruption is so rampant, right? Corruption exists; it's always going to exist. But corruption is so rampant that only the top tier people control everything, all the resources on the island, everything. And the police in Jamaica have the iron hand. Like it's ridiculous. Right. Like like my man, he flew in, he brought some bottles of cologne, some things and whatever to give people as gifts. He paid $10 at the duty free per bottle. He got to Jamaica. The lady pulled him to the side and said, we're going to have to charge you import tax, $15 per bottle. He said, no, I brought this at the duty free in the airport. He said, this is Jamaica. He said, now if you give me a little something, I'll act like I didn't see it.
Oh, okay. So corruption and bullshitting going on. Okay.
Yeah,
that makes sense. Yeah. I mean, I just saw there's actually a documentary on the German news channel called DW or DeWalt or whatever it's called, and they were explaining I guess it was Congo or Congo. And it showed how massively corrupt it is. Like only like the 1% of the country in Congo is stealing damn near 99% of the income of the country. It's crazy.
That's why
it features a woman in the thumbnail, and she's like on an iPhone with a Lamborghini in Congo.
Yeah. Like I watched this, right? It was a guy, right? Have you ever seen they're called Congo dandies, right? Right? This guy has a suit on, right? Like he got a Shannon Sharp undisputed suit on, right? The whole suit, everything costs $2,000 to $3,000. Shoes is $1,000. He's standing in the middle of a shanty town, right?
Shit.
His father passed down their business that he had, right? Like it was a business his father built up, passed it down. He took all the money from the business just to buy suits to show off and shit, right? There's a governor or a person that runs the town that does that shit too. He takes the taxes instead of building up the town that people are paying, and they walk around with a little group of 5 of them walking around and shit in these $2,000, $3,000, $5,000 suits and shoes and shit, stepping over cow shit and manure with no real roads in the fucking city. They did a vice thing. Like if you really look at it, like it's like you look at, but then the people that come to America, you get what I'm saying? They act like black people are lazy. Black people ain't this, that, and the third. You niggas ain't shit. This, that, and the third, right? And y'all should be grateful and this, that, and the third, and all this other stuff. Meanwhile, if you listen to a lot of these immigrants and these people, right? Not saying they all are bad, but the ones that look down on black people, right? They'll take the resources that they get. I don't blame them. They'll send them back to their country. All of these people from all these foreign countries that come over and send their money back home, why is their home still fucked up? Right, even with foreign aid coming from the U.S. and other European countries, which is just as invested to get the resources out of the motherfucker, right? But what that means is they're practicing rugged individualism,
right?
Right, and we think that they're so unified, but they're all family. And then here's the other crazy part, right? Right, they engage in the most human trafficking.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Matt, it's funny you said that because think
about the yardies.
I looked up where slavery is still legal in some of those African countries.
Yeah, listen, look. I'm gonna say like this. Look, remember they was running the Stop the Asian Hate campaign. They was running that hard, right? They got their little thing, but then they had this news article came out where they found that a lot of the Asians that were working in the restaurants, right, especially in New York, when COVID hit, it went up by 400% unemployment for Asian communities. Right? That's 400%, right? So so who was hit hard by COVID, right? Because of the corona came out of Wuhan, right out of China, right? Well, Asians, about 95% of the time, employ their own. They don't employ other people from other countries, from the neighborhoods of the dynamic, right there, right?
Yeah,
so they're bringing in their own labor, right? So they're bringing in their own labor, and they don't have to pay taxes on it, but they're giving out work visas. Then they found out 400% of these people applied for unemployment, but guess what? ICE was coming in there snatching them up because they didn't have proper visa paperwork.
Then
they asked them how did they get here.
Yeah, especially where I'm at in Texas, it's a huge problem with these massage parlors because it's strictly like a cash business, so nothing is documented.
Of course, and they don't pay, and they work the hell out of them chicks, and then they force them into what? Prostitution, because the massage parlor. Because come on, you coming in there to get a $20 massage. You're not listen. You're going in there to get a $20 massage.
Oh man, no.
Ain't nobody going in there to get a $20 massage.
It's easy. Yeah, it's easy to tell. Where I'm from, like from what I can see, like it's easy to tell which is which because if you look at the buildings, if it's blacked out. And the signs is neon lights. Automatic.
What you need a massage late night for? Like what I'm saying?
And it be like when I did my Uber and Lyft rideshare runs because I mostly do it at nighttime. The third shift. These places be open like at 2-3 a.m. in the morning. I'm like shit.
I'm like, but in Asia that's normal because that happened. They don't open up until like 10 o'clock at night.
But brothels are legal in most Asian countries. Like some of it is kind of like like the government authorities, from my understanding, like they don't like it, but they're not going to enforce the law on it. It's more like just keep it on the low and don't cause too much trouble, kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and that's what I'm saying is that when they did when they said stop the Asian hate thing, right? Okay, you get all of these Asians roll out, right? Okay, they roll out. That's the way they're shipping their money back, right, to their homeland, right? Okay, that bank transfer, that wire transfer, that per time he flies, they get another person to come into the U.S. and all this other stuff, right? This is called an economic brain drain. This is what Western power has been doing since the Dutch, right? This is voluntary slavery.
Absolutely.
Like if you really think about it, right? This is voluntary slavery, right? Instead of the white man enslaving you, we're going to let your own people enslave you and bring you over here on their dime, on their ducat, and work in our system.
Yeah, and then like the banks with those wire transfers, they get in them transaction fees.
Yeah.
They double dip. That's why I recommend brothers to invest in Western Union just to get on that tip.
Well,
because Western Union is like the biggest money transfer corporation. It's trading around $20 to $25 a share. I haven't looked at it that recent, but I give or take, it's about $20. It's trading $20 a share, and it's a dividend stock. So check it out.
Yeah, like Western Union.
Because I was just gonna. I'm sorry, man. I was just gonna say, people don't realize, money transfers or remittances is a $700 billion business, man. 700 billion. Yeah, I'm telling you, 700. I studied this. Matter of fact, just remittances from the Mexicans that hop off the border, and we're talking about folks that don't have any work visas or documentation. They're sending over 50 to $60 billion a year to from the U.S. to Mexico. They're sending U.S. dollars to Mexico at a $50 to $60 billion rate every year. The highest I've seen on record, that I've seen, was like 2006 was the last year that it was the highest at 70 billion that they sent just before the economic crash in 2007.
Wow.
Wow.
It's a big. That's why I said brothers need to be on that Western Union, because it's a good stock to own, especially if you're into long-term investing. Western Union is where it's at, bro.
See?
Yeah, because Western Union operates in about 170 countries, so it's a best bet, bro.
Yep. Yeah, Western Union's everywhere. Like, and here's the funny part, right? Here's the funny part about Western Union. People don't know, right? The thing about Western Union is that the Western Union, just like American Express, is actually backed by the CIA.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, people don't know that. Like American, you know what I mean? Like, which is backed by the government, the federal government. You know what I mean? Bonds and all of that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, because that makes sense, because they're trying to track down money laundering and financing of terrorism, quote unquote.
Well, here's the thing, right? Here's the funny part about
I'm just saying that. I'm just, you know.
Oh, no. It's not.
I know what you mean,
down.
though.
No, it's not actually tracked down. It's actually they engage in it. And I'm like, the United States is, being private military and all that other crazy shit. Just, I ain't there no more, so I can just say what the fuck I need to say. Is that?
You're talking about double dipping?
No. They actually make the terrorists.
That's what I meant. That's what I meant. They're kind of double dipping. They're making money on the transaction fees, but they're also making money on the private contract route, or well, the war contracts.
Well, here's the thing, right? Okay, so put it to you like this. Okay, when was the last time, right? that the United States went to war with an actual army from an actual particular nation?
It's been over 70 years, give or
No,
take.
Iraq.
Oh, okay.
Twice, right?
Okay.
Twice, right? Because
Oh,
remember,
you're talking about
yeah,
a conventional
conventional
combined
army.
arms military?
Yeah, combined arms military, right?
Yeah,
So,
okay, yeah, then you're right. Mhm.
so that was over with. The first Gulf War was over with within 24 hours,
Mhm.
right? That was
Mhm.
you need to do what we tell you to do. Stop
Yeah.
playing.
Yeah.
The second one was, since you ain't listening, we're gonna give you the stick.
Mhm.
Right? We're gonna give you the stick, right? Everybody didn't like that because they were occupied, right?
Mhm.
So the Libya thing was actually the United States using the rebels as a trained CIA operatives, using them to rise up to take, and then basically taking out all of the communications, right? Because remember, the United States gave it an okay. So the attack on the embassy, right?
Mhm.
If you attack a country's embassy that's in your country, that's their soil. So basically, the embassy is a representation of their soil, of their land. So if you attack the U.S. embassy, it's like a direct attack on the United States. So when they was having all the rebels rise up in Libya, because Gaddafi was trying to centralize all of the money and wealth, right, in Africa by backing it with his oil and gold, right, having a central currency, which would have
the gold dinar
would have basically threw the whole market in upside down, right?
Yeah,
you know what I mean. So what
I
happened
remember that.
was to get Gaddafi out of there, right? But they couldn't directly do that. So they had the rebels go up against Gaddafi, get Gaddafi out of there, right? Then have another group of rebels come in and attack the U.S. embassy. This gave the U.S. the go ahead or the international clout to do what? Run up on Gaddafi, run up in Libya, and start blowing up all telecommunications, right? Then everybody's tripping about the people that the embassy got attacked and a couple of dignitaries got killed, right? Like you supposed to be in a place like Libya where they having fighting and ain't nobody supposed to get hit by no bullets on the way out. I don't understand that, but anyway, right? So with that being said, right, now the thing is Africa, when they were coming together, right? You're seeing every leader be deposed. Right, you just like it was just an African lead, just a person, an African leader of a nation. Right now, they had a military coup again. They had him sitting there on the couch looking stupid. Right,
I think it was Guinea or starts with the G.
Yeah,
but I know what you're referring to.
Guyana,
Guyana or something.
Yeah,
Guyana.
It starts like
Guyana.
GU.
Yeah.
It starts with the
Guyana.
GU.
Yeah, Guyana.
Yeah, so you know what I'm saying. So because there's a Guyana in South America, but the one on the continent of Africa, they took over.
Two of them.
And they say
they got there from the same, I think, country too. That's how they got in
Yeah.
South America. They try to fool people. No, it's almost damn near the same. So you know, Slave Coast and all that.
The spelling is different.
But they got it from them. They try to fool y'all and names things, and sometimes with these names, when they conquest people, like I mentioned earlier about the Spaniard that was racist against a Mexican in the mall when I met, and how he looked down on him, they still think like that today. And I try to tell people, if you ever talk to people from Europe that do speak our language, it's kind of a different feel, because they study this country way more than we do, because the average American don't understand that they study how the West is, you know what I'm saying?
Well,
and
Spain,
how the culture,
Spain, you're right on that, because what I've noticed is that the top leadership in most Latin American countries are the white class.
Yeah,
from
closer to the original.
Because
directly
if you
from
go to
Spain.
Spain, they still treat y'all like shit. Like they
Oh,
will
yeah.
always. I've noticed this too, and I've experienced this back in 2010. I was 22 at the time, and I'll never get this. They always treat the Black Americans better than they do the Caribbeans and the Latin people down here that looks darker or mixed in or whatever. And I shook my head. I never understood their racism. And then when I realized historically in the Italians, it's a bias. And they do this a lot. And they do this a lot. That goes to them in Spain. And I never understood that because the whiter ones and the ones in, I don't want to say Israel or wherever, they have a bias too. They don't treat the other race outside of their little circles. And even in France, they do this shit all the time. That's how they got it from. And see, Britain, Britain straight up. And I'll tell you one thing I respect about Britain. At least they straight up with theirs, except the others, you know, because they let you know they'll use money on you. They'll use the police on you, and they let you have it. You know, in Ireland, wherever, in Belfast, you're good, right? And Russia and all them other countries I mentioned that hide their shit like Spain do. They're the worst ones. They're the worst ones that will fool you. Now they'll pretend to be your friends. This is the Germans come in, right? They all have this same fucking pattern. Now, the obvious one is Britain. They're the loudest and they rough with their little language in Northern Europe. You know, they let you know. Now, Switzerland, them other countries, like when you get to Russia and them places, if you ever meet them in person and over here, they do the same shit what Spain do. And it's weird because they always big up niggas until shit goes left. Then their racism comes out. And I've noticed that over the years, and I'm like, why they do that? And I figured out it's systematic how they do that. And they do that on purpose to try to check you. But they'll check the other people that doesn't look better than us. You know what I mean? They're trying to control the color thing. I never understood. I was like, wow.
No. Well, I'm gonna tell you why. Like it was like that. It was like that up until World War II.
Yeah.
See, here's like people like when you travel or you go places and you touch shit. You go to Normandy. You go to these places in Europe. You go to Eastern Europe. And you go to like both sides of Russia. Right, you go to the Eastern Europe part of Russia, and you go to the east part of Russia. Like I went to Petersburg, and I went to Vladivostok, which is like basically like right next to Japan. Right?
Yeah, so I know where that.
I can imagine. I can imagine.
You know what I'm saying? So here's the thing, right? Okay, when they were liberating these camps, right? Because you talk about when the I'm gonna say the small hats. You know what I mean? For better.
I know what you're.
Yeah. All right.
I got
so when the small hats were getting liberated, right? They had to send black people in to get them to come out of these camps, right? Because the Nazis would play little tricks, little mind games with them, thinking they get liberated. They would literally fly planes over, drop people off to act like they get liberated, and then they would run out there like, "Yeah, we get liberated," and they'll run out the camp and they'll mow them down. Right? Just to let them know that there's no hope. There's no God saving you because God only sides with winners. Like this is the same tactics that the Japanese would do. Right? So remember, the Japanese not only they enslaved the Pacific, but it was also Russians. It was also Australians too, which are white people, right? Europeans, right? You know what I'm saying? So when they were sending these white people, right, to go in there and say it's okay, even in these military uniforms, they wasn't believing them. So if a black dude shows up in the middle of France or in Italy or whatever, talking the way we talk, they trusted the black guy because there's no way Hitler would even in his wildest dreams or any German or part of the Third Reich would allow a black man to walk around, especially an American black man. So black men and women, to a certain degree, have a high regard from the freeing of these people in their own nations in World War II. That's why a lot of the affluent, very smart black people during World War II stayed their ass in Europe. They didn't come back. They became missing in action. There's a lot of black people. Look. There's a list. When I was running around Europe and I was seeing this black dude speak like straight, perfect French, and I was like, "Oh man, okay, he must be from like the continent. He must be from the islands." No, man, where you from? I was like, "Man, you sound like you got a Boston accent." Yeah, man, I'm from Boston. It's like what? Like, yeah, old black dude in his 70s.
So are you saying are you saying Europe is good for black people or no?
Well, it depends on the way. This is the thing, right? If you go to Spain, right? When I was walking around Spain, they gave me a little side eye, but when they found out that I was Black American, their whole attitude switched.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Because they got a problem. It's not that. It's not that.
Power?
It's not that too. They respect all of that, whatever. What it is the most of the black people that come over to European countries come over from the continent. And they come over from countries that ain't doing too well. The majority, right?
Yeah.
So they're not considered civilized. We're considered civilized because we understand about contracts, decency, decorum, acting a certain way, not embarrassing yourself. Black, you know what I'm saying? Like being a certain way, right? They, they think it's barbaric to be sitting up there eating with your hands and shit. You know what I'm saying? And all this other, doing like certain
that's
things.
How they think. Yeah, that's how they think.
You know what I mean? Even though the funny part is that they used to eat with their hands and we taught them motherfuckers for to keep spreading disease, wash your hands.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's just, but modern day, that's what it is. Like in France, most of the black people in France come from the old French colonies. Like the Senegal and all of those places. They're immigrants, man. Like they come over
Congo, like the Congolese men, fastest people. They go
Mali,
all that.
Mali, but they're coming over on boats and they're they have that thing in Europe, that open border shit. So if you touch the actual coast, right? Once your feet hit the ground, the soil, they can't kick you out.
Oh, right? You're talking about the Schengen area.
So they coming over, they're paying people to smuggle them in. Like they got an island off the coast of Sicily, right? That's Italy, where prostitution and all the shit is rampant, and it's Nigerian gangs that run that whole island. The mob, the Italian mob, the Sicilian mob circles the waters of the island. They let them do whatever the fuck they want, as long as they pay it. But they need to stay on that fucking island. So if you go on that island, it's nothing but Nigerian women just busting it wide the fuck open. Busting off for real. I'm dead ass.
No. You're right. Yeah, you're right.
I'm like, so when they look at it, like when I go to Australia, right? They treat Aborigines like niggas was treated shit back in slavery. Damn it. They treat Aborigines like how they treat Aboriginals are treated like Native Americans on reservations and shit.
That is so true, and that's facts. And what he's saying is so true. And people tell me all the time when they travel, and they say, "Yeah, that's how they treat most dark nations." Now, when you go to their places, they treat us like we're worse than white people, but that's before white people, when we was knocked off in power. And I tell this all the time. They know who we are historically, because the reason I like talking to them and fasting them people, they know the secrets and the gems. See, the white folks won't tell you that because they rather have you on their side because they're outnumbered. That's the real reason. And we're powerful.
White folks.
Deep down, they would rather have us particular and the Caribbeans to destroy the other dark races. See, the Arabs know this too, and the Turks, they all know this. They know we're better than everybody else on the planet historically, because if you study history books, scriptures, whatever, we've always dominated others. And when we used to rule, it was very conservative. It wasn't this liberal, happy day Roman bullshit. No, we was chopping heads off.
So I just want some clarification. When you say you guys conquer or you control other dark people, who are you referring to in terms of?
I'm talking about us specifically that has
American blacks.
Yeah, Semitic background. I'm talking about historically what we used to be called. We wasn't called African. That was just placed on a specific white group. I'm saying historically, the other dark races look at us different because they know our background in ancient history. And they told me this when I was younger. They broke it down like this: you guys built a lot of shit, but they won't say that in person because of media and bullshit that y'all hear on TV. Me, particular, understanding that at a young age in high school, I learned a lot from Sudanese and certain black people that used to have Egyptian ancestors, and they'll tell you they know who's who, and they know who the Black American is historically. If you go by his tribes, and there's Black people that used to live in Iran, outside of Iran, look similar to us. I broke this shit down years ago in a pre-record, and me and Elder Young one talked about it. He explained to me those people look like a bunch of niggas like back in the day, but they don't tell you. They think they're Arabs, but they're not. And Arabs know the difference because no, they look similar to the Black Americans in the Caribbean, because if you study the Moorish history, a lot of them were Semitic, and then the other ones were not, because they knew who's who. Just like Fasten always said, if you ever talk to a Semitic Black man that spoke Aramaic and he know the history where we come from, we spoke different languages. We lost those languages over time because we speak English and French now and Spanish now, because there's no need to go backwards, because white folks understand our history better than anybody else. We're so lost because if you study real history back then, we did the same shit. The difference is we didn't torture a lot of people like that. We did it like probably like an Armageddon sense. If shit went left, that's what we would have done. Like cannibalism, it was in-house. See, what they do is they do it all the time. It's in your face. So other cultures are different than we are. That's why a lot of us ain't the same. That's why it says mankind. Every kind is different, because if you study how they think, you understand that's what they do. See, we wasn't raised like that. Now, if you grew up in a culture like that, that's how they got down. Now, when I learned from other cultures, other races, I was like, man, I didn't have to explain to me. See, when we were young, if you was born in America, you understand the brainwashed TV. They think everybody's the same. But now, when you actually meet them, you're not the same, because you understand they put you in the category in each country. And like, you know, it's been like that in ancient time. It's just the white man, when he rose the planet, he misused everybody. And that's why there's a confusion with him than us. See, historically, we put nations, we put names on people. We actually represent what we represent and what they represent, because every dark nation ain't brothers like that. No, they are rivals and enemies, because we had wars with them. See, Africans will tell you the gems of the Semitic people versus the white man, because you rather get it from a North African or East African to tell you the most. The West African ain't gonna tell you shit, because half of them ain't our people. I would say I'll give you the Liberians and Nigerians is close, because a lot of them ain't all African themselves. I hate to say that, because most Africans look at them side-eyed, because that ain't their people either. So if you want to go tribe or tribe, I bet you they were created. Liberians was created.
what's the best in your opinion? What is the best African nation, or what's the hierarchy? Like who's the best
on one? Top of the food chain? The best, I would say, if you want to know history from, is the Sudanese, because they have the Egyptian background, and everybody else is probably on the bottom. And the reason I say that, if you talk to a lot of Sudanese that used to live in San Francisco and they live in Tennessee right now, they give you the history of the lowdown. Now the other ones do too, but if they want to go further back, we all used to live in a land called Mesopotamia, and that's where it all started from. And it's one landmass. See, what you call Africa, that was a man-made white man name. It was named something else. See, the white man wants to fool you with these A names all the time. Don't be fooled by that. That came from a Roman white man. And if you study Roman history, what in its entirety in Hannibal, you understand that a lot of those so-called African cultures understand that, because they know we're different than everybody else, because we have different bone structures, different blood types. If you want to get technical, you're going to have to study the Moorish history in depth, because they trick you not studying it, because it's important. White man knows it. And the reason white man fears a lot of his problems with other people, and us particularly, see, we can wipe him out with ease, with force. We can use technology and magic to rip him apart. The only reason he's stopping us is the key things. We don't like each other when it comes to the bullshit. It could be petty shit, what we do online. Even back in ancient time, when we did that, we used to execute people. We can't do that now. No, because the white man, when he steps in, he interferes. What he does is he let us kill each other to an extent. But here's the trick. He puts that piece of candy in the back of your head, or dangling like you're a dog or something. Then you go fall and kill yourself, whatever. That's what they want you to do. So that's exactly what they've done. You know, and he said somebody Egyptian ancestors. Nah, we ain't Dogons, bro. I'm telling you, Sudanese will look at you. They can call themselves that. We're not, because they know who we was when we used to live in the desert. The Arabs know us very well too. Yeah,
is Ethiopians cool, or are they?
Yeah, they're cool, well, but they're not. They're not considered.
Like the Ethiopians that you're looking at right now,
those are Arabs.
Those are Arabs that are mixed with like Southern Italians. And I'm like, and
all that, yeah.
And what you got to look at is you got to look at when Mussolini and all of them took over Ethiopia. Like if you look at, like if you got to go to Ethiopia, right?
And then I'm just saying, because like I keep on hearing that a lot of brothers like Ethiopian chicks, or like they big up Ethiopia.
They big up Arabs, bro. That's their problem.
Yeah.
They try to say that. See, that's just another name right there. See, that what you call Ethiopia is known as Kush. The Kushites, they live all over. Now those Falasha Jews, those are Kushites. Okay, they try to lie about their history. No, those are actual Kushites. Now they'll tell you better than anything. Now the Falashas, I don't subscribe to their little nonsense, but the ones that actually practice their Kushite culture. Now they do have some in Ethiopia that's Kushite. They're on the coast or whatever. They'll tell you better. They already know who the Black Americans are historically, because they ain't going to tell you in slavery. And even the head tribe, if you want to study the Israel doctrine, where the head tribe, they sold their own people to slavery. I won't be surprised with them, but in the future they would be called what they in scripture is Zion. That's why we never believe in Christ. Christ never exists. It's a myth, man. I always thought he did exist, but then to come to find out there's prophecies that he didn't exist, and I won't be surprised we made him up. And then the white man just took it to extreme and broadcast it. All he did was took other religions from dark cultures and told lies, right? And then these fake Persians trying to say they found shit. You ain't found a damn thing. This is why my channel is so about correction in history, because that guy that's actually researching, finding bones and shit, you got to actually read Sanskrit and you understand what's going on. Those people over there know what they're talking about. It's just, I wish there was a better explanation they can tell you. If you ever sit down and talk to them side to side, they'll tell you who's who. Fasten's the only person who can tell you that, and that's why he's so important, because a lot of dudes, you can't listen to people that's in America. They don't know what the fuck they talking about. You got to actually study people before you travel. You study people, you get an idea who's who and who's what. See, there's two types of white people. One's created and one came from a Semitic group called the Edomites. Now, they won't tell you that history because they try to say they're the white man, because it's obvious. Because if you study the people of Israel and Italian, they're all one same Edomite group. There's Amalekites. You got your Temanites. Your Temanites is what you say the people in Israel. Those are another tribe of them. The other tribe is the Amal. The other tribes was killed off and defeated by other dark groups. Because see, Esau, you got to remember, in his history is so small. That's why they're the only red group that has blood through their skin. And I think me and Elder Young One broke it down in pre-records. And I remember the time he did videos on talk about the Dukes that own a lot of money in America. Those are Edomites, man. That's why I always call them Esau and this and thing. They don't even like that. They'd rather you call them the Jays, Israel, or wherever all day long. But if you call them Esau, they'll snap, because they understand. So Esau deals with the field and the guns and everything else. He's the hunter. He's a cunning hunter. That's why they're so cunning all the time. But I get what you're saying. But you got to understand like this. Historically, where they come from, they don't stop doing what they're doing. They just always gonna tear up shit. And if you study their military tactics, they steal from everybody. They really, their history is nothing but barbarism, bro. And you gonna really find out who they really are. See, if you study Roman history, that's your answer with their history right there. So you know.
Okay. Yeah, I'm a big history buff, so I'm well aware.
Not a problem, you did.
Roman history. I had a question. So like, is because from what I've seen on YouTube, and I haven't studied it too much, but from what I've observed, like, are you saying like these guys that claim to be like Hebrew Israelites that I've seen, is those brothers fake, or is it are they misguided in their beliefs? Or
it's just some, I would say, like the Tahar group, or if you want to talk about Arya, they're teaching the wrong type of Hebrew. Now, if they actually study Sanskrit and Tetragrammaton, I don't use the term Hebrew Israelite. That's a propaganda term. Now, if you want to say we're people of Zion, yes, in a way, but most cultures know who we are historically. I ain't gonna get in that debate with them, because it's no need, man. Because the more they dig up shit, and the more you dig up the ancient shit about the people of Israel, you're gonna come to find out there's Semitic people. But if we had that blood DNA fucking test, and if you go back to the Vatican libraries, they know who we are. They know it's the niggas over here. They're not gonna tell you that because it costs a lot of money. Because number one, most people are fucking stupid over here. They don't want to acknowledge who we were historically, especially black people. They don't acknowledge that we sold ourselves when we was exiled. You have to go to certain scriptures in Deuteronomy that in the future we was gonna go down like that. See, in ancient time, yes, we went to slavery. Future wise, we was gonna be exiled. They're not gonna teach you that because the only person that can give you that, I wish he did live streams, was Elder Youngwood. We was talking about that stuff. He talked about the prophecies and things like that. Like the New Testament is kind of fake, but what he's breaking down to you, if you read Isaiah 53 chapters and the Ezekiel 40 chapters, like the 47, 48, something like that, the peace how it's gonna be on earth. We won't have peace with everybody. The thing is, it's the living water. See, if the Most High did come back, you're gonna see it to believe it. You know, the media is not going to tell you shit. You got to see it for yourself if you're around that time. It depends on how people's living and things like that. See, over there and overseas is a bunch of bullshit that's created by the group we're talking about and other groups, and they wanted that to happen, but in the future they're not going to make it last long because it's going to be future wars, but there will be peace through that shit because we'll be the only group. And you'll say, well, damn, what took y'all so long? What they have to understand, we was under that shit in the US. See, the US is a giant. There's a reason. Without us, the US wouldn't be shit. And they know that because you take the black man out of every economy in the US or in the Caribbean, and I would say Britain or in Italy somewhere, right? In Israel, right? Take them niggas out of those armies and militaries, private military, and assassins groups. You're done. You don't have a structure. You know what I'm saying? Why you think
we're technically we're technically physically dominant.
Yeah, well, it's not that, but we're intelligent too. The sad part about it is if you take them out of all of the military structure, white structure, they're done. The reason why the white folks want us to remain on the bottom is because they know deep down we can take this shit. Malcolm was a great example. He's probably like the last example. Now, I mentioned Marcus Garvey in that conservative stream. I told Mike V, yeah, he was. That's because they forget Malcolm was a Garveyite. Even before he went progressive, slightly left. That's when he wanted to change shit, but it was too early. It was too soon.
I got a question for you. So then would you recommend like the best, I guess, religion? Are you talking about like the Moors? From my understanding,
if you want the best bet, if you want to study the history,
I'm agnostic. I'm just gonna say that.
That's cool. That's cool. Even if you're agnostic,
I'm saying out of all of the, how you say, the out of all the subcategories of Christianity or whatever you want to call it, like what is the best bet for like most folks I
wouldn't trust any of them, but if you want to be agnostic and to believe in the Most High, I would stick with the Torah and the Tetragrammaton and the Sanskrit. That's the best bet. Kind of like what you saw, like I don't want to say Old Testament Bible, you can study that and then use that as your reference, but then it's okay to study Buddhism and all that. Just don't worship them. Just let them be what they are, because 9 out of 10 you're gonna come to find out a lot of those people that's Buddhist and Hindu, they're just as bad as monotheistic religions. It's just other idols that these other cultures were. Would you learn about their cultures and discipline? There's good things in them.
Yeah.
I just don't take them seriously because 9 out of 10 that's not realistic. Now you can, in a pill sense, look at it in the black pill sense and study them. You just use them for study references. Don't worship them, just like the New Testament. Use the Jesus stories as a study reference. That's what I do. The reason I don't mention the scriptures on here, because a lot of people don't believe in the Most High. No way. I do, and they don't, and that's okay. Because most people, you gotta have an ecosystem of people like that, and you gotta have an ecosystem we can work together. Yeah, we could talk about money, other things all day, but when it comes to faith in the Most High, it's separate because everybody has different beliefs how they're gonna die anyway. I can't force that on you. I can't force you to believe what I believe, but I'm saying historical reference. If you study the scriptures of the people, they didn't just worship God all day. They actually knew a lot of shit. If you want to study the history of those people, the Israelites or Zion people, those people actually study how the world worked. It's just other groups told stories on them in their books. It's just in their interpretations, because what you're going to find out, they know who's who. What I mentioned before, they're not trying to make this a religion thing. That's just a cultural and nation thing. See, race is just nothing but competition. That's all race is. They use skin color as competition. Ain't no competition, a damn thing, because we beat everybody in every competition. See, they use that as a game. You got to understand the game. They use race is divide and conquer. That's the whole purpose of this one group of people, why I call Esau, whatever. Those people, so-called white man, the white man, and them in general, all of them, no matter if they're the small group or whatever, they all play the same fucking mindset. But this is why they ain't gonna last long, because other groups are not fucking with them like that. That's why Japan is building up, because they don't know what's gonna happen with North Korea and China, because they're gonna be obsolete and they're not built like that. And that's why I agree. Shouts out to Charles Faulkner, said this the other nights ago when he was on his channel, and he said Chinese don't have the military might. He had BGS on there. He had a stream. I was in that stream.
Oh, I was on there briefly. I had to go. I just spoke about it. I actually talked to Charles.
Yeah, like the thing that I don't get, right? Like when I don't have those conversations no more, right, with people in the manosphere about like China and shit like that.
Yeah,
because as soon as I start talking, they were like, "Man, what you mean?" I said, "Nigga, I live right across the street from the motherfuckers, bro. I get the news before you get the news." Like,
you're the brother that lives in Japan, right?
Yeah, that's DeAndre. That's DeAndre. That's the guy I've been telling you about. I try to tell you, he's a regular here. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I apologize. I think
no, you good.
I was in a stream with you one time.
Yeah, it was the convo after stream over at Kudas. You know, I put it in the After Pills playlist. I mean,
after these long streams and you going to different streams, it's kind of hard to
remember stuff.
Hard to go back. But I remember you though.
Shit. You know, I go by their avatar, their name, and things like that, and then what I do is I study what they say and what people say in the input. Like he said, I don't talk about the China shit with them fools either, because they don't know what the fuck they talking about. I actually met a Chinese person that is from Shanghai, but he was a banker though. He came over here and I met him in Emory years ago, but he had an English name named Ryan, but that ain't his real name because I forget what his Chinese name was. They do this all the time. They throw their name away, and they throw their name in their country. They don't use it. They use an English name, and they'll pick a name like a Ryan or Matt or Brian, whatever. And they do this a lot. He told me this, and that's a cultural thing. What they do, they respect kind of like the territories of our country, in the same with ours. Now, sometimes they'll let us use our names, right? Or they just give they give you a name. Some countries let you do that, and some countries don't. They don't care because they want to go by your American name. You know what I mean? Just be respectful, because all countries ain't the same. Like what I've noticed, and when you start talking to foreign people over here that live in America as transplants, you learn a lot from them that's born and raised here, because you get an idea what you're getting into, and then you ask them certain questions, what to watch out for. That's your tour guide. That's how you travel. That's your tour guide. And DeAndre will tell you that's your tour guide. You got to have a bit of both, you know, and it works.
So you're saying like a lot of dudes like on the chats, they're kind of a novice in geopolitics.
Man, they don't know what the fuck they
don't know what they fucking talking about.
So these guys are geopolitical flunkies then, basically.
Yeah. Like I would say like this, right? I would say,
because I'm like I listen to a lot of geopolitical podcasts, YouTube. I mean, I've done like hundreds of hours of research throughout almost 12, 13 years.
I'll tell you a secret. If you listen to a person that travels like DeAndre on this panel and a few others, and I would say like Charles Faulkner, those are the guys you should be listening to. And then there's Cerulean,
just them two,
and BGS, and I think BGS, and then BGS is another good one. He'll tell you.
No. Oh, hell yeah. I like BGS.
That's the circle you want to listen to. And then Art New Style, he's another one. He's Haitian.
Yeah, because he traveled.
Yeah, he travels.
Yeah, like you got to listen. Like
SKC, he travels too.
Yeah, like you got to be able to listen to people. Like I'm gonna say like this, right? Okay. Japan doesn't know what's going on. They know what's going on, but the problem is they playing chicken, right? Okay, they were supposed to. Okay, so this is what the United States was going to do anyway, right? Because of technology, they don't need the manpower they needed before. Okay, so the last time Japan was really in a war, it was World War II, so it was manpower. Right. So a lot of places in Asia, right? Old school nations in Asia believe in the manpower aspect, which means is army first, right?
Personnel, yeah.
Personnel, army, people, soldiers on the ground, right? South Korea, North Korea, China, all of that, right? All of that, right? Even Japan to a certain degree. The problem is that war, they find it unarmed. They still got this whole honor dying on the battlefield for your nation shit, seeing your enemy. You know, Japan don't even feel like they lost the war because they didn't face their enemy. The enemy just hid behind an iron fucking dragon and dropped, you know what I mean, and dropped dragon fire from the sky. Right, it wasn't an honorable death, right? That's the way they look at it, right? The nukes and shit, right? Okay, now the United States has been like. Here's the thing: Japan is the size of the west coast of California, right? The main island of Honshu, right? There is Zama, Zama, Yokota, Iwakuni. They opening up a new base in between Kyoto. And then you got Yokosuka, you have Sasebo, which is at the tip of Japan, right? And then if you talk about Okinawa, that's 7 military bases. That's 7 military bases, right? Now Okinawa's got 3 bases itself, right? So that's actually almost that's actually 9 military bases. 9 military bases in a foreign country. 9. Now we ain't even talking about now. Here's the thing. You got 9 military bases in a country. Then in South Korea, you got 3 military bases. You got an Air Force base, you got an Army base, and you got a Navy base. That's 3. So you have 12 military bases, right? You got 12 military bases. China can't get off their coast if they wanted to.
Yeah, it's called the First Island Chain.
Yeah, right. It. So they
that consists of Korea, Japan, Taiwan, and the Philippines.
And the Philippine base was shut down, right? Like in the 90s, right?
So they just reopened it up. Matter of fact.
Yeah, but it's a training thing. It's not like a full base.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's a training thing. So what
logistics
I mean, base. Yeah, like, but it's logistics based, but it's just to train the Korean, the Philippine military and stuff like that, right? Because the president is on some Gaddafi shit. Like he to jump back. He's on some other shit. I'm like, you know what I'm saying? So you know what I mean? So now you also got a base in Singapore, you got different little bases, and then you got offshore black sites that you don't know shit about. It's all in the South.
One of them was in Thailand.
Yeah, one of them was in Thailand.
Is a CIA black site.
Yeah, but it's like
it's declassified shit.
Yeah, but the other ones, it's about 24 of them, right? So then you got Australia that they building up a marine base because they moved all the marine bases, and then you got Guam, right? You got Guam and Saipan, right? See, Guam and Saipan are United States territories. They're like Puerto Rico, but there's a Navy base on one end of the island, and there's a Air Force base on the other end of the island.
Shit,
right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so the Marine Navy, base. Are you talking about the Marine base in Darwin?
Yeah, but they're going to make it bigger because they're training them for urban warfare. And then Then the Australian Navy has all of mostly the old Navy, the old U.S. Navy's throwaway ships. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? The old sprue can destroyers, the old cruisers, and the frigates, right? So
the Arleigh Burke class.
Yeah, the Arleigh Burke class is the guided missiles, is the DDGs. The sprue can destroyers are the DDs. Like, I was actually on one of the last DDs in the Navy before I decommed, and we gave it over to the Australian Navy. So and then the frigate, right? Like a FFG, a guided missile frigate, but they plugged they took the missile launch off and gave it to the Australian Navy because they didn't want to pay for it. So you know what I mean? So they're selling the old tech, they're training them up, right? So the Australian Navy is basically Australia's bigging up their shit, right? So they're bigging up their Navy. So now China spent all of that money on building up their army, and they're in the arms race to build up what they really should have been building up is their Navy, right?
That's what they're doing right now, from my understanding.
But the problem is that here's the issue and the problem, right? For them to compete with the United States Navy, they have to use what? Chinese ain't launched no satellites, have they?
They're not launching satellites, you say?
They haven't launched any satellites like that, right?
Right. I mean, so, I don't know, because it's kind of weird that you say that, because I remember listening into that they've launched more satellites in a given year the past 10 years than the United States put together. So I'm not sure.
Well, the thing is they've launched all these satellites, right? But the problem is that the satellites, okay, you launch a satellite, right? It needs maintenance, don't it?
Yeah.
Who they got up there maintaining them satellites? Why you think the International Space Station exists?
So you're saying that the Chinese are not able to maintain their own satellite network?
And they're actually putting trash up in the atmosphere. If you go watch Neil deGrasse Tyson talk about, we got a big problem with talking about space debris and garbage.
Yeah,
That's the Chinese keep launching them satellites, because once the satellite go down, instead of sending somebody up there to fix it, right? They basically just send another one. Just send another one.
Yeah, because I saw like I guess an illustration where like the debris of space debris, it's all over the fucking outer space. It's kind of ridiculous. It's in the tens of thousands.
Yeah, and they literally have to how should I say it? They have to do something. Well, basically China, even if they're going to China, if they're going to build up their military, right? Their Navy. You need GPS. You need guided missiles, right? Guided missiles are guided by by satellites, right?
Yeah.
All right. So how do you get access to these satellites that have already been tested, already been maintained, instead of trying to build it yourself, right, and maintain it yourself? Well, you would have to join NATO, right? NATO gives you the access codes, but guess who actually invented NATO and controls NATO from the shadows? The United States. So the United States has just shut your shit off in the middle. The only thing the Chinese have is old Russian tech from World War II that give the United States Navy problems, is them old ass diesel generator fucking submarines. But then we got
I've heard the Indians or Japan or one of those nations, they were able to detect those diesel electric subs. Those things are a piece of junk.
No, actually, no, Japan is not, because I used to be on a destroyer and a frigate, and we had to go chase them Chinese subs. Japan don't go chase them, we do.
No, I'm saying not chase, but more like
no, they can't detect. They can't. Like,
so you're saying the Chinese diesel electrics, are they garbage, or
no?
Are
they're
they
that
pretty
good. They're that good because it's a diesel generator. So basically, it's a diesel generator. You can't run a diesel generator underwater, right? Because diesels need air. So you surface, you basically charge up, right, the batteries to have your electric charge up. Once you get underwater, electrical generators, right, or like just like an electric car, right? You don't hear them. They're silent.
Oh yeah. Quiet
right?
as a church
Right.
mice. Yeah.
And then think about it. You put all of that sound buffering technology, that sonar technology, right, around the submarine body itself, right? Because sound travels farther and faster actually underwater, right?
Okay.
So when you have sound like that doing that, right? Then you got all of this buffering technology where you're blind. Like when you're in a submarine, you're not looking out no portholes and seeing shit, right? Because you're at the bottom, like you're below sunlight can reach. So you need sound to tell you you're pinging sonar, you're pinging that bing sound is binging off of shit. So that tells you the topography of shit, right? So if you're pinging something and nothing comes back, you know that's a sub. Now you got a guy watching a radar, but you have a guy listening. This is called a sonar tech. He understands certain pitches and frequencies. So it's actually still a human interactive thing. Technology hasn't gotten that far. So you got to listen to the human ear, right? So the human ear is listening to a certain pitch. Okay, if that pitch doesn't come back, fuck, what is this, right? Okay. Now the electric sub can now mask its signature and turn itself into a whale. So you're thinking it's just a whale underwater and you'll bypass that motherfucker.
Damn. So you're telling me because from my understanding from the news articles that I'm reading, they're saying Chinese subs are trash. But you're saying it's not trash. Their subs are on par with international standard subs.
No, well, far as spying and seeking, right? Far as armament, no, they're trash. Because once you find them,
so trash. you're talking about like a reconnaissance type of submarine.
A Chinese sub is a U-boat.
Okay.
Right? Basically, that's what it is, right?
Okay.
The problem is with a Chinese sub is, right? Right? Is it has to surface. So
the surface. Gotcha.
So I'm gonna tell you this. I was in the middle. We was doing an exercise, right? We out there with the aircraft carrier, right? So when you out with the aircraft carrier, you got the command ship, right? Which is the when you got a command ship, you got the admiral on it, right? Got the admiral over the whole region, right? The command ship is an amphibious assault ship, but it sends all the commands, right? It's like the if you think of warfare, it's the general's quarters, right?
The command and control center.
Yeah, so it's on the water, right? You have your aircraft carrier, right? Your aircraft carrier is your big dog, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
You have two submarines. One submarine is to protect the command ship, right? To be around that. The other sub is to protect the carrier, right? You have 1 or 2 cruisers. You have 4 destroyers. You have maybe 1 or 2 frigates, right? The frigates and the destroyers' job is to protect the aircraft carrier, right? If you shoot a torpedo at the aircraft carrier, the destroyer and the frigate has to get in the way. Right? Now, so so we're talking about we have 4 destroyers, 2 cruisers, right? That's 6, 2 frigates. That's 8 aircraft carrier, 9 command vessel, 10, 12 ships out there. Chinese
is that considered? I'm sorry to say this. Is the name for it? Is generally referred as a strike group or a strike carrier group, right?
Yep.
Okay.
So basically, this is the strike group in Japan is called Strike Group 7. Right?
Strike Group 7. Okay.
Okay. So at any time around the world, there's at least 4 strike groups. Right? So Strike Group 7 is out, forward deployed, right? We out. We're doing a joint exercise with the Japanese Navy, their little aircraft carrier group, and the Korean Navy. Everybody's got this thing called perimaster air, right? Perimaster air is hot air that's sent around the hull of the ship to make the ship's signature underwater look like it's a shipping vessel or a fishing vessel or something like that. So you don't know that it's a warship. Chinese sub decides to periscope up right behind the aircraft carrier. Right? Periscopes up, pops the top. It sees, holy shit, periscopes down and tries to peel off, and we run and we hawk the motherfucker down. Helicopters. You got 12 helicopters with goddamn fucking depth charges and sonar scramblers dropping it in the water. It was corralled within like an hour of it trying to run.
I think I read a news article a few years ago about that.
So Chinese now think about it. If it was any other sub, even a standard nuke, it wouldn't ever be able to get that damn close. That's the scary part of a Chinese electric diesel sub.
Yeah.
Okay, so then yeah, you're right, because I remember reading that article because I like military tech and all that, and I remember reading that article, and matter of fact, you're absolutely right. Now that you're saying that, I remember reading that article a few years ago about that situation.
Yeah.
Okay. So is China's military just straight up garbage? Is it decent? Is it
the problem with Chinese military is this, right? China military is like North Korean military, right?
Yeah.
They have a lot of fluff. Like, okay, you know what you should do? There's this guy that was a defector from the North Korea that went to South Korea, right? Him and another guy, and they were talking, and they were showing them the differences between North Korean military and the U.S. military. And he was like, they got good equipment because we just get a blanket. Like, we can't fight them. They tell us that he was talking about the propaganda that they tell them in North Korea about they can beat everybody else in the West, but they don't show them what the West actually got. So the propaganda machine is this, right? If China's military might was so good, right? Why don't they just run into Taiwan and just fuck them up?
They don't have the military might. Charles said this last night. He said, they have the tech and everything and the stealth play. They wish they would have the SEALs and the Marines and the PMCs that we got. But when you got a bunch of Chinese and a lot of Koreans and a lot of Asian people from Southeast or wherever they come from, right? Now, why in the hell are they joining the CIA? Answer that. Why are they messing with Taliban? Now that right there is a question mark, because they don't have the might to beat us, because like I said before about us particular, they know how crazy we can get. Now, if we was in a military like Japan, they train us the same way, and then probably learn from American tactics. You know how the Navy do. They be sneaking shit over there and trying to tell them, hey, train this guy. If you study their country, how they do military, and then bring it back to them, it's all a game, but it's military industrial complex, right? If you're in the PMC, you see all that, right? But if you imagine we side with them, even though Japan's our allies, it don't matter. They tell you to go bomb this Chinese ship that doesn't have that amphibious assault techniques that they have, right? That's some dangerous shit, and then you're forced to, right? And it's just like a UN thing. You cannot go against any allied nation that's westbound. It's just the way it is. Just like in France. See, France is vicious. They try to, they don't have a vicious military. Yeah, they do. They're very vicious.
Listen,
they'll cut your heads off. Yeah, they don't play
the French people don't even know this. The Swedish and the French has the most technically advanced military on the face of the fucking planet.
All time.
And here's the crazy part.
You said Sweden?
The Swedish and the French.
Swedish and the French.
Yeah. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, right. They have the most highly technological military, right? I mean, I'm not saying when it comes to manpower, right? That that we are that we can like get them, right? I mean, they can get us. They can get us with manpower, right? They can't get us with manpower. But you talk about technology wise,
they got it. Yeah, they got it.
Bro. Like, listen, man. I saw that. Listen, I got on one of them stealth destroyers, like the real shit that they got, right? The shit we got is okay. there's on a DDG, there's 250 people that have to run a DDG, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. On a French stealth destroyer, you only need 80 people.
Okay.
All right. So if you only need 80 people to run the same type of platform ship, right? That means that the crew, right? That means you can have 3 teams. If there's 300 people, right, on one Navy ship, on U.S. Navy ship, but you only need 80 people on this one, then you can run a crew where they don't get tired. So the ship can be out for a whole year, and I just need to switch out the crew every 3 months because they know what to do. Right? The ship doesn't have any downtime, right? The crew doesn't get exhausted. And what happens is performance doesn't go down. Now the thing is the ship is more fuel efficient, right? A lot of the hybrid technology that's in cars come from the French.
Yeah. So a lot of they have there's a lot of automation on that ship, huh?
Yeah. It's a lot of automation. It's a lot of double redundancy automation on the ship. And here's the other thing. Men and women sleep in the same area. There's no separation.
Oh, nice.
You know what I'm saying? I'm like, the U.S. military is the only one to separate from sexes when it comes to training and stuff like that. Like, there's
Can't get nobody pregnant. Shit.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm like, but the women are automatically put on birth control.
Okay. Oh, so
because people will be you drink. You can drink on the ship. You can drink on the ship too. You get your 2 beers, or you get your, you know what I mean, you get your 4 glasses of wine a day ration. Yeah, man,
you get that. I wish I joined the Navy. Shit.
Well, no, that was the French. That's the French Navy. That's the French Navy. U.S. Navy is also orders. Yeah.
Then I'm gonna have to. Then I'm gonna have to get my French paperwork then.
French or Australian or whatever, right? So now, you know what I mean. They do the job, and then they come back, right? So, but they're really, really securing their borders and their resources. You know, the United States Navy, the United States of America is like the world police.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, they're the world police.
I've been on that. Yeah.
Yeah, so they're the world police. They, you know what I mean? Like, you know, so I'm like, and when we talking about this, like with geopolitics and stuff like that, okay, China's having a big internal thing, right? Because they keep assassinating or killing the billionaires.
Yeah, I've noticed that. I've heard about that, and I know that they put homeboy straight. Jack Ma, they told him to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Now Jack Ma, what he did was he came back to the States. He's quiet, but he gave up his Chinese citizenship, so he became a full U.S. citizen. So what that means is he sold all of his businesses over to China, like the Alibaba and shit, because it started that. He gave all of that shit to them, but he took away all of the infrastructure at the same time. And he turned over all of his records to the United States government, which found all of the hacking shit that the Chinese were doing in conjunction with the Russians. Think about this. Jack Ma, right, gets called back to China. The other Chinese billionaire that was speaking out about him gets executed to send a message to him to shut the fuck up. He gets, you know, what they call re-educated.
Wait a minute. You're telling me that Chinese executed a guy for snitching on Jack Ma?
No. For snitching on the Chinese government about the human rights violence.
Okay, gotcha.
Billionaire, right?
Oh, another billionaire was snitching on the Chinese government. Gotcha.
Remember the 2 billionaires, right? Remember Jack Ma, and there was the other guy that they executed him for corruption. But that was a message to send to Jack Ma: if you keep this shit up, you're gonna be fucked. So he had to stay in China for communist re-education. Basically, they put his ass in a fucking camp and basically whipped his ass to re-educate him to be loyal to China. You're loyal to China, right? So he said, I'll give up this, I'll shut up, I'll take my billions, I'm sorry. He just did that, but he was getting his family up out of there. got his family up out of there because they do that old school shit. They can't get you, they kill off your whole bloodline. They still do that old school shit. They just don't put it out there like that.
Yeah,
so,
I know that the North Koreans still do that practice.
Oh yeah,
if a defector leaves and they find out who did, they're gonna wipe out that family.
So now, Jack Ma goes back to the U.S. Right? Goes back to the U.S. and then basically, bam, he gets rid of he gets his. They give him his citizenship right there, give him the protections. He hand over everything. Now then you see China over there scrambling now, right? You notice that Kim Jong-un was brought back to China, right? He disappeared for a while because his sister was running shit. You know what I'm saying? His sister was really running shit. See all that weight he lost, right? Then he went back to North Korea, right? North Korea was quiet because North Korea, you know what I'm saying, was quiet because they dealing with their whole thing, right? Because the sister can't run the country, right? She was running it as a puppet scheme with the generals, right? Because you know what I'm saying,
right?
But
it's a military government,
But most of the old regime generals died because of COVID.
Oh shit!
Yeah, okay. North Korea's been ravaged by COVID, right?
Oh, so they've been masquerading some bullshit then.
Yeah, so Kim Jong-un got sent back, right? He got sent back to run fucking North Korea, right? So now, why do you think Biden took this time to get the fuck out of Afghanistan as quickly as he did? As usually a withdrawal from a place is done better than that, right? It was done sloppily, right? But there was a reason why he did it that quickly. Trump wanted to do it. Obama started it, right?
Yeah.
But Obama wanted to do it in his, like when they did the whole Find Bin Laden, he wanted to pull out of Afghanistan.
I kind of find that weird because I remember when it was announced that we got him, I said, well, damn, that would have been the perfect time 10, 12 years ago to get out. And we're still wasting resources.
Well, the reason Obama couldn't pull out because of what? The Senate, right? The motherfucking, you know what I mean? The Republicans ran the Senate. Yeah. But a lot of the senators, you know what I mean? It was coming into election season, right? Because if Obama would have got America out of Afghanistan, took out Bin Laden, the Republicans would have had to work with him forever, right? They couldn't do the heavy-handed tactics that they were doing, right? Now, they lobbyists. Think about it. Oil prices went up. The tech boom, Silicon Valley. Most of the resources that goes in electronics come from where? Afghanistan, Pakistan, the northern parts of India, and all of those places. And guess what you don't have to do? You mine the resources. You don't have to ship them back to the United States for processing, right? And then send them to China. You send them directly to China, right?
Yeah, that's all. You're referring to the lithium and copper mines.
There you go, the lithium, the copper mines, and then there's other cobalt, and there's other shit in there too. Right?
Yeah, no, I you're referring to the rare earth minerals.
Yeah, the rare earth minerals. Now, China couldn't get into that, so they ran to Africa, right? You know what I'm saying? So the United States, basically to keep China out of Africa, right? What do? They pull out of Afghanistan. Is it better to send your people to Africa or send them right next door to Afghanistan? You send them next door to Afghanistan with the Russians playing goddamn what? The Russians playing security force, right? But the problem is
the CSTO.
Yeah, exactly. So the Russians playing the security force and all this other shit. But then if you go in there right after the United States goes in there, then guess what happens? The world is going to look at you like opportunists and scavengers that they always feel that you are. United States is going to be cock-free, and the world's going to do what? Beg the United States to come back and bring stability back to the region.
You're referring to Afghanistan, right?
Yep.
Okay.
And then what does this do is this puts China in a what? This puts China back into their manufacturing place. Right, so they got to stop doing what? They got to stop building up their military. Right? You're getting a mass exodus of Chinese people going to these Western nations, especially with the Hong Kong debacle. Remember what remember what Britain did? Said that, hey, if you Chinese but you in Hong Kong and you got 2 passports, you can bring your ass over here.
I've seen that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why Biden pulled out of Afghanistan to basically keep China and Russia in their theater of operation, but they're going to basically have them fight over resource. And China is not going to give up the chance to test out their military might in a real world situation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because the last time China fought a war, or I guess
occupied anything.
Well, it was 1979 Vietnam.
Exactly.
And Vietnam was already weakened by us already. So it was kind of like, it's crazy because Vietnamese, man, they held their own against the Chinese, even though they were weakened 3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah. Like what do you think the Miramar thing is about? You don't hear about Miramar no more.
No, right? You don't.
And guess what? The price of perfume is going to skyrocket because that's the place where they get that special wood to make perfume and shit. That's $10,000 a kilo.
It's only so the United States is back in Myanmar now?
No. The Chinese did the coup in Myanmar, right? Right?
Oh, you talking about Myanmar or something like that?
Yeah. Myanmar, right?
Burma,
start that,
Burma.
Right? But think about it.
Formerly known as Burma.
Yeah, formerly known as Burma, but Myanmar or Burma, what does it do? That's your access into what? Cambodia and Vietnam. Guess who's having a boom, an economic boom right now?
Thailand?
Vietnam and Cambodia.
Yep.
If you know the reason, Laos. Yeah, but that's included. Like you include when you include Laos,
Vietnam, Cambodia,
Malaysia.
Yes,
okay,
Southeast Asia.
I was just asking because you didn't refer Laos, and I'm like,
Laos
is kind of like a hidden gem. So I was just
like when you say like if you go by like the history of whatever, it's like this, right? It's like when you say Southeast Asia, right? And you say like if you say Cambodia, they always include Laos in it. Because Laos
hey man, I learned something new. I didn't know because usually when I hear about those countries like Thailand, Myanmar, Vietnam, Laos, sometimes I also hear another reference of that region. They call it the Mekong region. I hear that sometimes too.
Yeah, the Mekong region. Like the reason why do that,
or the Mekong Triangle region, or something like that.
The reason why it is because the king of Vietnam, right? The monarch in Vietnam and the one over in Cambodia, right? Over in Cambodia, the Laos people, like you know what I'm saying? It's like Laos is like North Korea to China.
Yeah.
Okay. To Cambodia. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like the Cambodia motherfuckers is vicious. Like that's why
the Khmer,
they don't play, right? So
they don't play Khmer.
So they still got warlords and shit fighting. That's why Myanmar or Burma couldn't be fully taken over by the military over there, right? Because the warlords that was up in the villages that's on the border of Vietnam and whatever, they ran into the city to whip their ass. Like the military, because they've been fighting forever. Like they fight every day, all day over shit. So their military, they're trained, but they're Western trained. They're not trained in the tactics of guerrilla warfare. They don't understand how that works, and they just run up into the jungles and come back. Like they're used to that type of war of attrition.
So,
you know what I'm saying?
So you're referring to are you talking about Thailand and Myanmar are Western trained, or are you talking about okay, so those countries can't mess with the Laos and the Vietnams of that?
Well, let me put it to you like this, right? Okay. Like Vietnam, right, is heavily Western influence, right? But they keep their currency low and they keep their cost of living low. So it's a trap,
yeah.
right?
I mean, I
Right?
looked at the Vietnamese dong. Hell yeah, it's cheap
Yeah.
as hell.
Well, so basically, with those old European bankers when they retire and they pull out, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about the long money motherfuckers, billionaire, millionaire motherfuckers, right?
Okay.
They used to go to Thailand. That's why Thailand had its boom. But the king of Thailand didn't regulate the inflation in Thailand, right? So Thailand, for a third world country, is expensive to live. When you're talking about Phuket, Pattaya, you know what I mean, like all of those places, right? Now, Bangkok, all of that shit, right? But if you go over to Vietnam, like Hanoi and all of those places, guess what? The cost of living is in the basin, right? But the infrastructure is better than Thailand. So you basically, so you got, like, I'm gonna put it to you like this:
you get a tenth of the living cost, but you get a tenth of the living cost, but you get like the infrastructure of a second world nation, damn near.
You get the infrastructure. You get the infrastructure of a first world nation.
At the tenth of a cost.
At the tenth of a cost. Look, they got high speed internet running through there. They got all of these other.
I'm gonna have to check out Vietnam then. Okay.
Yeah, like so
they all got high speed internet. Even in France too. Their internet's cheap in France, but ours is expensive. We got the most expensive.
Well, I mean, America. Us U.S. citizens are basically cash flow cattle. They're gonna upcharge all the bullshit.
Yeah,
I've been knowing that. That's why. Why do you think medicine and we're being upcharged to the neck, bro? That's why it's hard to live in America now these days. Shit.
Now here's the other thing. I'm gonna tell y'all another thing, right? Here's the other problem, right? Now, most of your pain medication, right? Now, with the access of them, because marijuana is going to be legal, right? Marijuana is going to be legal. The pharmaceutical companies are fucking fighting it. They're lobbying against it, right? But it's coming because it's a states' right issue. Now, how do you incentivize the pharmaceutical companies to motherfucking incentivize the lobbying of marijuana being legal? You know what you do? You cut off the access to opioids. The poppy fucking fields in Afghanistan. Right? Think about it. We go in Afghanistan, right? Right? Next thing you know, you have a what? You have a opioid epidemic. We were in the 70s, in the 60s, in the 70s, and the 80s. We're down in South America. You have a crack epidemic in the late 70s, 80s, and 90s. See the correlation with that? See the correlation?
So basically the US put an embargo on marijuana, but we basically imported all this bullshit. So that the pharmaceutical companies could profit on the use of these pharmaceuticals. Correct?
Exactly.
Oh, hey man, I'm a smart motherfucker. I'm new, but I'm not that dumb. Shit, I like economics, and I like crunching numbers, and I like business operations, so I can follow the money. Hell yeah, okay, cool.
But see, here's the funny part about it, right? This is how you're supposed to have a conversation about geopolitics. Right? You're supposed to have the geopolitical conversation, but break it down in such a way that you understand how it had affected you. And you realize that the black community was used as a simulation on what they could do to the whole America as a whole.
Oh, I've been knowing that. Like, I've noticed that, like, the feminism and like whatever new program that the government does, it's tested out as the black community is like a field testing dummy, a crash dummy on the effects of this on various government policies. I've been I've always pieced that together, and I'm like, and then it made sense, and then now, but then the problem is the bullshit that they've been doing to the black community this past few decades now is creeping up the rest of the country. Give or take.
The thing is that
especially in the white community, they're getting decimated. But hey, that's their fault. I could care less on that part. You know?
Well, here's the thing, right? Well, here's the problem. This is where like, you know, you have to care, right?
Okay.
Right. And this is what I mean, right? Okay. So the United States is actually, right? Okay. The United States cannot compete long term with the way that it's going, right? Because if we look at, we look at the first into the Caribbean in the Renaissance era was the Spaniards, right?
Hey, can you give me 1 second? I just pause. I just want to have I just want to clarify something. Why is it that they would send drugs into America? Isn't that kind of counterproductive if you're kind of like killing your own human capital? You're fucking up your.
I'm gonna tell you why.
Okay.
I'm gonna tell you why.
Okay.
All right.
I'm sorry.
After every war, right? After every war, right? That black people were a part of, right? Civil War, right? We hear about Black Wall Street, right? Okay. Then we hear about the burning down of Black Wall Street, right? Okay.
Tulsa, right?
Tulsa, Oklahoma. But you're talking about, you know, Black Wall Street was anywhere where black people were really living affluent, right? So you got it in Virginia, you got it all up the east coast, down in the south, you know what I mean? Even almost going towards the west, right? All right. So then you get the third one, right? You get your third one, right? Then you get World War II. Black people started to come up affluently again, purchasing land, coming back. These black people can defend their land because they got military training, right? So what happens if those black people come back, they get all of this other stuff, they straight, right? Now, how do you get rid of, so how do you do it again, right? Okay, you start locking them up, you start coming up with these Jim Crow laws and all of this other stuff, right? So now these black people mass together, right? These World War II people, that's where you start getting your civil rights movement. Because these black people are smart, they are fluent, they're war veterans. Black people got world capital. You actually got foreign nations investing into this because what? America got the biggest slice of the pie coming out of World War II with less of the overhead charge. And remember, America still owed money to England, France, and Spain. Right? Now, you deal with that with that right, people fighting for their economy, for their equal rights. Now you have another war. You got the Vietnam War. You know, the first two times black people came out kicking ass. Another war will shrink down your white male population, ruin them, right? And these black people, these minorities are going to take over America. We can't have that. Let's bring in the drugs, sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Black people wasn't really jumping on it. Let's remove them from being able to have businesses, being able to work. The men mainly, right? So you got to provide. Then we introduce cocaine, but then we show you how to make crack. Ain't no Tyrone did not sit up there at the house one day and decide to come up with the chemical compound for crack. So that shit came up as a process of somebody with some beakers and shit. Niggas didn't have beakers and shit just to be fucking with crack like that because you would have to have so much access to cocaine for a trial and fail method, right? Now, you know, remember, I remember if Sir remember this, that old joke that Richard Pryor used to talk about the Leon Spinks and the $1.50 worth of cocaine. He used it. The world boxing champion.
Yeah, I remember.
Cocaine, like Richard Pryor was freebasing. Freebasing and crack ain't the same thing.
Yeah, it's two different things.
It's two different things. That's how Richard Pryor set himself on fire, right? Now, if he set himself on fire, how many other white people? Remember, cocaine was a rich man's drug.
It still is.
It still is, right?
Wall Street has that bullshit.
Yeah, it's a rich man's drug, right? So if you want to get people hooked in en masse and being able to criminalize them, break them down a notch without directly coming in and snatching their wealth and burning their homes, but the propensity of making wealth in the future, you introduce crack into the mix. You see how it works. Now you got a problem. Because now you have all these lazy white people over here beating on these so-called, because like Sir said, you need to keep a certain percentage of black folk around for the evolution of your nation, but for the diversifying of genes, really and truly.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
So now, with that being said, right, that's why you would do that, right? Then you're making money because guess what? You're doing economic terrorism in South America. The cartels, right? Like the Narco series, right? How was he able? Think about this, right? The dude that was down there, that had all of that money, it was in US dollars. Think about that for a second. He's got all of that money in his house. So when they confiscated all of the money, it didn't go to the Colombian government, it went to the United States government.
Mm-hmm.
See how that works?
Yep.
Like the CIA basically was funding him, right? Which in turn he was processing the cocaine. They're making money on both ends of the spectrums. He's making money, and when he became too much of a problem, when the Colombian government decided to do a deal with the United States when it came to their natural resources that they wanted in the United States, then they got rid of old dude. Just like in Haiti, they got rid of the president. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Dudes that was in the military in the United States from Colombia, trained mercenaries from Colombia, sound like the same thing. So that's why you do it. Now, what's the problem? You get what? You got these white people, right? If you look at most of the white people that have an opioid problem, right, or painkiller problem, they worked what? They worked in blue collar, right, which was coal mines. They got pre-existing conditions. They got shit that's never going to go away because the shit wasn't regulated, right? The companies went away. They got maybe a settlement check. They was a part of a union, but they still around, right? So instead of fixing them, you got what? Oh, we'll just institute the drug dealer thing that we've been doing. Big pharma pumping them full of pills, but they're living longer, but they're not doing nothing. They're becoming what? They're becoming a nuisance to the economy because they're not working. They're receiving
an economic drain.
They're becoming an economic drain. So what do? Guess what I need to do? We need to figure out a way to get rid of these motherfuckers that's being an economic drain, right?
Are you referring? I'm sorry. I wasn't. I was just texting somebody. When you're referring to an economic drain, are you referring to the black folks or the white folks?
Black people can't be an economic drain because we only amount for 18% of the population, so it has to be the white folk, right?
Oh, so you're saying that the U.S. government wants to get rid of the white folks because they're an economic drain?
Well, what they want to do is this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Black people do not consider themselves American. White people don't consider anybody else that's not white American, right? So you have a conundrum here. What you need is homogeneous, right? For you to be able to pull back your resources from securing the world, right? And be able to secure your own borders on your hemisphere. The United States technically do not need to work with the rest of the world to be self-sufficient. Matter of fact, 75% of the United States is not even, there's no infrastructure. It's only on the coastal cities. They got a lot of resources they ain't touched. The United States can survive on its own.
Yeah, because most of the United States land is federal and most of it's not even developed.
It's not even developed, right?
Yeah,
right.
Not
Absolutely.
like that. I mean, I was a short-term investor into a copper mine in Alaska.
Yeah.
And I just read a report. Just read an article that the EPA is going to officially just go ahead and ban the mining of that copper mine in Alaska. So I was like, oh shit. Like I already I'm no longer have a position in the stock, but I just saw that, so
Yeah.
I guess that company is about to go bankrupt.
Well,
it was Northern. It was the company is called Northern Dynasty.
Well, the problem is that with that company, they probably if the EPA stepped in, it probably's been too many accidents. The mine wasn't.
Well,
properly.
they did an ecological study a few years ago, and they said that the wastewater from the operation would threaten the sockeye salmon from the nearby lake. They said and because it's a freshwater lake or whatever, and like that type of fish is like the most high quality fish in that region. They said and so but the thing was, it's like they did an economic study on the mine, the copper mine, and it's worth give or take, depending on the spot price of copper, it was a $400 billion copper mine.
Yeah,
but my thing was, I thought it was gonna be in operation because of the Green New Deal, because the United States was talking about electrifying and decarbonization of the U.S. economy. But the problem is you need tons and tons of copper, and the only place of copper that's easily accessible for the United States without foreign intervention or dealing with foreign entities, a foreign supply chain, was that copper mine, and because it's within United States territory, because the copper mine is located in Alaska. So I was like, wow, that was kind of crazy that I read that. I'm like, I'm like, I don't that's why I said, when you have something like that, it just that copper mine alone, and then you have all these other mines in the United States and these oil fields. It's no wonder why 75% of America, like you said, is underdeveloped or not developed at all.
Yeah, because
in terms of mineral resources,
But the problem is that majority of everything in the United States of America, when it comes to anything of what you're talking about, advancements in technology, goes to the military industrial complex first.
Right. Absolutely.
I've understood that, because most of our modern tech, in terms of our semiconductors, came from the military first, and then it was civilianized, so to speak, right?
So basically, so that's what I'm saying is that the United States for the next 400 to 600 years does not need to deal with the rest of the world. It can be within its borders. For you to be able to do that, you have to do three things. One, you got to be able to make people voluntarily stay in the United States, right? People that are American are less likely to travel outside of the Western Hemisphere, like to Europe, to Asia. They're less likely to travel, right? They'll stay, right? They barely travel within the United States, right? So you gotta make the world seem that it's so unsafe, right? That is, you're safer in America. That's one. Two, the next thing is you gotta provide the great brain drain. You gotta incentivize other people from other countries coming to America, right? You gotta incentivize your best of the best, your doctors, your lawyers. Whatever.
I mean, I remember watching a documentary. We basically ripped off German scientists, and in World War II. That's how we got our NASA program started. And then the most recent brain drain that we done was when the Soviet Union broke up. We took out a lot of scientists from Russia, like big time, like in terms of rocket tech and nuclear tech.
But those scientists, but think about it, those scientists that were in Russia were the ones that they snatched in Germany, right? Like during World War II.
No. I apologize. Not the rocket, not necessarily the rocket or the nuke techs, because I believe the United States paid the salaries of those guys. But from my understanding, we didn't took those technicians. We took the computer scientists and the mathematicians. That's who we took.
Yeah. Well, you know what I mean? Because the KGB was running around fucking assassinating motherfuckers.
Yeah, because the co-founder of Google is a Russian.
Yeah.
I know
Sergey Brin.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, like everybody knows. Like, think about it. Like all of those, like Arlocks or billionaires or whatever, they run their ass to the United States quick as hell.
Yeah. I remember.
Because you get more freedoms. Like, what I'm saying? Like, but everybody want to live in the patriarchy until you got to live in the patriarchy. But we ain't gonna talk about that right now.
That's a whole nother subject.
There's a whole nother.
Man, it's crazy because it's like, do you want to live in one or do you not? Because I'm like, these women out here, it's like,
it's not. Well, here's the thing, right? Right? Like you just said, right? So we just talked about China, right? How they was assassinating. Look, they called a billionaire back and assassinated him because he disagreed with what they were saying. They shut another billionaire up, right? Russia will lock up a billionaire if they don't back Putin real quick, right?
I've seen that. Yeah.
Okay, so if this is a known thing, right? If this is a known thing, these are patriarchal societies. So when I hear these motherfucking dudes bitching about the gynocracy, right? Complaining about the gynocracy, right? I like to say a lot of you niggas wouldn't exist if the gynocracy wasn't available. So to speak, right? Because if you was in a country like Russia, crying and complaining like you are about how society is, somebody would kick in your door and re-educate you real quick.
Send you to the
gulag.
Send you to that gulag, huh?
Yeah, in Siberia, in the middle of nowhere. Where
they got a prison in Russia, like I forget what it's called. It's called Black something. Black something. Yeah. They put a black bag over your head, and I saw this on Russia Today, and I saw this on a actual documentary.
No, Russia Today aired it. I seen it. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, not Russia Today, but I've seen it in an actual documentary. They talked about that prison too. They put the black bag over your head. They use a German Shepherd. But they don't want you to look at their prison. Here's why.
Yeah, they disorient you.
Yeah. Not just that. It's just the whole purpose of it. They don't want you to overthrow their prisons, like, because in American prisons it's so loose and ass backwards, and theirs is more structured. If you go to Russian prisons in general, and if you're like a high terrorist or a criminal, they don't want you to start nothing and stir bluster. See, Russians in general, they're not as physically strong as you think. But here's a secret though. They do have power in the gunplay, but they need niggas supporting CIA because they know how crazy the people will resist. But see, the reason it's hard to get guns over there, it's like they treat it like alcohol licenses. It's like they want you to go to therapy. When I saw that on Russia Today, when they mentioned about their laws and stuff, I shook my head. I was like, God damn, what's the point getting the fucking gun over there if you can get guns?
So you're saying like the Russian men are like physically weaker?
Yeah, they've been physically weaker. I'm just saying in stature.
Well,
but when I come to find out, like, they're good with the gunplay and everything else. So I'm trying to explain to you, but I'm trying to explain it's hard to get a gun over there. Yeah, you can get guns similar to America. The problem is they tell you go to a therapist or some shit or some license. And it's kind of like the driver's. Yeah, it's just like it's just crazy shit, right? Because we get guns, based off our culture. That's in our amendments and stuff like that. Most countries don't have amendments like that. And then when I look at Russia's, and I'm like, I see why. Because remember, once upon a time, communism worked. The problem is what defeated it. I told this in a stream called Conservatism, Part 1. I said to Mike, the reason being is fascism. Fascism beat it so bad, and if you study other fascist countries, they know how to manipulate the communist culture. See, communists, all they care about was democracy, It's about the people, and socialism nonsense, because Marxism is an ideology. That's all the fuck it is. But when you cannot compete against far right fascism, right wing fascism, you lose all the time. This is where I wish the general was up here. He explained that to y'all. He's the only one that knows it. And you and DeAndre knows this. And I told this to Mike V. That's normal. America is completely fascist in some degree, but they're capitalist fascists because they don't care what people think. It's about that corporate shit. It's about that money.
Yeah, corporate fascism.
And all that. Yeah. But it's still right wing fascism. That's what they're practicing. They're not telling you that because Russia understands it too. The Russia you see today, they're more like American than you think. The old Russia, that's what they don't want. And that's why I saw that prison and how they broke it down and the black bag over the head, and it makes sense. But see, Americans will resist fast knowing what you're going to do to them. So it ain't going to be easy taming Americans. So it's easy to do their own. So, that's basically what it is.
Okay, so let me try to think about this. So you're telling me in terms of like an economic system or a governance system, like I'm talking about political and economical, you're saying fascism just like cleans up everybody's clock.
Yeah.
Like, is that, are you saying that's the best system to be under in terms of like?
No, it's not. I'm just saying it cleans everybody's clock. If you try socialism or communism, you're not going to win because right wing controls what the left does all the time. Because 9 out of 10, the left is perpetuating the right wing ideologies. This is why conservatism is mute at this point. Because if you study conservatism, what you're gonna find out, what are you conserving? Are you conserving people or yourself or whatever? See, liberalism is a dog whistle word. See, liberalism, what you see today, America is very liberal because of the policies we practice, and that's why I mentioned the term libel or liberal fascists, because they promote right-wing fascism, because fascism is a combination of two sides, and what you're going to find out, it's about that power. See, fascism,
so that liberal is neoliberal, right? So
it's like neoliberal. That's just another name for fascism, because anytime
so neo-fascism.
Yeah, no, it's not neo-fascism. It's just fascism. Neoliberalism or neoconservatism, it'll end up being fascism. See, fascism is what it is. It's control of powers of people and dominance of people, but it still have that right-wing ideology. See, the Nazis, what you'll say, they're true fascists. Like it goes back to Italy. If you study Rome, it's the same concept. I'm bringing it back.
The bundle of sticks with the
all that stuff. All that. But what you're gonna find out, that was a culture back in old Western Europe and Southern Europe, and you're gonna find out that's been spread for decades. America's been like that since inception, and Britain had it first.
I just recently subscribed to some quote unquote left wing channels on YouTube, and boy, they kind of I haven't watched them, but from what I observed, so are you saying like the American government don't like these socialists or democratic socialists or communists?
They never did. I mean, they allow them to vote and do all this stuff and control them, but once you get in that White House, and I forget what BJ said last night, he said all that shit goes out the window. But what he's trying to say is somewhere, and this is why I subscribe to him so much. And he said, how you study fascism is pretty simple. It's usually on the right wing. Now there is such things left wing fascism, because I forget another term was called. That's when they bring that neoconservative nonsense in there, but they all in the end want to be right wing fascists, because that's the goal.
So neocons or neoconservatism, that's fascism.
That's a form of fascism too, because you're off the rails at that point. But see, when you have neoliberalism and we have neoconservatism, they deep down are really fascist, if you want to get technical, because neo just means anti-conservative, anti-liberal. Because see, if you're actual liberal, you're a moderate. A conservative is basically a person that's conserving people's rights, and almost like what would I say, a libertarian. Almost a libertarian is basically is a natural liberty type man and person like that. I did a stream. I did a stream on conservatism, breaking both down, because libertarian deals with small government. Conservatism just deals with conservative people's rights and constitutional and shit like that. Because you go overseas, there are certain countries that are conservative, like the Arab countries, Saudi Arabia. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So this bullshit, the two-party system is basically bullshit because they're both neocon and neoliberal. They have like different talking points.
Both of them are they're neoliberals.
Fascists?
Yeah, they're both of them are fascists, but it doesn't matter because both of them at one time was one. This is why I hate these so-called conservatives that they try to say they're different. No, they're fucking not. If you study Tennessee history of Andrew Jackson, he created the Democratic and the Republican Party because, number one, they were one. When they fail, the Republican Party was no more. And then the new Republican Party was created by the other Republicans. You can't use Teddy Roosevelt, no, because it was created. That's not the same as Andrew Jackson. Andrew Jackson had two parties. He didn't have one party. He had two. Yeah. Because they were one and the same. It's called Democratic and Republic because America practiced democracy based off the money and the finance. Republic is a nation, like the Constitution and things like that. But when they split, and when it became split, they end up being fascists at the end, because when the Civil War happened, the North and South, technically the South won. The North didn't really won. They won based off the paperwork. We beat them based off combat. The slaves was freed anyway. So the slaves done went to Canada. If you know the story about what's his name, Brown, named after him, the University of Brown, that story, and they have a TV show based off that. He actually did all that shit. So that's factual in history. So that's why you see the abolitionists, what's his name, Frederick Douglass, and things like that. You know, that all that shit that mattered at the time. So you wasn't learning that stuff in school. So now you fast forward the 20th century, and then you fast forward now it's the same shit you see now. So two parties, they're mute at this point because most people buy into the theater of the domestic politics. That's why domestic politics is what it is. That's why I don't deal with it.
So basically, domestic politics is kabuki theater and nothing else. And both people. I mean, I'm sorry. Both members of Congress, in terms of both Democrat and Republican, whatever you put the D and the R, they all fascists.
Yeah,
except for the few that quote unquote call themselves democratic socialists, like Bernie and AOC. They're not fascists.
They are far left. Okay, I want to read this. Libertarian could also be classical liberals. So far. Well, here's the problem with that. It's slightly classic liberalism. It's not really. It's mostly conservative. If you actually study libertarianism, it's not really the same. They're two different things, because when you talk about classic liberalism, you're actually talking about, it's not really libertarianism. It's actually, you're just being a moderate. That's all it is. It's like laissez-faire capitalism. Because if you study the conservatives, what you would say is classic liberalism itself. That's why there's such thing as a liberal conservative. There's many forms of conservatism. That's a new concept. If you want to study the countries overseas, is not really conservative. They just authoritarian, natural, what you'll say a conservative mindset, right? But we can't call them conservative. You should call them based off their culture. If you go in ancient times, they've always had an authoritarian mindset. They always had a monarch, utilitarian. I mean, the utilitarian concept. That's what the black pill comes from, what B just was breaking down. If it's utilitarian like that, that means it deals with morality a little bit, and sometimes it can be amoralistic at times, because you do have a moral to save certain people, and the rest just dies, just like the 2/3 thing. That's the concept of utilitarianism itself. Yeah, and it's like that. See, at one time, if you study the ancient Israelites, they tell you that they already had that before. Now, this time, it don't matter because we're so small. If we do it again, it's going to be in the wilderness, and that's it. But that's the future reference of another day. But I'm saying that the concept will never die. It's just nihilism. Nihilism is just what you would say a far left ideology. I would say like an anarchist way. That would be like your AOCs and your Bernies. They have like a nihilistic point of view, an anarchist way. Because most anarchists, if you study anarchists and punk rockers, they think from the far left sometimes. They're not really liberal like that. They are actual left.
So basically, 98%, 98% of members of Congress fascists, and then you have your outliers like Bernie, and then and his type of members like I think Ro Khanna and some other cats. Pretty much, right?
Yeah.
Shit. Wow. Oh, I mean, because when I listen to some left wingers, I've always heard America's fascist, and then I was like a political neophyte, and I'm like, huh? Now that I'm speaking to both of y'all, now I get it. I'm like, oh shit, okay. So we live in a fascist society, damn near.
Yeah,
give or take.
You already are. I mean, BJS will tell you if you want to get technical, it is. I mean, why you think he has those pre-records, the dark something, the hours or something like that? He breaks it down. The guy be saying like he ain't like trying to talk in circles, but he's trying to say is you have those societies. Well, like Degenerate said, yeah, I'm not talking about physical conservatism. That's a totally different beast because that doesn't exist either. You got to explain what type of policies you're trying to produce. I'm talking about liberal
basically Americans. So basically, Americans are just eating the cost of doing business and letting these corporations protect their losses in the marketplace, basically, and we're eating up the losses.
Well, the thing is here's the problem, right? Here's the thing. There's really, I'm sorry to say this, but there's really no real solution, right, to the problem. And what I mean by that is this, right? America, like any other country, like if you think about America on this onset of actually becoming a nation itself, right? It's actually 200 or 300 years too early to be a superpower. And the reason why you say that is every nation, when it starts out, you have to be able to have a resource. You have to be able to trade that resource. You have to be able to protect that resource, right? And you have to guarantee the resource, and you got to be able to take other people's resources. Those are 5 things that you have to do as a nation. America is in this mix of it's like the Far East Trading Company and the British Empire in one dynamic. England,
we're a mix of two, basically.
You're a mix of two systems, right? And what I mean by this is England started off being conquerors, right? Like the British Navy was the lure, right? Because when England got into the Caribbean, the Royal Navy was the most sought after. They were scary. They pretty much abolished slavery in the Caribbean by themselves. Right? The Dutch, the Spanish, and the French all had to listen to them. Right? Now, what this being said is, then they went into being what? They went into being merchants, the Far East Trading Company, right? Selling spices, opium, and for tea bags and all of this, because they don't have any really natural resources in England, right? It's a hard place to, like, if you think about it, climate-wise, it's horrible to live. Horrible, right? Like it's always raining.
Man, from my understanding, they have a lot of rain, and especially when it gets to winter, it's like bullshit.
It's bullshit, right? So basically, so they understood that. What do we trade, right? We trade these minerals, right? These little things, these little gadgets, this little stuff, or our military industrial secrets to this nation, but we'll trade it with we'll try to come and trade it with the bigger people, but they're going to feel like they don't need us, and that's okay. because we know that if you're living this high on the hog, we know that the people, you are actually sucking from the people's lifeblood for you to live high on the hog. Mm-hmm. Once we get that information, then we send our merchants in to give these poor people a little bit of taste of what the rich people have. They're going to want that for themselves. Then we give them weapons. Then we cause a civil war. Then we started doing what? We start intermixing with these what? These poorer nations, these poorer tribes. And then we take that mulatto class and put them up as we take over the government and enslave the nation by using their puppet society. This is the United States are doing both at the same time. It is exhausting the coffers of its citizens. You can't do both
because it's like when you have healthcare being at the way it is, like people going into bankruptcy, then you got you can't even discharge your student loans in bankruptcy, then you got all these it's crazy, and then apartment costs, all the I'm like, shit, bro.
Yeah, so now because you have a great inflation, which is going to lead to not a recession but a depression, right? Mm-hmm. The United States can't go through another depression because the greatest generation that got them out of the Great Depression, right? Mm-hmm. Those baby boomers, those motherfuckers don't exist anymore, right? Mm-hmm. And this newer generation, they're used to, not us, because we're pretty much out of the well. Like we're pretty much like the salvaging, like anybody that was born in the 80s, right?
We're just getting the scraps.
Well, we don't
trust
care.
Me, I learned that. Yeah. Huh?
But the 80s, like the people that were born like Gen X's and the early millennials or whatever, we already see the trick bag and we're escaping in high numbers. People are being more expatish between the late 70s and the, like maybe the early 90s. They're living overseas. They already raised the kids. They don't give a fuck. Like we done, sir, you know how like BGS say men are going their own way? Well, the early millennials and the Gen Xers are going their own way. So America can't consign like this. America in itself can't afford another depression. So what it has to do is it has to assimilate everybody. And what I mean, it has to assimilate everybody. It has to make its middle class or its quote unquote mulatto class 10 times larger than what it was. So what you basically have is, if you notice, you're getting the push for more interracial dating and cultural standpoint. And it's not a push on the white man's side. It's the push on the white woman's side.
So when you say pushing the middle class, are you talking about economically or just population growth?
Population growth and racial. So think about it like this, right? Middle class, right? Middle, mulatto. Latin term for middle.
Oh, right? Wow. See, man, I'm learning something new. So mulatto is derived to middle?
Middle, right? Like everybody says, go to your traditional black colleges. Those were for the middle class, the bourgeoisies. Those were the mixed children, the light-skinned black kids that wasn't all the way white. They couldn't pass for white, but they definitely were better than blacks, where you got black, colored, white. Remember that, right? Same thing in South Africa, right? So you got your colored, which was a middle class, colored, middle class, mulatto, Creole, whatever you want to name it, right?
No. Man, this is interesting. I never heard of this concept.
So think about it, right? Now, and this is how history repeats itself, right? Let's take the British in India. The British, the white ones, were at the top of the class. The mulattoes, those lighter Indians, right? And then the darker Indians that used to be in power were pushed to the bottom, which was called your what? Your untouchables. Right? And your mulatto classes, because they weren't as strong as the darker class, because India is very hot and humid, they were really what? They dealt in paperwork and your merchants, i.e., right?
So the lighter Indians
Yes.
were the top of the food chain.
Well, the middle of the food.
Well, the darkers. You're saying that the darker skinned Indians were the top of the food chain, but they were cast out of that power struggle,
structure.
and the whites elevated the lighter skin.
They came in and
Indians?
elevated. The white British, right? They came in, they elevated the lighter ones because the lighter ones were
artificially.
Artificially because they were at the bottom of the chain. Because guess what? Remember, India always had war with the people of the region of Afghan and Pakistan. They were the warrior class. The Pashtun, exactly. Think about it. How hot and humid India is. You can't be that light walking around India fighting and hunting and living off the land and having any. So they pushed them at the bottom. You're what they call it, your untouchable class, right? Now,
because I remember reading about in my history class that the French couldn't fight a war in Egypt, and they had to get the hell out of there because of the Egyptian climate.
The climate, right? It's hot, it's humid, right? So that's why the Crusades always ended in failure because what? It was hot and it was humid. They don't, you know what I mean? So now here's the next thing with that, right? Is if that's how you move your class, now think about it like this. We know the British left. A lot of Indians left, but what was left behind? Guess what was left behind? The mulattoes. The mulattoes took over time, right? But they're still a minority in number, but they are a majority when it comes to power because they have their backing from England, right? To keep it like that.
So are you saying? I'm sorry. So you're saying that the mulatto class is basically the mixture of the Indian and the white man?
Yep.
And the Indian woman?
And the Turkish and whoever else that were lighter skin tone.
That makes sense because makes sense because there's a lot of Indian incels and they get pissed that their women
there you go.
The white dudes.
There you go right here.
There you go right there.
On that website, I always studied it. They show you on this site. My boy be researching with these people. This is Indus Valley, and I did a stream on this too, talking about there was one when the Indus Valley people died off. There's a certain darker group moved in that area, and then that's how you get your Afghan and all those other people as one time.
Whoever's listening on this stream is getting a treat, bro. This is like collegiate level for free. Type of discussion, bro. Damn.
But this is the albino right here, the white that he's talking about, the Europeans right here in Central Asia. They from Central Asia, and that's what took over the Dravidian man and the woman right here. This is their lands, but see, they're on the bottom. This is part of that high society Indians you see with the Bali and all that other stuff. And there's
so what you're clicking on, what that arrow is pointing at. This is considered the middle class of the Indian society,
right in here for now. But eventually, they're gonna be upper. Well, they've always been upper middle class and upper. It's just their elite, but they're coming over here in our countries as doctors and lawyers. And you see them in Georgia. I said this over at Kudas once. That's the ones that's taking over. And see, here's the Indo-Aryan right here, the percentage.
So that lighter one, pull up that picture. I mean, pull it up the screen.
Yeah.
Of the ladies. So
these are the lighter ones. That's the ones.
Your elites.
That's your elites.
That's your royalty.
But I hate to say is they're dying off. But this one has always been put up on top over the Dravidians. I'll tell you why that caste system. The reason why it's ass backwards. You're gonna find out that it's still the same concept. It's just they're gonna be in the middle class, but it's lower middle class. But it doesn't really matter because it doesn't exist because they're still on the bottom.
So why is the lighter one the lighter?
Because
that's what the media. That's what the media shows you. They show you
but
these
the lighter one. Yeah, but that lighter one. That lighter one. Okay, so here's the thing. So the lighter one is considered like royalty or whatever, right? But she's usually the actress, the Bollywood, all that other stuff. Right? But Indians the regular everyday Indian, like the one that's to the right of that one. That one and the dark one. The one that's to the right of the lighter one, right? And then the one that's to the left, right? Indian men, right, would prefer the one to the right and to the one to the left of the lighter one because they remember the British occupation of India.
Shit.
You know what I mean?
So basically, the darker left man would try to breed with the one to the not the one to his right, but the one to the second right.
Well, no, he would actually, he would breed with
He'll
that
breed
one.
the Central Asian right here, but the mulatto he wouldn't. But eventually, they usually go white regardless because the white is their standard of beauty. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
According to this guy, did the research he did right, and that's what you see. This guy right here, the prime minister.
Yeah,
he's a damn
Indira
giveaway.
Modi.
He's a damn giveaway. And this is the actual people that's darker. These are Dravidian people, still Indian people. They're still darker people, but the ones
I've seen them. Yeah,
and that they go on the fields. So this represent one time these people, if you go further back, the Indus Valley, they was all one. See, people from Afghan, if you talk about Pakistan and India, they were all one. Because see, that's where it stops in what you call the continent of Africa. Because all that landmass in Israel, they were all one. Take the Suez out of it, that's one landmark. You know, because
the white man will tell you basically like a chainsaw.
It's man-made. Yeah, it's man-made. Yeah, it's not
Suez Canal.
And he showed you all the different races of what the dark men would look like in those ancient cultures. But you know, and then he shows you albinos. I mean, this site gives you all the haplogroups and
here's the crazy part. Here's the crazy part, right? The highest percentage of albinos in the world reside in Tanzania.
Yeah,
Tanzania.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So basically, the central the Aryan the very light skinned woman that you showed me that picture of, they can't sustain their numbers for very much longer.
Of course, right. They be bred out.
It's a small base, and they're dying off at not a faster rate. It's just a small base, and it's just a natural die off of a already small base, and they can't sustain it.
Well, the problem is like they're basically in New Delhi, right? Mainly, right? They're basically in New Delhi a lot. So if they're in New Delhi like that, right? That's a small percentage of India. Like New Delhi isn't that big, right? Now, guess who's the most affected when they had that massive COVID outbreak? Them.
Oh.
Yeah, them. Okay. They were the most
because their genetics is trash.
Yes.
Wow.
Like in England, they having a you know what I mean, they having a bigger problem.
Dravidian albinos right here.
Yeah. So you know what I'm saying.
So basically, the ones that can survive this virus is the darker skinned and the mulatto.
Yeah, like they have I'm like everybody gonna catch it. Like everybody.
Oh but I'm saying the survival rate.
A higher survivability goes to people that are a darker complexion. Why do you think the doctor that was over in the World Health Organization let it slip out of his mouth from France? Well, let's just go to Africa and test them like we always do.
Bullshit. Oh, you're talking about
he let it slip. Yeah, he let it slip out of his mouth. What they've been doing for years. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Now,
because that's where HIV and smallpox and all this other Ebola virus. Yeah.
But see, here's the thing. But here's the funny part about that, right?
What's up?
Now you probably gonna think I'm crazy when I'm saying this.
Hey man, I'm saying
I'm talking about this is the amoral pragmatist in me, right? If you make it a vaccine and you're testing people that have a lower tolerance with a lower gene pool and they don't have strong enough genes, then how are they going to make strong enough antibodies to deal with all types of variants? You need to get the people with the best genetics, the best to test it on, because they're going to make the best antibodies. Is not correct?
So you're saying so the best testing subjects for the vaccine is dark skinned people?
The best testing subject for any vaccine has always been darker people. Why do you think they always tested darker people?
Yeah, because the Tuskegee
Because
experimentation was okay. That makes
because
hey man, I'm
yeah,
piecing it together. It's not
it's
crazy. I mean,
no. I'm like, well, people get
I'm willing to hear
like,
out anybody. That's just
no.
me.
But it's science because here's the thing, right? Okay,
Uh-huh.
and this is where we come with the duality, right? Sir, you probably know where I'm gonna go with this, right? Because
yeah, go ahead.
you know,
I just
black
pulled up the
people,
British Raj right here. This is the conquest of those people right here. I
yeah,
talked about this on a live stream called the Indus Valley, and I think it's in my dark history. You can look at that playlist. I talked about that.
So basically, what basically happens is this, right? In science, right? In science, for something to work, for something to say that is a breakthrough, it has to work in certain environments, right? Okay. If we're going to say everything comes from black has the strongest genes, right? And then the way viruses work, right? Herd immunity works is naturally you build up a tolerance to it. Like an indigenous person can walk out there and drink some fucking pond water, and you drink it and you shit all over yourself, right? Because they built up an immunity to it, right? Okay, through their genes of genetics, right? All right.
Yeah, because I've noticed like genetically, like a black person, like a black man, like when he does his workouts, like a physical workout, like a decent nutrition, proper techniques, you can tell like brother got muscle, but like when you see a white dude, it looks like trash.
Well, they got to take extra stuff to get up to that muscle density, right?
Yeah, because when I lost all this weight, like I got muscular as hell. I went from 253 pounds to 169.
Yeah,
and I looked a lot better than some of these white dudes that worked out for years on end, and I was able to build up my muscle physique in less than a year and a half, give or take. But I got lazy for almost like 5 months out of that year that I took off to work out like a madman.
Yeah,
and it's like genetically, like I can build muscle pretty damn
very
quick.
fast. Yeah,
but the white dudes that I've seen can't. They don't have that muscle density, or they don't have that physique look like I did.
Well, the reason is because I'm like, we can get into the genetics, but think about it. If you say you're born in America, right? As a black person in America, you know what I'm saying? As a black person in America, you have been mixed with all the best genes from all of the regions, from the West Coast, East Coast, Southern, Central America, South America, into you know what I mean, into North America. You know why?
Well, I'm Caribbean, so where would that put me at?
Well, it's the same thing, right? Because think about it. Like, it's the same because listen, think about it like this, right?
I'm Cuban. Just to clarify,
if every person, every black person does a test, right? Like, I mean, like, you know, when you talk about, if you talk about the blacks that are down in South America, right? Like from direct from African ancestry, right? You can tell it. The Caribbean blacks, right? The blacks
that's what I am
in America, right? Think about it like this: every tribe, if you look at the Sudanese people, how tall they are, right? On the continent, right? Then you look at the Watutsis, you look at the people that are from Ethiopia, you look at them from different regions. If you walk around America, you look at Black Americans, they look like everybody from every region on the continent. And then you'll get a mixture, right? You'll get a black person where they'll have this grain of hair with this nose, with these eyes, with this jawline, with this bone structure, right? You ever see that?
Kind of, sort of, yeah.
look at them, like sometimes you'll ask a black person, you'll ask a black girl, like, you got some Asian in your family? You're like, you know what I mean? Or you're like, what type of, like, you know what I mean? Because her eyes look more Asian, right? Like
Asiatic, yeah.
Asiatic. But then you look at her mom, and that's her mom and her dad, and they don't got those features. But then if you go back now, maybe 3 generations, you'll see some auntie in her family that has that. Remember, black people were mixed up. Even if you came from the Caribbean, remember, slavery was established first in South America and in the Caribbean for black people coming from the continent, from the North Atlantic slave trade.
Yeah. Like I remember my mother telling me like I'm light skinned, right? And she told me I got that complexion because both my parents are brown, right? Like not like dark, but like brown skin, right?
Mm-hmm.
But me, when I came out as a baby, I was like white as hell, and my mom told me that I got my grandfather's Spanish. He's from Spain, and so that's how I got the lighter skin tone.
Yeah, because people
on both sides of
the family.
My grandfather and my great grandfather from my mom's side. Yeah.
Yeah. So then you see how, and we're talking about gene skipping, right? So when you put a species under certain pressures, right, they develop certain tolerances to things. And once they procreate each generation thereafter, and if you're mixing in other genes, you get this soup. That's why black people black people from America excel, especially in fast twitch sports.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Because like LeBron James, his father, for anyone that's like really digged up on his father, because his father's not very well known, because he's dead already, but from what I looked up, his father was like a genetic specimen. He was like he was 6'6", and he played high school and collegiate.
Yeah,
and then he died of I think he died of gunshot, like gang violence or some bullshit.
Yeah.
So he was like the typical, like a physical specimen, but like he acted like a Pookie.
Well, the thing is you know, if you think about it, if he played ball and went to college, right, and that was his dad.
Well, I have to look it up, but like from my understanding, he was like a high school, like, you know, 5-star athlete. I don't think his father went to college, but I know that his pedigree was like right up there though.
Yeah. Like that's what I'm saying. Like his dad probably might have went to college or probably didn't, you know, stay there so long, because, you know what I'm saying, the NBA is very, you know, subject. Like, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
whoever gets there,
what I'm saying is, from my understanding, I have to look it up, but from my understanding, his father was like a 5-star recruit type of athlete.
Yeah. And he probably because of whatever, but you can see that, you know, you can't be a Pookie without a Shaquita. So his mom, we saw how she was acting. So you get what I'm saying. Yeah. So you know,
it made sense. It made sense, man.
Yeah. So, but he got his genetics, and then how did that? That's why I say is, when you look at the genetic thing, right? If you're trying to get something, right? That's why they test things on black people, because if it works on black people, good, bad, or indifferent, it's going to work on everybody else. Good, bad, or indifferent, right? Like, it's just a fact.
So is that a reason why? Like, I'm not ADOS, but like from my observation, right? Is that why ADOS women tend to pick up? They tend to have babies from the Pookie, not the Pookie, but like the athletic alpha type.
Yes.
Instead of like the quote unquote, like everybody's trying to now they're like getting second thoughts of getting this quote unquote provider, the guy with the money.
Well, here's the problem, right? Here's the thing, right? Let's strip everything away, right? Women are creatures that are women, like they say, a woman's intuition, right? Like women's intuition, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? So A woman's intuition is a true thing. It's a fact. It's her natural affinity to the environment, energy, right? Understanding energies, right? Now, a woman, you can provide for a woman all you want to, right? But if you can't physically protect your provisions, she don't want to have no kids with you. You get what I'm saying? So it goes back to, society can be as civilized as it wants to, right? But the Pookie and the Ray Ray, when shit hits the fan, is gonna get shit done. Mr. Provider,
Because I'm trying to piece it together because it's like,
no, it's just women's nature, man. It's not even black women, bro. It's white women. Everybody,
that's women in general. They all
basically,
yeah, since the beginning of the time,
genetics trumps all.
Exactly. Genetics trumps all. Yes.
So if you're a 5'2" multimillionaire, it don't matter the money. You're not gonna get chosen.
Nah, he ain't that. It's just I'll give you an example. I'm a thinner guy and a woman could choose me, but if I know how to protect myself, it don't have to be strength. It depends on how you do it. They don't care because you got women that's so fucking fickle nowadays. They don't care how you do it. They put guys skinny, muscle bound because that's the standard. A lot of times they don't want no big muscle dude nowadays. And the way they treat them now, and then they was complaining to the highest and said, look, they don't know what they want, especially when they're super young. Now, if she's like my age and in between like 25, they know what they want. But when it comes to the younger girls, they can tell they want somebody to protect them. Now, if you're a little bigger than them, they're gonna accept you regardless because they look for stature, and a short guy, if he's muscle bound, if he's like 5'10" with muscles, cool. But if he can't protect worth a damn, if he don't have the mental instinct, it ain't just the strength, it's the mental they look at. They look at everything because women look at everything. If you're smart enough to protect yourself, they say, how do you do that? And they be like, oh, okay. And that's how she get with them. It's just like a whole system. It don't have to be an octane system. That's just in their nature. See, men, we have different provisions, protections, problem solving, children, and things like that. So that's the whole culture, And that's just the beginning of time. But but Justin, you remember this guy? He was in Assassin's Creed Syndicate right here. This key character they use as a DLC. That's him. That's Singh. That's the one. And then and I think they did a story about his country and try to tell him like, they was about to be overthrown and all that other stuff. And then, I don't know if he brought it back. It was during the British, still around this time, like 1886. At that time, because I noticed he did exist, and I said I forgot, and I used to read about him as a teenager in high school, and I said, they talked about him, and then that's the people, and I talked about the Indos Valley. I wish he was here, but man. But that's the whole point. That's the whole point,
man. I just dropped out, man. Is my bad. Continue. So what is the look that women are looking for? Is it just like
it's like this, man? I'll usually say this when talking about women. It's like this, man. Okay, okay. Women were into all these muscle dudes. You know why they stopped being into muscle dudes, right?
Why?
Because they started to realize, right? And not that they was, they was just uber smart and they just came up with this shit like, right? They started to realize that muscle dudes, because if you look at the UFC, right, nobody's really that big and hulking, right? Everybody, there's a difference. So now the dudes that they're looking at right now are the dudes that do calisthenics, the dudes that are ripped, but they're leaner. They're not all big and bulky.
Right.
It's funny you said that because that's exactly... Like right now, I packed on the pounds, right? Because I just gotten lazy and, but no, I hate this bullshit. But when I was in my peak performance, I had 169 pounds. I'm 6'3", right? So at 169, 6'3", my body weight, I'm just throwing this out there. It might not be accurate, but I was under 10% body fat. I was like 8.7, right?
Right.
I have to show you a picture of myself. You'll be like, damn, okay, he did the work, right?
Right.
As soon as I put that photo of myself on my dating profile, bro,
Right.
it was like a moth to a flame, bro.
Yeah. But then the problem is that when they show up for the date and you don't look like that, you've been catfishing.
Oh,
Like,
no. So I haven't, because of the pandemic and all that, I haven't gone to a date. This was like the one date that I did go during the pandemic when I was at my peak performance. No, I didn't catfish at all.
Yeah.
Like I can get back down to that peak performance. It won't take me long because I've done the research, I've done the techniques, and I've done the what type of workouts I need to do in order to get down to that weight.
Right.
So, but I tell you what, brother, when I was in that peak performance, it was like a moth to a flame. I women all day. So
yeah,
because brothers can't complain. Like brothers gotta, put in the work, I guess, in the gym.
But here's the other thing about that, right? Here's the other thing. Women aren't dumb, you know what I'm saying? They're not dumb. You know, they're highly intelligent. Okay. So the thing is that we keep forgetting something that's so important about consistency, right? And here's the consistency thing about it. A guy that's that big hulking, it's a lot of work. He got to spend a lot of time in the gym. He got to spend a lot of time eating. He got to spend a lot of time looking good, right? Now, here's the other problem with that. That means he's spending a lot of time on himself and not a lot of time on her.
Oh,
you see how that works? So now, with that being said, and he's going to see how he's looking. And most guys that work out like that, they're I'm sorry to tell you this, right? You know, like, I got to watch what I eat. I got to do this. I got to do that, right? I did that for a little bit, right? I enjoy working out. It's my thing. But here's the thing about it, right? Here's the thing. I only was in the gym for 45 minutes to an hour. Like I was not in the gym. I wasn't in there for 2 hours. I wasn't doing two-a-days because, the guys that was in competitions, I get it. You're doing a competition. So you got to put in that work. If you're not entering a competition and you just in the gym, and every time I see you, you chugging down fucking protein shakes and creatine and you on the next vitamins and you looking like an erect penis all fucking day, all veiny and shit, right? Then that means that you got just enough problems as these chicks running around here getting butt implants. You got a problem. And a woman that's being feminine in your nature. You're losing your masculinity because you're worried about how you look. And if a man's really being a man, if he's really out here providing, a dude don't care he getting oil dripped on his face when he's fixing a goddamn fucking, you know what I'm saying? He's fixing a car or he's out there hunting. He gonna smell like the outside. He gonna smell like arms and ass and all kinds of shit until he get what he get, right? Women, that's a woman's job to care about her appearance. She does not want to compete against another woman and not against you for who got the better appearance. You know what I'm saying? In a relationship, she don't want you looking raggedy, but she sure as hell don't want you looking better than her.
So basically, you got to be like a balance of the two, but like, kind of like
not even a balance. You actually, there's effort need to be there because look, here's the thing, right? If you're running around trying to look like a fucking Adonis, right, and you're doing all of this work, what is she there for? Right? That's what this is a woman's mindset. Why is she there? Because she doesn't have a place. Because it's her job. Once you get a woman, it's her job for the upkeep and the maintenance of you. Just like, you know what I mean? It's your job as the upkeep and maintenance of the woman that you with. Because she's yours.
So she would rather have a man provide resources instead of the physical look, or
no, she wants a functional man. Like here's the thing: most women,
a multifaceted dude.
It was not even. Well, you should know a lot, but be a master of none, because that means that she can find a place to help you improve. You get what I'm saying? Like,
no. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so that's basically what she wants, right? If you know me, she don't want you to look like okay, if you're walking down the street, right, and like you said, you was at your best, right? You 165, soaking wet, you had 8% body fat, right? But no one knew that you was that ripped up until you took your clothes off. You know what I mean? It was a shock and a surprise, right? It was like, oh shit, I opened the packages, surprise, it's Christmas, right? If you're walking down the street, 270 pounds, right? 6'3", right? You know what I mean? You look like you could save every bitch. Every bitch. So if some shit pop off, the 165-pound you ain't no random chick gonna run up to you, ask you to save them. But the 275-pound you, they gonna run up and ask you to save them. And you're obligated to save them. You know why? Man. Because if your woman's with you, she gonna look at you like you crazy. So why you in the gym lifting all of them fucking weights, nigga? If you can't fucking be Superman, you want to look like Superman, but you don't. And then women start to find out that those big ass dudes, they can't fight. They're not Superman. It's show.
Yeah, but see, I feel a lot. So, but that's crazy because I feel at my best, or like I can like definitely.
It's true. I've seen it. They get hit one chin shot, it's over.
Like my thing was just like I feel like my not only athletic best, but like I'm in combat shape, like military shape, at that I finally realized at 169 or 170 pounds at 6'3". So you're saying that I have to be a lot more bigger?
No. What I'm saying is you need to be leaner. Like what I'm saying is
a leaner. That's what I'm saying. When I took that photo of myself and I posted on my dating profile, I was shredded lean, and like I was saying, it was like a moth to a flame. I had every chick in the DFW Metroplex hollering at me.
Yeah, of course.
Like I literally, it was crazy because that was the first time that I had a message from a chick that wanted me to bang her out, like casual sex for the first time. Yeah, like out the blue, without me having to like wine and dine and all this other bullshit.
You got like, the Pookie and Ray Ray homosexual treatment. Yeah.
Hey man, it was fun as bro. That was fun as hell. So that's why I was like, is that the reason why these quote unquote like I keep on hearing it in the black manosphere? Is that's why dudes are jealous of?
Yes,
that's exactly what it is. I ain't even jealous of it because I got cousins that's shredded and they dumb as nails, but they be getting the baddest hoes. Yeah, that's what they do, man.
Listen, man, look. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
I do not see you breaking down the doors of no Jehovah's Witnesses to smash down. You're going to go smash that. If Keisha with the fat ass walked up to you right now and said, let's go smash, right? You know what I mean? You already know, right? You already know this is Keisha with the yellow and purple head, a long ass nails and all of that shit. But she got a nice face, little waist, big titties, and a fat ass. You fucking Keisha. Right? It's over. It's not a no-brainer. It's unless you got a woman, unless you got responsibilities, unless you got discipline of oneself, and that means that you got to smash all the Keishas that you wanted for your lifetime, and you good, right? But if this is the first time that you get to smash Keisha without you, look, remember, Keisha contacted you. You didn't contact Keisha. Right?
No, bro. I got I swear to you.
Yeah.
As soon as I posted my new physique, I just got messages. I got so many likes on my profile. It was like, holy crap.
Yeah,
that's why like right now, I'm sitting around 230. Like I really fucked off like big time. That's why I'm mad at myself letting myself grow. Being lazy.
No, man, it's Boken season.
Yeah. So So
we're fasting that. Fasting is life.
No. That's how I got lean. Was long ass fast and carnivore, whey protein shake, little bit of coffee and pre-workout, and
man, I want to be in the room with you,
the
bro.
bulk of the bulk of my
the farts was vicious, bro.
The bulk of my workouts was literally calisthenics, weightlifting, some machine work, and sprints. That's how I got lean as hell and strong.
Yeah, the machine work is to get that detailed in. You know what I'm saying?
Like the machine work is more or less like getting that small attention of detail, because like calf raises. I can do calf raises at home, right? But in order to fill it out, but in order to fill it out faster, you got to use the machine.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I know. Look, bro, I was in the gym, bro. I was in the gym. I was in the gym bench pressing fucking 150-pound dumbbells for reps and shit, man. I was on it.
So basically, are these brothers that are jealous of the Pookie type of archetype, right? No. I know that part. Is it because these dudes are just like lazy at the gym? Is it like, are they physically ugly?
They don't. No. Listen, man. Listen. I'm gonna say like this, right? Okay.
I'm just trying to pinpoint because this is cool.
No. See, it's a lot of myriad things. Okay. The Pookie. Okay. How should I put it like this? Psychological conditioning taught us when we were growing up. It's okay to be the nerd, because after high school, the Chad or the Brad or the Pookie or the Ray Ray, they gonna suck at life, and you're going to have access to all the hoes because you're going to be successful. And that was a fucking lie. You know what I'm saying? Because because they forgot about one part: third wave feminism. And women, once they got their own money, guess what? They didn't need. They don't need a Poindexter provider. This ain't fucking Marty McFly and Back to the Future. This ain't Revenge of the Nerds, bro. This is real life. And guess what? If a woman can provide for herself, she's still going to want the best gene pool of dick. And you did not hit the gene lottery, or you didn't put in the work while you were sitting behind that desk with your bad back, drinking all those calorie-induced bullshit. Your mom stopped cooking a long time ago, so you don't even know how to cook. And you didn't get you went for Daphne, and you didn't get. You went for Daphne, and you didn't get Thelma off of Scooby-Doo. See, that was the problem, right? And that was
can you hear me, brother? Can you hear me?
Oh,
yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, it cut off on my end. I just want to make sure that
we can
So basically,
bad decisions, man. That's what it is.
So basically, your Poindexter, the guy that works at, say, Microsoft, right? He makes entry level 75,000-80,000. These chicks don't want those dudes because these women can provide that type of salary themselves.
No, it's not the fact that it's like this right here, right? They want the dude because he can provide resources, but physically they don't want the dude because women are more in tune to their genetics. To their DNA, to procreation. So, remember, we don't hold children. We don't carry children for 9 months. Like
they want genetics above all else.
Because think about it like this, right? Think about it like this. A woman has a baby, right? She carries that child for 9 months. She is off the shelf. She is in her most vulnerable state, right? Take all the money out the window. Take all of that out the window. For a woman to get pregnant, she has to feel safe enough that the man who she's pregnant by is going to protect her. Right? And if the man is going to protect her, right? Like a woman, listen, a woman, look, if you ask the woman that she's pregnant, don't ask a woman if she ain't never had no kids. If you ask a woman that's pregnant that had kids, and if she said if there was a choice that your husband had to make, if you were going through pregnancy, like if you was having your baby, and the doctor said we can't save both, either the child or the wife, what would you choose? The woman, 90% of the time, will say save my baby, I can die.
Mm-hmm.
Now, a man will make a logical decision for the most part if the woman will save the woman and not the child.
Mm-hmm.
You see that? But he will listen to the woman's wishes because she will hate him forever. Because what makes a woman is her being able to conceive children.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing. That's it down into a nutshell. Okay. Why do you think they're repealing abortion laws? Why do you think they're doing that? Because women are not having children because the fertility rate of the dominant society, mainly white women, is in the toilet. And COVID actually proved that even though people had to stay in the house with each other, women were still having sex, but guess what they were doing? They were also not having babies. Not saying they wasn't getting pregnant, saying that they were marching off to the abortion clinic in record droves. Because guess what they need? They need babies. The world is in a baby deficit. The fucking baby boomer generation is overpopulated. There's more old people than new babies being born. That is a problem.
Yeah, because I was watching CNBC video on YouTube, and it showed that each generation after boomer, it gets smaller and smaller. So like after boomer was Gen X, right? That was the first gen to be a lot smaller, and then millennial became smaller, and then Gen Z is a much smaller, and now generation Alpha.
Alpha
baby.
Smaller. Yeah, they way
a lot small.
Yeah,
super small.
Yeah,
super small. Yeah, it's gonna be bad.
And I'm gonna tell you why. Guess whose fault it is? It's their fault because you know
the
why?
White women.
No. It's not the white women's fault. It's society's fault. You know why? Because what was the ad campaign they was running in the 80s and the 90s? Teenage pregnancy is bad. Like contraceptives, abortion, Planned Parenthood, which is abortion. Like, you know what I'm saying? And contraceptives. And they were actually, black women were actually, they were actually testing shit on black women. Like, you know what I mean? Because they said black women are hyperly sexualized. They're having more kids. They all these others, right? Which is not true because guess what? If it was true, then why are you now repealing abortion laws? Because people ain't having enough fucking kids. See, now, so that and they even admitted that the guy that came up with the study back in the 60s talking about the world will be overpopulated, this would drove all the governments in the world fearing natural resources and all of this other shit will be depleted to do the inflation shit. See, that's why we're in the state of situation we're at. So women are still going to be women. If you want to know how well your environment is doing, why do you think when you watch National Geographics, right? Why do you think they always bag and tag a female and release her into the wild? Because the female dictates the ecosystem. How well she's able to thrive and raise her young is how well in harmony the society is or the environment is. You know what I mean? Like I watched this woman, she was a CrossFitter, right? This woman's a CrossFitter. She's a well-known CrossFitter. She won a lot of championships in CrossFit. She had to tell a story about how she had to go to the doctor and get estrogen shots because her testosterone levels naturally raised up because through the roof because she's putting herself through stress and she wanted to have children later on. So she has to regulate her hormone levels. So imagine this. Women were not built to be in a society in which they have to be in that type of environment. Men are made for that type of environment, right? In dangerous conditions. Women now
testosterone.
Because you need a lot of testosterone.
Yeah,
right? Because guess what? You have a fight or flight mechanic. Your testosterone drives that fight or flight mechanic a lot, right? Now, women have testosterone, but their estrogen levels are higher. What happens when a woman's fucking estrogen levels plummet and her testosterone goes up? Well, she becomes more masculine, right? She's hyperly sexualized. Think about a woman that goes through menopause. She hyperly sexualized because her estrogen levels plummet.
Oh, are you talking about them older women?
Yes. So
Bro,
think about it.
you know,
Yeah,
I had a
Yeah.
quick story. It's funny you said that because on my Uber, on my Lyft ride, right? I'm 32, right?
yeah,
I picked up this woman. She was like at least 45, 47. She told me her age.
yeah,
She was horny, bro. She wanted me to fuck, bro. But
yeah,
I'm a driver, and it's like, you know, I can't be
yeah,
like, I can't be doing that type of shit
yeah, yeah, yeah,
on
yeah.
a ride. I said
That's usually
maybe
where it
after,
is. Yeah.
bro. She wanted me to bang her out during the drive. I'm like, come on, man.
Yeah.
I
Well, yeah,
said, but
man.
that's that. But I'm not trying to get. I'm not trying to like get
No, no,
fired
no.
because against company policy. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Yeah. No, no, but here's the problem though, right?
hmm
Here's the thing. This
hmm
woman is what? She's 47, right?
But she can't have any kids.
No, no, but here's the thing. If
Uh
she's
huh.
hypersexualized at 47 because her estrogen levels have plummeted,
Uh huh.
now take a woman that's 25 to 32 in an environment that causes her stress and her estrogen levels to plummet. She has the estrogen levels of a woman going through premenopause. So she's going to be hypersexualized. But then the problem is guess what? She's going to start having the symptoms of a woman that's going through menopause. There has been an epidemic of women going through early states of menopause.
Yeah.
Early states of menopause. Yes, it's been
It's called perimenopausal. My mom had it for
Yeah.
years in her 40s, and
Yep.
before she turned 50. She's 60 now, so it's gone now. So
Yeah, like you ain't supposed to. A woman naturally, technically, a woman is not like if you think of the boomer generation that was that was breeding all the babies, that was pushing all the babies out, right? Think about it. Women were having kids in their 40s. If you having 9 kids, right? If you having 9 children on average, right, around that time, right? 5 was the national average, but let's just say 9. Women were having children in their 40s. Now women are hitting menopause around their 40s, right? That means a woman back then didn't hit menopause until she was in her mid 50s to late 60s.
Yeah.
Right.
My mom still had menopause, even though she's a younger boomer, and she just turned 60 this year, and she went those normal stages like everybody else. The stress came from the marriage, but everything else, that's part of it. But but the ones that's having them early, like DeAndre said, they're 35 and younger now because of the medicine they're taking, because they're not doing the herbal treatments and things like that. And that's what's fucking them up, man. But he's right.
Because you know it's funny. It's funny you guys. It's funny you guys say that because just last year or a year before 2018, 2019, I started seeing commercials and there's like a startup company for women in our age group of millennial men and millennial women. But this startup company is geared towards women, right, and their fertility.
Right.
And I'm guessing millennials women's fertility is not so hot. Their body cannot produce children or something like that.
Yeah, is because a lot of millennial women, they were put on birth control at an early age, right?
So that shit's not good for them.
No, bro. I'm gonna put it to you like this. I'm gonna put it to you like this, right? Put it to you like this. A person's body does not finish maturing until the age of 25. When a woman has a period, the first thing a mother will do, what I'm saying, a mother will do was throw her ass on the pill, right? You know what I mean? Why would she do that? Well, she's at work, so she can't watch her own goddamn kid, right? And you know what I mean? So I'm gonna put her on the pill. Now, this is changing the body structure. When you're getting birth control, it causes a lot of women not to have periods. You don't have a period, right? That's the garbage birth control, the cheap shit, right? The good shit lets a woman still go through a menstrual cycle, but it still causes a problem. Now, birth control is not the end all, the goddamn be all. So guess what? On average, on dominant society of women, right? By the time the female hits the age of 20, right? You take 10 women, and this was a study done. You take 10 women, dominant society, pretty much white women. right? Dominant society on birth control. Out of those 10 women, 3 of them already had 1 abortion.
Yep.
Right? So, and every time you have an abortion, it fucks up your fertility. And if you have more than, I guess, I don't know how many abortions,
you'll have hysterectomies. You have a lot of hysterectomies and problems.
Yeah.
Like you got 2 women in the space, but I'm not gonna say theirs is from abortion. Theirs is from other things. But what's the name? Red and Toya. They said that when they used to be overweight. I didn't know that. So that's a whole nother.
Yeah, that's a whole other thing.
But did they ever had kids or no?
No, they don't have kids. They can't even have kids when they have hysterectomy. I don't care if they take out 1 part or 2 part. That's why they in the space. If you notice. They don't mention marriage and kids because of that, because I think Red says she's happy being single because she don't have to worry about no kids.
I saw that stream. It was earlier.
The reason she said that is because the reason she can't have no kids, she had the hysterectomy surgery just like Toya. That has something in common. They let that out over at Kudas, and when I saw that, I said the ages that they are in their late 30s, I was like, that makes sense now.
Yeah.
So that's why they're in the manosphere.
It's a lot of women like that, and then the ones that don't have that, they're just chasing dick. I hate to say that, but they're chasing dick.
No, for real.
On YouTube, come on, man.
Yeah, I mean they lie on panels and shit, but they are doing that. I mean, it's no hate. I'm not just. It's just like with Sifu with the sex doll, and I told him, I didn't judge him on the Labor Day stream, and he was honest. He was older. It's the reason why he does his, but I gave him a slide pass on it for a reason because that's part of the black pill. I ain't jaded like that. I'm like, look, this is what it is, and it's just like what the ones with the hysterectomies. Like I have no issues with them, and the ones that's chasing dick, you gotta let people who be who they are because 9 out of 10 they're gonna jump off the cliff anyway. I always see the worst in people automatically in this space anyway because I already know what time it is, man. I don't
me, like I said, I'm a dude. I'm low key chill. I'm chilled. Not saying low key. Scratch that low key. I'm a chill dude. I like education. I like hearing all different points of. I'm not a. Like I don't close myself off to new information. If there's something that helps me, like it says, for example, I had a rigid ideology, right? But then one of you brothers sent me information that destroys my ideology or changes my worldview. I'll take it, bro. I'm not that, strict on it. If it helps me improve, if it calibrates and it moves me forward, I'm all ears, man. So I don't take any of this beefs with people like that on YouTube or on Reddit, because I'm on Reddit a lot. I don't take it personally, especially if the debate gets a lot heated. I don't take it personally. It's whatever, bro. Like you said, I'm kind of black pill on that way.
Yeah, anytime you hear guys admitting their problems to me, sometimes I just willing to listen. I just break shit down since that's the Torian in me. But what I noticed about people, I learned from myself. Well, at least he's honest. I now know what I'm dealing with. You know what I'm saying? Especially with the women in these spaces, even the ones that can't have children and they may adopt whatever, but it's good to hear their point of view because a lot of other women that's anti-us, they once failed and then rush to pop off babies a lot. But these that can't, you already know the symptoms, what DeAndre explained out. Yeah, they probably had those menopause early and, the stuff they did and their diets, they're not going to tell you their whole story. And once it comes out in their books or something, you be like, oh, I didn't know that, Red. I didn't know you was like that. Oh, okay. So that's why you hide. Okay. That's why you're here. And then it's just certain examples, but you got to listen when they talk. You got to really listen to women, how they blur out shit.
I'm actually in the process of doing volunteering. There's this app of like doing free, not volunteering, but it's like, volunteering, but it's like a free counseling session, like counseling.
Right.
Like hearing people out, like a free therapist without the therapist where you have to pay money, but like hear people point of view or talk about their situation and kind of help in some type of way, like a therapist. Yeah, there's an app on there. I can't wait to join in on that because I want to use that to improve my sales technique when I transition to my new career path in sales.
Yeah.
That's what's up, man. I like you brothers, man. You brothers are on point. Shit. I learned something new.
Yeah, man.
So,
Good.
No, I was gonna say. So then, when you say in a simulation, right?
Mhm.
This mixing of races. I remember you said just a moment ago. Well, not a moment ago, but earlier, about 30 minutes earlier. They pushing that interracial marriage thing or interracial dating thing. Are they trying to push black men to white women, or what's
they're trying to? What they're trying to do is this, right? Okay. If you want a middle class, but you want them to adhere, right, to the
mulatto.
Well, no. If you want them to adhere to the people in power, you have to take the bottom vestiges of the protected class, right? White women, right? Because they're getting out of control, right? For white women, they're out of control, right?
Yeah.
Right? So you have to make them think it's that you give them the blessing to go mess with the bottom vestiges of the bottom class, which would be in this case will be black men, because they've made it so that black men and black women roles have flipped. Before it was black men, then black women were at the bottom. Now, because of how they did everything, because of the crack epidemic, right? Black men's standing in society is at the bottom. So if you get the white woman to get with the black man, then this is what's going to happen. The child is going to automatically be rejected by black society because in majority, who's in black society? Black women. They have a higher standard, right? You notice that black women have the most problems with black men dating women outside that are black. Black men don't really care.
It's funny you said that the mixing or the mulatto class or whatever, the points you put out, because my homeboy, he's Ados, black dude from Houston, Texas, right? And he's from 5th Ward, Houston. He's from the grind. I mean, he got it out of the mud, right?
Yeah.
And I worked with him, man. Solid brother. I love that brother. He's my homeboy. I love him to death. And the one kid that he does that he just recently, not recent, but like 2 years ago or 3 years ago, before the pandemic hit, he told me at age 30 he was going to have a kid, and he ended up his kid is a white he got his kid from a white woman.
Yeah.
So yeah, you right. So like his kid is mixed with him and his
no.
Well, he didn't marry the chick. She was a stripper, so
yeah,
another baby mama.
Yeah, he's the white one, right? So now here's the crazy part, right? Now, by the old rule, right, the child is who your father is. This still goes down, right? So just like Harry, Marilyn, Meghan Markle, right? She's black, right? Right? But is she really? Because her father's white. See that? See, that's why she was allowed in the British household. If her father was black and her mom was white, it wasn't to work. See that? See, they go by the old rules. Just because her mom's black, she's not considered black per se. She's considered white because her daddy is white, right?
White man, yeah.
But they know she's black because they need the genes, right? Because they've intermixed with each other, so they're having too many birth defects. So they always bring in the black gene, as in the woman's side, right? Because the child will be separated from black society and be considered white, but they'll be a lower class. That's why she is a lower duchess, unlike the other commoner that his brother married. That's all the way white. She's got a higher standing in the royal household. She's not from a lower household. See how that works. Now,
that's interesting. I can't wait to tell my mom this. That's interesting.
But they've been doing, but they did this all throughout the centuries. Like they even had a BBC special about how black royals and how black people had society in the British court all throughout the British Empire, all the way back in the 1100s. They just start talking
with the Moors. Yeah, they still talk about it. They got statues about that. I mean, culture's been like that for years.
So they wanted them black genes because most of the royals in most of Western Europe, they was incest and all this other bullshit, right? Because like I saw pictures of the Spanish royal family, the Habsburgs, and it's like, it's messed up.
That's why.
And then the Russian family, the Tsar, his son, he got that. He had that blood clot problem. Like his blood couldn't. So if the boy got a cut on any of his body, his body cannot naturally seal off the wound. Like he can't make a healing pattern. A scab, and so.
He'll just bleed.
And that was due to into the interbreeding, the incest that was going on.
So basically what they would do is they would bring in a darker skinned person, right? And it doesn't mean black, it can be a person from Turkey or Arabia or something. They'll, that's why political marriages existed also too, from different regions. Because of that, but also to preserve the royal bloodline. So now, here's the crazy part. So this is weird. What you do, you get this white woman, right? She gets with this black guy. Now the kid is going to be still looked as black because the father's black, right? But the kid will be disassociated from black society because the black society will turn on the guy. And then guess what? For him even to get with this white woman, he's got to be able to make more than what the basic black person makes, because they're not coming below the poverty line when you're talking about upper echelon society, right? She's she's probably in the high 5 to lower 6 figures, right? The black dude is on his way up. As you climb the ladder of success financially in America, there's this gulf. Once you get over 40,000 a year, you start running into Asians and Latinas and white women, right, by proximity.
So the magic number economically for brothers would be right around roughly 52 grand, 50 grand,
45. Because the average black man makes about 32,000 a year. The average black woman makes 32.
This picture confirms what I'm talking about, and this is also on the same website. Like this is how the interbreeding started. It says the Byzantine Emperor Manuel I Comnenus and his second wife was white, Maria of Antioch, 18 to 1180. The Vatican Library. It's also,
wait a minute. Is that picture shows him dark, or is he white?
This guy is a black, Moorish guy, royalty, and then married to a Russian, the Eastern library.
So the man in the photo, that man's also royal?
Yeah, he's royal, but he married. This is his second wife, and this is where the interbreeding starts. See, we started it first, and then you start seeing different shades of people coming in. That's why France is kind of a mixed culture. Half of Europe is, except for Britain. Britain came from that the pale skinned red culture, like from Scipio's line. The majority did, but then that's why, if you notice, they're cool with places like Israel and certain parts of Italy and the Vatican because of their culture, the red, white, and blue flag, and especially this country, because the weaker group that didn't want to pay taxes, That's who built this country. But they needed the help with the black people. They made them as slaves. That's when shit went left and right, and went haywire. And so you know how that goes. And this picture confirms what DeAndre's talking about. I've talked about this stuff on my channel, on my dark history stuff on my playlist. And the reason I did that playlist, y'all can go watch, and I do streams on it. It gets not many views, but the ones that do is the pre-records, the old ones. I talk about a lot of stuff. I go in depth.
Is those videos the one from like 8 years ago?
Yep,
like 8 to 9 years ago. Yeah.
Because
those are valuable.
I went through your catalog and I did like I hit that button on the YouTube page where it says like oldest, most popular, and newest, and I went to the most popular, and the one that was most popular was the ones from 8 to 10 years ago.
And guess what was happening 8 to 10 years ago? Everybody wanted to get in their conscious and a red pill bag.
Bullshit, yeah. And I was beyond red pill. I was bringing information that was valuable, But see, I was in that realm, but I was saying something different. See, he added this other guy, this black star.
So is red pill like? Is red pill to you guys is from red what pill, I'm seeing right here? Red pill is this type of knowledge that I see here, or is it like
yes?
That's this right here. Okay. This is knowledge right here. See, my red pill is more extreme because I lean towards that level. But see, when I left the space, I became more black pilled. I've learned to accept certain things that people ain't gonna change. You just gotta have the truth on your side and just be more keen. What you
are you black pilled too, DeAndre?
Yeah, but I'm an amoral pragmatist.
Yeah, he's amoral pragmatist. I mean, that's
what
normal.
Does that mean? What does I'm sorry. I know I'm like I'm a educated guy. I'm trying to. What is amoral pragmatism?
Amoral pragmatism means like this. If I was in power, like say the system of government exists right now, right? And the things that they're doing to stay in power, if I was in power, if you was to ask me would I change it, I said actually no, I would actually ratchet it up a notch. See, I don't have no morality when it comes to results.
You just want that shit done, regardless of what happens in the process.
No. I know what's going to happen. Like it's like morality is for the weak. People in power make morality up to push it on weak people. They don't follow. They don't follow the same.
So basically, let's just say you were in the battlefield, right? And you had a chance to take out your enemy and put, double tap his head to eliminate him. But if a weaker person, like you said, moral, probably try to save the guy, right? But you're amoral, you're gonna double tap that dude to get rid of his ass, to eliminate your opposition.
Well, what I would have done before we even got to the battlefield, on his way to the battlefield, I would have actually killed his family. Then he would have went back, and then I would have killed him. But what I would have probably did was I would have probably used someone else that had a problem with him in his own kingdom to do it, to start a civil war, and then I can take over the whole country easier.
So you will weaken him through propaganda and different forms of warfare, economic propaganda, psychological warfare, that type of thing, right?
Yes.
Chemical, and then
biological, but at the same time, what I would have also done is I would have allowed it to happen, weaken him, then put in a proxy so I wouldn't have to be there to run the actual government and hold them economically hostage.
So you would have a puppet style government.
Basically, I would do what the United States do through diplomacy. I'd be a Democrat.
Okay, so you would use, and so instead of using military power, you would use statecraft, but with the threat of military power behind it. Okay,
yeah. So
makes it. Okay, gotcha. Now I understand you, brother. Okay,
yeah. It's the carrot. It's the stick of the poison carrot. Which one?
Shit.
Which one?
Then me and you were in alignment. You were in alignment. Then that's my type of thinking. Okay, because as I'm getting older, my patience is kind of wearing thin. So I think I align with your views on the situation. Then yeah, I'm gonna have to start acting more ruthless because I've taken a backseat the past few years, and I'm kind of getting tired of it. And ever since I've gotten a taste of that during my training, bro, women were like they felt that hunger, that testosterone, like, oh shit, this dude ain't playing.
But it was more along the lines of more along the lines of because you were concentrating on yourself and what you were trying to accomplish, not on them. See the difference.
So when you concentrate yourself and you make yourself not the complete package, but like you hone in your craft, right? That's just basically a byproduct. Those women or whatever you do, right? That's what attracts. So that's where that notion of, from what I've heard on the interwebs or YouTube streets, don't be chasing women. They come after you.
Well, I'll give you a perfect example, right? You watch Watchmen. Remember Watchmen?
Yeah, I've seen that movie. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the perfect example of what Manosphere is supposed to be is Dr. Manhattan, when he duplicated himself to please the woman, and he was over there trying to terraform and make a molecule and some shit on the moon. Why did she want it? Yeah, when he was up there, why was she so adamant of being with him? Because he was in himself. He was making things. He was basically constructing matter down to an anatomical level which she couldn't perceive, but she wanted his attention. Because if he could terraform, right? Mars, then she could definitely provide and protect me.
It's the power.
It's the power. Now, now the other part of that is when he didn't give her his full attention and used her as a multitasking tool, right? Because women are emotional too. The other part of that, right?
Yeah.
They don't mind you multitasking. That's for provisions, right? But you have to protect and provide for their emotions. So when he wasn't fully engaged into her, right? Even though she understood that he could duplicate himself, he can be everywhere at once. She didn't want him to be everywhere at once. She wanted him to be one place at once and with her.
Oh, so she didn't want him to be omnipresent. She wanted the full package of him.
She just wanted him to be there just for that. If he would have just been with her for that time, if it was just 15 minutes, right? And stop what he was doing and wasn't doing nothing else, that means his attention was solely focused on her. Even his
women love attention, bro. That's their currency.
And they want 100%. Listen, I'm explaining this to you. They want
no. Hey, this is great because you guys. It's funny because you guys break it down and you're not goofy about it. Unlike some of these other cats, I'm like, man, it's too much. It's too.
I'm married,
much.
Bro.
Yeah,
They
love attention, and the reason he said that because they want your undivided attention. My mom even say this: if you ignore them long enough, they'll have a fit like a child. And I've seen this when I used to work, and I know, bro.
And you know why? Because a pretty woman gets attention
all the time,
right? And
if you ignore her, she gonna start screaming and yelling like a child. And I've seen this too. I've done that multiple times.
Listen, the worst thing you can ever do in an argument with a woman that hurt her feelings, I'm gonna tell you what you can do to her. You probably didn't see it. Woman's arguing. She's upset. She will take a man just sitting up there like, right. Because that means he's still paying attention. The second that man gets up and tries to leave, she loses her shit. You know why? Because if he removes himself from her position, she's no longer getting attention. If she's not getting attention, then she has to argue with herself. Right? And if you look at most times, like most of the domestic violence things that happen, right, is this always when the man is trying to leave and the woman won't let him.
That's usually the way it is.
Right? You know what I'm saying? Because it's going to get stupid. I don't want to hear this. I'm gonna leave, right? And that's what it is. It's you have to have a balance with that. If you're going to be on yourself, you need to be on yourself. If you on yourself only to attract women, then you're not really on yourself, because you actually find the best woman, right? Not saying that you can take breaks and detours. You know what I'm saying? You know, we smash that. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to be like, yeah, you need to be. No, I don't. I take in the human genome. Like I take in people being humans. I take in humans being humans, right? So what I most likely say all the time is women is going to be women. Women are going to do whatever they're going to do. That's how they operate. This is how they perceive themselves. But as men, if you're on what you're on, if you're on a building, if you're trying to build, if you're trying to get your shit, when the woman that comes across to get your attention, she's going to help you, assist to elevate you to another level in whatever your endeavors are. Because you can't.
Oh man, I would love that, man.
Yeah, but see, you got to get to that point, and it becomes because you're competing against other group of men. You know what I'm saying?
That's usually the way it is.
That's usually where it is. And a lot of these guys, they get mad at the Pookies and the Ray Rays of the world because they can't compete against other groups of men, right?
So when you say other groups, is it other? Because I'm sorry. I just want a clarification, because when I see women, you know, the critics and the detractors in the manosphere, they said black men need to compete against the other racist group of men. But what you're referring to is that these guys, that the lame-o, you know, they can't compete against the Pookie and Ray Ray within their own class, within their own class. I mean, not class structure, but within their own racial group, right?
Yes, and the black women that are complaining about black men are not complaining about the niggas in the manosphere, because those are the ones that weren't chosen. Though, I mean, when I mean that, I'm talking about the 3.0, 4.0 dudes, and some of the 2.0, right?
So would you consider the manosphere dudes, according to Ron Wills? Like, I like that brother. I recently discovered him a few months ago. Would you consider those guys, quote unquote, the non-select?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Because when I heard the argument of, listen, I'm a Pookie, I'm a Ray Ray dude. No, for real, I am. Like, I am.
No. I'm just trying to. Like I said, man, I'm here for education. I'm here to listen out, because it's like when I hear it, when I hear that, it's like, damn, dude, they get derided.
But,
and I'm like,
see, me, I would be considered a Chad Ray, because I used to play sports in basketball and things like that, because of my height and things like that. I'm still 6'5" and look lean, but when I was younger, I had a little physical assessment myself. Yeah, because see, the girls, it was so easy because I had nicer hair. I ain't got no hair now. I'm like slightly bald now, but that's a good thing. I'm more man than anything. But my eye contact and my mouthpiece does all the work. If I have confidence, they'll fuck with you, because women, they gonna fuck with who they gonna fuck with. It's like their little gene pool, like he said. Like, yeah, they know who they want and who they want to have babies with. See, Rom is explaining you the same thing with the physicality of the body. That's why he mentions body game.
Yeah, he meant body game.
When he mentions body game, these dudes get mad because it's all about a certain genetic, how you look. Women's gonna pick who they're gonna fuck regardless. They don't care what color it is.
So if you're the dude that works works at anything, Amazon, man. So if you're the guy that works at Amazon, $15 an hour, and he's shredded to the bone, they'll fuck with him.
Yeah.
But
it could be anybody. But I'm just giving you an example.
But the dude that's like out of shape, but he makes $25 an hour. She ain't gonna pick that dude.
No, she ain't gonna pick him physical. No. The common dude that is like that, and the dad bods. I hate to say it, and what's his name? Not Judge Drake, but King Dre said this. Those are your tricks. Those are your stereotypical tricks. And the reason why I say that, see, Kuda ain't gonna admit the truth. The dad bods, the fat dudes are the typical tricks, and they're the ones be on OnlyFans and all these other porn sites. If you study porn, they'll tell you those are your biggest tricks you see. Yeah, they fuck them on display. But when the porn stars, if they fuck with you on the side, not on camera, or my side is a little muscle bound,
they out of there.
They know who they getting off. I'm talking about our size. Like if you're like above 6'3" or 6 feet, period, you know you're gonna get picked regardless, because if you shit works,
bro. That's why I hate my.
Let me finish though. But I'm just saying, like when you, no matter if your dick works in their mind, if your dick works. You gotten, they don't care at that point, because they know, see, women regardless, because I've noticed this when I used to work, and I'm telling you this because I know from experience, they know how to get you, they know what you like, they'll try to trick you into getting to bed, no matter if it's older women or younger. They know what to do. They learn this stuff when they're young, and they figure out what boys do, because once you become a man, you expected to protect them regardless, no matter if you're, I don't care if the guy's home with his parents or not. And Rom said this very well. Even if you have your own shit, you're supposed to protect them regardless. It's like, like mom told you to protect, right? Same thing with them. It's the same concept. It's fucked up, but we supposed to do our part. It's just like the older white man said that.
It's crazy because I saw a news thing a few years ago.
Yeah.
Even a homeless dude was laying up on some of these chicks, and these chicks had paid off. Not paid off, but like they making payments on rent and all this. And dude is homeless, but yeah, he's smashing chicks to have a college degree and an apartment and all. I'm like, what?
Look, man, listen. I'm gonna tell you like this, man. Young broke dick beats old paid dick any day of the week. When I said that, niggas got mad at me. But it's the truth. It's the damn truth, man. Like, it's the truth. I'm like, I'm sorry, but it's the truth. It's a fact. It's a fact, man. Like, you can't.
Money cannot buy their little happiness to these women, because even the older one will tell you, man, straight up. And if you listen to what they say and just step back and don't say a word, they meant that. Because a rich guy, he's just paying for his sexual pleasures. But when it's a guy that ain't got money, or say if you have like $200 in the bank or $100 in the bank, they gonna fuck with you regardless. Because if you ain't got $1 million, you good, because in nowadays they're fucking on something. They just using the rich guy as a buffer to get where they at. That's how they are. That's how they are, man. And it took me in my 20s to understand that, because I'm glad I learned when I was 21. See, in my teens, I didn't, because I thought everything was the same. But I said, no, I had to learn quick when I was dating this one girl here in Georgia. But see, I didn't know she had feelings with the guy, her last boyfriend. I had to cut her off. I did the smart thing at 21, and I did, because I was on my red pill shit back then. But I had a lot of hoes holler at me in other areas and colleges and like that. But college is where you see the most. And like Corey Holcomb said, you be banging those chicks and ain't nothing. I dodged a lot of bullets up there, but I still had hoes came at me, communication, things like that. See, I didn't give them my non-sexual. The sexual came, but the non-sexual, I didn't give them that. That's what they was mad about. Because I was stingy with it, because they knew, like I said, when you ignore them, no matter if it's positive, negative, they'll have a hissy fit, and it's just a normal reaction. Especially in these panels, in these spaces, I don't give them no mind. See, Kat, her thing was she likes me because I ain't afraid to go toe to toe with her. I laughed in her face and insulted her. She didn't like that. Because that's a rule number one. Don't never do that, and especially when you joke her like that. See, I know how to get the best. I asked her, "Are you drunk again?" And she didn't get the best of me. No, I got the best of her. She got emotional. I stood my ground and laughed, because I knew what type of bullshit she was on. And this is what they do. Once you start figuring out what patterns they on, They do this a lot on panels, especially if you're been on panels with women, and they'll tell you that's what time they on. And it's just like in real life. You got to understand how to communicate them, man. It ain't that hard. It's just dudes in this space never face to face. I can do that without my sleep, without even having sex with them, but understanding I was in there. You know what I mean? Just a thought. See, I had 2 hoes jumped on me when I was in the church lockdown years ago. And that was decades ago. And I'll tell you why. They were light skinned and dark skinned. I just had to be there. And it happens. You know, because these women are fickle. The more you talk to them, they're fickle as hell. Even Red's live stream. She meant what she said. Yes, she is happy. But is she really happy? No. Because you don't know what's on her mind, because she'll change her mind in a heartbeat. She'll want some dick the next day.
Okay. So
no shots at Red though. But no shots at Red though. But you know, but I'm just saying.
No. So
yeah, she's cool.
So does this work? Any race of women or just specifically?
Yeah, just any race of women. Just I know. And
so this is a template. So this is a template that works everywhere.
Yeah, any woman you talk to, no matter what race or any woman, they all have that same mindset. And the sad part about it, and it took me in my 20s to realize that in my teens they don't teach you this. When you get in your 20s, you start learning more about women anyway. But my best advice until some 20-year-old, don't even think about chasing them, have a relationship with them. See, I regret having one in my 20s because the girl I had, she was messed up. She was fucked up in the head. Yes, she was molested at 8, but she told me that because she felt secure because I was that dude, you know, the comforter, you know, because I was, you know, I had the stature and everything. And that's what they look for. You know, they look for little shit like that, you know. See, they want
a dude that's a therapist.
Yeah, that and a combination of a lot of shit. And the protective part of DeAndre, it's a combo with that.
I'm glad you brothers confirmed that, like you validated that, because no.
It's simple.
That's what. Now that you validated both of y'all, I was like, man. So basically, because like, as soon as I worked out, right, like I'm like a therapist type of dude. Like I was explaining to you, I like listening to people, and like women dig that about me. But my shortcoming was my body game. But then when my body game was on point, oh man, it was. And then I had that therapist type of mind. Oh shit, it was game over, bro. I was killing out in these streets. So it's not really about the money per se. Like, I mean, of course, you got to be able to make some type of income to live in society. You can't be too destitute, no?
No, I'm like, you listen, man, listen. Look, the better you look, the more destitute you can be. Right? No, I'm just saying. I'm just being straight up. No, I'm just saying. Like, no, I'm just saying. Like, you gotta look like you rolled over in the bed in the morning and you smell like cotton candy to these broads. Right? Like, you got a dude that don't go to the gym, but look like he be in the gym all the time. Those are called genetics, natural genetics. He ain't got to work at it. He just got it. Nigga just walk around. He got the chiseled jaw. But those dudes are like less than your 1 percentile of any population. Right? You know what I'm saying? Many motherfucking dudes go to Hollywood to be actors. So do women. And few of them make it. Right? So the people that you see on the screen that they considered, like, you know how they got Men's Magazine, where they say the sexiest man alive and all of this extra shit, right?
Those are your top one.
Those are your top 1 percentiles, right? Now, with that being said, if none of those dudes follow that body model, right, then your destitute level has to go down. So that means if you look like you should be playing in the NFL, right, but you're not, that means that something must have happened. If I just put my femininity with him, with my resources, we can be something, girl. That's see that? Why you think a dude that's in jail can come out of jail and have a place to lay his head with some chick that he's just been writing letters to. You know what I'm saying? Because she go see him. And once she sees him and see how he looks, he got her. right? He already got a mind with the letters. But then the old girl, when we get back, yeah, he gonna be fucking. Of course he gonna be fucking because he ain't been fucking nothing in a minute. You know, hopefully he ain't been fucking nobody.
Yeah,
hopefully,
dude.
right?
Yeah.
Hopefully, right?
Hell no.
Hopefully for you, right? Yeah, exactly. So, you know what I mean? So it's easy because it's just you know what I mean? You know what I mean? And plus he's not going to go anywhere. Remember, think about it. The Pookie and the Ray Ray, basically, he's got the other problem. And what is the other problem? He's a caged bird. He's like a trophy wife, but he's just trophy dick. See that? Yeah. Because remember, anytime.
So basically, he don't have the resources to move out
exactly.
Of
And even if he get with the chick, it's guess what he's gonna hear? Well, you wouldn't have had none of this if it wasn't for me, nigga, because you ain't had shit, nigga. Because goddamn, nigga, the only thing you brought was good dick. I can get dick anywhere, nigga. Right? If it wasn't for me, nigga, I got 3 master's degrees. Well, bitch, I wasn't fucking your master's degrees. I was fucking you so I could lay on this couch and play fucking PS5.
Madden.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you cheated on me with this other bitch. Like, why you cheating on me? Look at you, man. You look like a thumb. Crazy. Like, listen. Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Women wanted equality. And a part of that equality comes with this. Guess what it comes with? They become tricks.
Yeah.
See, that's a part of the equality. You want to compete with men? Well, you got to take the pros with the cons, right? Men don't date, men date down, women date up. When you start making the same amount of money that men make, and you start competing with men in their environment, then you become a war man. War man, right? Not women, but war man. Say it with me now. So when that happens, woe to the man that wants to compete with a man. That's the way I break it down, right? Woe to the man. So when that happens, you got to accept the cons. And the con is a man that makes 6 figures is not dating a woman or marrying a woman that's making 6 figures. For most part, you know why he's not doing that? Because she's competing with him. And that means if she takes half of his shit, whatever she wants to leave on no fault divorce, guess what happens? He's no longer making 6 figures. Right? So if he's going to mess with a chick, he's going to mess with a chick that's going to look good on his arm, but understands that guess what? It's better to be with this dude with the provisions and the power and the shit than to be out here circulating with the Pookies and the Ray Rays of the world giving me good dick. And when he's not around, I'll just get the pool boy to smash me down.
That's that Desperate Housewife, that porn scene where the young dude, 6-pack, he banging out, and the cook, the husband is the cook.
But here's the thing: is the husband really the cook when he's on a business trip and he's banging out his secretary?
That makes
what you actually having is the dynamic is not. See, people use these terms but don't understand what they're using the term for. Here's the thing. Here's the term, right? Here's how you got to use it, right? If a man is 6 figures, and I was in the military, so I saw this a lot. A man that's in the military, right? If he's like he's been in for like 10 years, right? Say he's 10 years of working, right? And depending on let's say he's an officer, right? With everything included, he's making 6 figures. Right? Right? So he's making 6 figures. He gets married to a woman. But guess what? Because he's in the military, especially in the Navy, he's not around his wife for a whole year consistently. This is even in peacetime. So for at least 6 months out of the year, he's gone. Right? So she needs what? Attention. All the way around attention. So she's going to find a dude that's not equal to him, but less than him, because he's going to get, she wants to date, right? Now, you can't keep a man out there for 3 months out in the middle of the ocean, running around on the waves on a boat full of men and then pulling into these foreign countries with these chicks that are dirty foot, you know what I mean? They ain't got no shoes, but they look like models walking around on the goddamn beach and shit, right? You know what I'm saying? Because you know what I mean? They ain't scallywags, we call them mermaids. You know what I'm saying? They ain't got no shoes, they just got their flippers and they look pretty, right? You know You know what I mean? But they got a pot to piss in the window, throw out of. So what is he going to do? He going to smash down. But he ain't going to smash down on some, let me holler at you. He going to throw some money at it, a.k.a. tricking. Because guess what? It's either trick down or trick for 18 years and then have his wife take half his shit because it's going to side with her, right? So you pay for the convenience of getting some pussy that your wife can't provide for you because of the job, right? Here we go again, right? Now, the wife has the side dude. The side dude is there because the husband can't protect her because he ain't around. He's providing, but he ain't protecting. This dude is going to do what? Protect, right? Does the husband kind of know about it? Yes, but he doesn't want to see the motherfucking dude. And she doesn't want to see the goddamn chick. So they already know what's happening. Long as it stays away and it doesn't come into the household, it doesn't get crazy. This has been going on since the beginning of civilization with men and women in power. So why are we acting like this is a fucking problem? Now, this is society. The only nuance to this is that women are allowed to compete with men when it comes to provisions at a larger scale. Because resources, because even women back in those days did not compete with men for resources. Their resources was handed down from a group of men to her. Either her husband died, and and her protection was also garnered by men. Now women can go provide for themselves, but they can't protect their own resources. See how that works? So now men are regulated to what? Simply protectors. But women don't want that. Men want women still. Listen. A lot of feminists says this, right? I've been watching this on YouTube. A lot of first wave and second wave feminists has said feminism has lied to a lot of these young women because it wasn't like this. It wasn't supposed to be like this. They even said it. It has lied. You cannot provide for yourself, then cry when a man doesn't want to protect you.
Right.
Because men, if they provide for themselves, men provide for themselves, they got to protect their own resources. It's like, why are you complaining that a man is telling you to go half on paying the fucking bills if you're making just as much as him? So you want him to pay all of the bills, provide for you, and you need to keep all your money to do what? Go shop? Nah, that's why you women ain't getting married. That's why men are pulling out. That's why men are going their own way, because you wanted feminism. You wanted the right to be like a man. Well, this is what men have to deal with, and you don't want to deal with the consequences. You know what I'm saying? And that's what basically was going on. And this is and this is the universe. I call it the universe balancing itself, right? Is right now what you're seeing is the younger generation of women, right, are confused because they're split, right? You got the feminists versus the pick-me's, right? Right? You got the feminists versus the pick-me's. And when I mean the feminists versus the pick-me's, there's no moderation. It's either you a pick-me or you a feminist, right? And the way
that's what you got in this manosphere stuff with the pick-me's and the feminists. That's what you got in real life. And he's right. And I heard this in Alvin Priest. They said the same thing. They showed that woman. I posted in the community tab, and they said the same thing. That white woman told that younger girl, he said feminism is one of the worst things, and they ain't even worried about it. And like what DeAndre was saying, they ain't going for that shit. The pick-me's ain't going. And I was like, whoa, shit. Yeah. But it's true, though. It's true. It's true.
Yeah, so hey, man, this is good conversation. Yeah. Oh, man, I love it. Oh, man, I'm picking up notes.
Why do you think the women? Why do you think the women, the detractors, right? I'll name them off, right? Why do you think the THMCs, the Nylas, the Cynthia G's? Why do you think when they say this pick me, right? It's like they about to spit out their mouth, right? Like with disgust, right? Why do you think you hear them like say it with so much disgust? Because the pick me is no different, right? The pick me is no different than the quote unquote the black woman is God. The black woman can do no wrong.
Yeah,
these women, the simp dudes, right? The simpletons, they're no different than them. But guess what? here's the thing: the divestment women
Mm-hmm.
were rejected, right?
Yeah.
The pick-me's weren't chosen, right? The quote unquote 2.0, 3.0, 4.0 manosphere guys weren't chosen, right? They weren't chosen, right? So you have your pick-me's, right? And it is what it is, right? Like what's that chick name with the crown on her titties and shit? What's her name? She got the crown tattooed on her titties.
Oh, are you talking about Danica Marie?
Danica, right?
Danica Marie. Yeah.
Her whole platform runs off of the trauma bond and pick-me solution, right?
Pick-me solution. But she started out as pro-black, though. Yeah.
Well, that's what I mean. Most of the pro-black conscious community, Zaza Ali, the black women, y'all ain't shit. Y'all got to leave out black men alone. And then on the other end of the spectrum, black women is God. You know what I mean? You got to be black women. Blah, 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 right?
Yeah, that's what she does.
But you had it on both sides. You didn't hear that the men, that it wouldn't be the women sitting up there jumping in the men's asses, right?
Right.
It would be the men correcting the men, and it would be the women correcting the woman, right? Now that works great because now you don't hear a woman badmouthing a man getting her whole hen network to badmouth a man on a 24-hour news cycle. And then you don't get the men in their 24-hour news cycle to badmouth the women, which causes dysfunction in the community at large, right? You get the men holding the men accountable, the women holding the women accountable to a certain degree, right? And you get a balance, right? But here's the other problem. There's always the third party, right? And the third party is not every black woman is a queen and not every black man is a king. It's a lot of you niggas that are fucked up on both sides. And y'all need to hold your leaders accountable when they step out of pocket. Why you got the brother polite problem that you speak that's permeating, because I call it hotepping for pussy. That's another, we'll have another discussion about that later. But what Danica Marie is doing is she's challenging and Chidak for money, right? It's a money game, right? You got all of these men seeing this woman that looks pleasing to the eyes, but you know what she look like? The reason why she makes the money she makes off of the men is because she looks like every chick that turned their asses down, every chick that they wanted in high school. She looked like the Keisha. She looked like the Bone Quita. She looked like the motherfucking, you know what I mean? She looked like the hood rat, and she looks like the straggler, right? And the straggler is basically saying to them that the reason why black women ain't shit, why I ain't shit, is because I didn't realize that I should have picked a better man like yourself. I shouldn't have went after the Pookie and the Ray Ray. I would have been a better woman and better off if I would have went after you. I would have went against my psychological conditioning. I should have went against my genes. Mother Nature screaming that this Poindexter pin-wearing nigga cannot protect me from the environment. Right? I should have went against all of that and been with you because you're the best choice because you have provisions. Even though you can't protect those provisions. Even in the middle of the night, if I say, hey, baby, I hear something. Well, shit, go check it out. We got a security alarm. Call the police. Instead of you getting up and being a man to go check that, that's what I'm supposed to go against. And it's okay because you're right. I'm supposed to go against it. No. And these dudes sign into that because guess what? They go over in here. A man saying these women ain't shit, but then you get a pretty woman that's the prototypical of that, and she tapped into it. That's what I'm basically saying, man. Is that
so basically a dude that could quote unquote, let's just say the provision guy, right? He got a nice big house. He got a home safe with $1 million in the bank, right? And we'll just say the Pookie is the guy that's the home invader with a 9mm and an AR-15. That dude, that thug dude that's about to do the home invasion is much more attractive to that.
Yeah, exactly. Let me give you an example, right? Remember the fight during the Steelers game?
The Steelers?
Okay, the Steelers were playing somebody, and the black dude was he got smacked in the face by the white woman.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
I saw that.
okay.
Yeah.
So let me explain to you how this whole thing worked out, right?
Uh-huh.
The white woman decided that she could talk to this black dude that way because he looked like an educated lame. He had glasses on, and he was there, right? She smacked him. He said, "Get out of my face." She smacked him. He was about to punch him in the face. Her man stood up. He looked like a fucking Poindexter dude too, right? He got his ass beat. She had to protect the Poindexter dude, right? Now, if she was with a Pookie or Ray Ray dude, right? Right? If she was with a Pookie and Ray Ray dude, she wouldn't have never gotten that dude's face in the first place. You see what I'm saying?
Shit.
So she
that gets her pussy wet.
Because she had to protect the dude that she married. He got snuffed. Then, if you notice the black dude, you saw his woman. He had a black woman with her, short, little, pudgy looking black woman. You notice she did not get in the way of him whipping her ass or whipping their ass. She thought I
didn't see the full context of that video, but I saw a snippet.
Yeah, you got to see the full context of it. Right?
Okay.
The black dude that was standing there, the white woman realized she made a mistake when the black dude was fighting her man and her at the same time and beat their asses. And remember, they was uphill. He was downhill. They was at an advantage.
I saw that part. Yeah, I saw that.
But here's the thing. She thought that she was dealing with an educated lame when he had his glasses on. He turned into super, I'm gonna whip that ass when he took them off, right? Then she realized that he was a Pookie, right? And the problem about that was, you notice, even when he was about to still whip the white dude's ass, he really went through all resources not to punch that white woman when he had all right to knock her ass out because she slapped him first, right? Even when she was protecting dude, he let it ride. And remember when the white guy tried to get up, she told her man to sit down. You look at the clip.
Okay, I'll have to look at it more.
Look at the clip. Hey, sir, remember you see the clip when he got knocked out? He tried to stay. He didn't know where he was at. He stood up like, all right, I'm gonna keep going. And she told him to sit down, and she pushed her man back into the seat. Pushed him back into the seat. Right? That means his woman married. That's a woman marrying a man for provisions only. She is the protector in the home. And you know what that leads to? The emasculation of men. She's probably the first one running out there yelling, men are trash. Men ain't shit. Because she married a provider and not a protector and a provider. So there's a difference. Remember, protection comes first. So I have a equation. It's called P to the fourth power times P to the second power equals P. Right? Protection first. So whatever your provisions are, right? So P to the second power means if you're in a relationship, you and your significant other, it's a man and a woman, right? You have to provide for both of you, right? But for providing for both of you, you have to have 4 times the protection. Because you got to protect your provisions and you got to protect her provisions. And you know what that equals to? P. Peace of mind, but in the case of the manosphere, piece of pussy. That's what it prevents it, because it gives you what? Power in a relationship.
So because of feminism, the role reversal where the breadwinner, the man that's the breadwinner, if he can't protect his breadwinner status, she don't want that dude. But the dude that's not a breadwinner, but he can protect her. So, but she has she's the breadwinner.
She has the provisions. Yeah.
She has the provisions, but if she selects the guy that's the protector, she'll go with that guy rather teaming up and both having them both having provision but with no protection.
Exactly. So I give you a perfect example. Kim Kardashian, right? Kim Kardashian dated what 3 Pookies, right? Football, basketball players, right? All right. She gets with Kanye. Kanye's a provider. He's an artistic guy, right? Right? Okay. Now, Kim gets robbed in Paris by a Pookie she was fucking. Everybody knows this. Everybody knows
shit, I didn't even know. So wait, so she cheated on Kanye with this dude?
Yeah, remember when Kanye was on tour, she got robbed. Kanye ran off stage and jumped on a jet to go see her, right? Now, the place she was in Paris has the most tightest security, period, right? No one knows that you're in that place if you're a star. And remember, here's the crazy part. They have a house and they have several condos in Paris because Kanye's there all the time. So does Jay-Z and Beyonce. Why were you staying somewhere off grid like that? Why weren't you in your regular house? Why didn't you have your regular security detail? Because the security detail, Kim does not provide that. Kanye does because he's got more money. He's got like ex-special forces motherfuckers. That's his security, right? That's her security, right? Because they always traveling. She got her own security company. She was messing with them dudes, and the dudes decided to rob her ass. And he made a book and said him and Kim were romantically involved. Now Kim wanted a divorce. Kim wanted a divorce because guess what? Because if everybody found out that she cheated on Kanye with some pookie ass dude, her whole business empire that she was trying to run would crumble. But it's already crumbling because guess what? Every time Kanye she needed something, Kanye would run. Every time Kanye went through some type of episode, she'd be the last one to show up. So she married a provider, but guess what? She always wanted to fuck with the Pookie dude, the protection dude, right? She always look at her sisters. All of them dudes she fucked with, even the white ones, even the ones that fuck. Look at her younger sister, fucking with Travis Scott. Like she always
a Pookie?
He's a Pookie. He's just a new age Pookie. He's a new age Pookie. He's an artist, but he's a new age Pookie. He's not like the prototypical on the corner selling drugs. He's the skateboarder. He's more like suburban Pookie. Yeah. Where they do dumb, like, you know what I mean? A Pookie is any man. Listen, people think Pookie's a drug. No, a Pookie is any man that's willing to challenge the goddamn environment.
Exactly.
That's what a Pookie is.
And Pookie is not the common drug. He's really, it just means lame. If you study the etymology of that word, it just means lame. A lame guy will always get, I don't want to say pussy. I don't care if he's street or suburban. Those dudes that used to got picked on, but they said, why you getting so much ass? Well, that's the common Pookie. See, they use the stereotype of street. The etymology, they still lame too. It's just these lame dudes know how to finesse. That's the thing. And if you knew how to do that, you're in there. It's just common.
So wait a minute. A lame. So
there's no such thing. There's no such thing as the educated lame. A lame. See, these dudes that don't know what that means. That's just a proxy term by a black woman created that book. Shouts out to Wacky for that. But I'm trying to tell you what a Pookie is. Pookie just means lame. That's all it is. Etymology words. If you research it, it means a lame.
Yeah, it means basically a Pookie is a guy that is a lame, but he learns to roll around in society. Like he's a late bloomer, right? He learns He learns the finesse tactic. A Ray is you're more like your uncivilized, like
he's the barbaric type. He's the barbaric. But he's not really barbaric. Some of them can be semi-barbaric, and some Rays. Now, Chad is a Ray. They're the same. That's why I call myself a Chad Ray. Now, I do possess that deep down underneath the exterior.
What would be a good fit of me being a Pookie or me being a Ray or a mix of both?
Well, you want to be.
I think you would rather be a Pookie than a Ray. See, a Ray is taking risk. And now if you're a risk taker, there's some hoes that love risk takers. Now you got some that say, no, he's too dangerous. I gotta be a lame. And that's what they want. That's what nowadays they do. But back in the day, they didn't want a Pookie because they know he's up to some shit.
But isn't lame isn't a lame a bad term though? A bad
No, it's subjective. It's subjective. It's not a bad term.
Like a lame, like when you're younger, right? When you're younger, right? When you're okay, let me put it like this. Below the age, I'll give it an age. Below the age of 25, and I ain't no lame nigga. I'm out here doing shit. I'm out here. I'm out here challenging the environment because that's what young men under the age of 25 are supposed to do. Because you're getting experience. You're supposed to make mistakes. You're supposed to try shit, make mistakes. When you get over the age of 25, right? You're supposed to pull that shit back and become more lame. Because you're supposed to understand, you're supposed to streamline the shit that you do and be more responsible. When you become like 30, between 30 and 35, your Pookie Ray percentages of lameness supposed to be 60-40. And when I mean 60-40, I mean 60% on the lame category. Because a lame motherfucker goes to work, comes home, maybe go out, maybe once or twice a week, unless you got a hobby, right? That's productive to yourself. You know, save your money. Don't buy all the new shit. Actually condense your wardrobe to seasonal shit. The shit you can wear all seasons. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like 60% of your wardrobe, basically minimalizing your bullshit. Have goals, dreams, get, you know, saving up to get your house, all of these other things, right? And then when you get 35 and over to 40, your lame category needs to be in the 75% range and stop right there. Because a woman don't want a 80% lame because that's boring. She want like 25% risk taker, but over the ages of 35 to 40 keeps the relationship fresh.
So when I get up in age, you still want that Pookie in you.
Yes. Because that Pookie will take risks, that Pookie will protect, that Pookie will finesse. And actually they want some Ray too. Because the Ray's the barbarian. See, look, man. Like listen, right? Like my wife met me when I was young, so I was the Pookie and the Ray. I was a barbarian, but I was a Pookie because I was motherfucking like I was calculated with my shit. You know what I'm saying? I was a barbarian, but I'm really calculated when I do some barbaric shit to somebody, and I'm very petty, and I'll wait a long time, and but certain situations need to be handled right now. Right, so I was known for smacking a nigga in the mouth, like real quick, and I did it for two reasons, right? One, if you smack a man in the mouth, even if you lose the fight, you still smacked him in the mouth. You felt as though that you didn't need to punch him, and he's a bitch, so he has to beat your ass, and if he doesn't win the fight, everybody's going to remember that day he got smacked in the mouth by you, right? Number two. Most motherfuckers don't really know how to fight. Not like back in the day. Everybody want to go get them pistols, but they don't know how to do them. Right? That's one. Two, I'm very confident in my martial arts skills. Now, if I smacked you in the mouth, that's because you was ultimately disrespectful and you was assaulting me with your mouth, so I'm assault your mouth with my hand. See how that works? Right? So it's a cycle. See, this is detailed and calculated mind fuck. Because if you're using your mouth to talk to me, right? Because as men, we know that there's certain lines you don't cross or we got to fight automatically. That means you want to fight. If you're continually assaulting me with your mouth, that means you have no fear of physical altercation because you don't even think it's going to happen. But you want to win the hearts and minds of the crowd. So you know the best way in history to shut up a person that has charisma of speaking is to execute them in front of everybody. And challenging them to a duel by smacking them in the mouth. I'm like, unfortunately, we don't walk around with gloves in our hands anymore.
I
but,
wish.
You know what I mean? Smacking them in the mouth, you know what I mean? We gonna fight. Now, here's the next thing. If you don't fight, use a bitch. We saw with the fake and fit guys, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? The second thing is, well, here's another thing with that, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you get smacked by another man, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then the meaning aspect of the smack. Also, if he's going to bitch out and press charges, is he literally going to go to court and say, so he assaulted you? How? He smacked me in the mouth. What?
Wow.
I don't see any bruises.
Yeah.
I don't see anything.
Oh,
you lost all respect in the courtroom as a man.
Shit.
Imagine, and we know most judges now in the courtroom, when it comes to violences, is mainly women. 80% women, if you go look in the courtrooms when it comes to violence, crimes, and sentencing, it's a lot of women. So imagine sitting in front of a woman, taking the dude to court for assault, and he smacked you. You're not going to go to court. You're going to call the police. He assaulted you. What did he do? Smack you. He did what? What? The police going to laugh at you. Man, you called us because he's smacking you? He didn't punch you or nothing? No. Man, you know what, man? Can we arrest him for smacking him? Like, look, man, look.
So is the Pookie like just more like assertive?
The Pookie is more of the finesse guy, right? Like, let me give you a perfect example. Okay, Rich Paul, right? All right, you see Rich Paul, right? Rich Paul.
Yeah, I know who that guy is. Yeah.
All right, Rich Paul is LeBron James' agent, right? LeBron James is very intelligent, but LeBron James will be your Ray Ray, right? And Rich Paul will be the Pookie. Now think about it. LeBron James got more money than Rich Paul, right? But Rich Paul finessed Adele and about to have her money and running her goddamn empire. And she got more money than Rich Paul. See how that works? See, the Pookie, the Ray Ray, the Pookie knows what his lane in society is. He knows.
So he's more surgical.
He's surgical, exactly. He doesn't want to be in the limelight. He's sneaky. He's the tactician. He's the strategist.
So would you say? I'm sorry, man. So would this guy be classified in terms of like that alpha and beta type of thing? But he's more not alpha or beta, but he has that third category. Would he be a sigma?
No, I'm like, you got. Here's the thing, right? When dudes bring out this alpha beta shit and whatever, right? Everybody want to be an alpha. If everybody was an alpha, shit wouldn't be that. Right? I'm just telling you, right. Like, you know, like I'll give it to you like this, right? Sir's an alpha. I'm an alpha. You're an alpha. But it's situational. This is Sir's panel, so he's the alpha of the panel. So if he comes in to chime in, we got to shut the fuck up because this is shit. He's the alpha, right? You know what I'm saying? That doesn't make me less alpha. That don't make you less alpha. That's basically acquiescing to this man, right?
And alpha just means leadership. Now, I understand what beta means. That means it don't mean you're less. It means you don't have no leadership. That's just like a grouping. You know, it has its own definitions, but it don't mean you're less. No, betas are dangerous, like B just said, and alphas is too. And sigmas, they kill. All three kill. Don't underestimate. Just like anything else. Yeah.
Now, the thing about a beta, here's the thing: alphas lead, but betas manage the troops very well.
Facts.
Right? Giving context. Michael Jordan was an alpha. Scottie Pippen was the beta. He managed it. He managed the locker room. Michael Jordan led the troops. He was unapologetic. He was unforgiving.
He's straightforward.
As straightforward as the general. He would even beat up his troops. Scottie Pippen was the beta. He would build back up their confidence. And that's why you saw when Michael Jordan left, the Bulls was still a team to be reckoned with.
Yeah, they were to be reckoned with, but they had a hard time with the Knicks. Even though Scottie wasn't the leader, I know people look at that. I look at all.
He's a good manager.
He's a good manager.
So basically, in military terms,
Michael would be the lieutenant, right?
he would be the general.
No, Michael would be like the admiral of a Navy ship, similar to the general in the field.
No. I know that. But what I'm saying,
Scotty would be beta, like he said. He manages the team. Now they was missing a guy like Rodman that does all of that. Now he wasn't like an alpha per se with Zeke. No, it was a confidence of Bill Laimbeer and Chuck Daly. And then the reason Zeke kind of nudged him and supported him, I hate to say it, with that Larry Bird incident, that's why the Pistons able to be what they were in the 90s. Now they had a short cutoff because Michael kind of ruined it for everybody. And then you saw Dennis went to the Spurs after he left the Pistons when they went down. The Spurs was a good fit, but they fucked up. They didn't manage him right. But see, you had two leaders. You had two leaders. You had Michael and you had Dennis. Now Dennis kind of led the team, and he was a little beta at times in building up the team too. He was a bit of both, but really he was more of a Sigma. Now Dennis had a Sigma mindset, even though he got that blonde hair from the Demolition Man. That's where he got it from, and that's how Dennis is a natural what he does, and that's why you can't tell him what to do. He doesn't like authority, for one. I know he's cool with the. I know, he's a perfectly good Sigma. For example, he is the type that would be cool with these dictators like his buddy from North Korea. Which I ain't got no problem with. I don't judge him on that, and that's cool. He's cool with a fascist guy, and that's okay. I used to work with a couple of fascists on my job, and I understand why. It's different levels to it. You got to understand. Some people love that shit. It's an addiction.
Okay, but this is what I was saying like earlier on the military term.
Yeah.
So like in the military, we got the platoon level, right? The leader of the platoon level is usually a first or second lieutenant. That would be Michael, and then your second chain of command in that platoon would be your NCO, your sergeant. So your sergeant would be Pippen, and then Rodman would be more like he would be that third one. He would be a specialist. Basically.
Well, he would be that disgruntled private that always gets in trouble, right? But knows every fucking thing. But if you needed some shit done that was off the books, he could go execute the fucking mission.
Gotcha. See, that's what I was trying to. Yeah, that's what I was trying to define earlier. But then you said Admiral. I was like, no, I wanted to keep the troop size a lot smaller. I don't want it to go grandiose.
The reason I mentioned Admiral, like in the general sense, when you talk about leadership, I'm talking about like playoffs. I'm not talking about regular season. I'm talking about real leadership. The way he constructed his players in the 90s. I'm not talking about 80s Mike. Now you can say that with 80s Mike. 90s Mike, hell no. He was more of an admiral. Like he led the ship. Now he put fear in players in the 90s because he learned that for playing against Detroit. Now Detroit and Boston taught him how to use that. See, when he was young in the league, he wasn't respected like that. Yeah, he was a showboat scorer and got his little stats. Cute. It was cute shit that he learned in college, right? But when you study him properly, even though his zodiac sign, he's a fixed sign, he's an Aquarius, that dude is a visionary. He knew what the fuck he wanted to do, and he understood that Detroit beat him up at the end, but then 91 came around. He put some pounds on it and then said, "Hey, I'm 6'6", I can do that too." But he realized the game was very physical like that. He had to learn to adapt that style, and that took years to get where he was. And in his later years, he knew. Now the Michael you saw in 2000, that wasn't the Michael that Jordan was gone. I remember when Mike was he was dominating in the 90s like that, and when I was a child growing up, he was in his 30s at the time.
So basically, when I said platoon level, and you said admiral,
you talking about platoon level. You're talking about 80s, Mike. You talking about when Mike was really.
Okay, that's what I was trying to say. Yeah. So when he's like the admiral or the general in the equivalent, so he moved up the ranks, but then it's. When you move up the ranks, that's more like grand strategy, end game strategy. Yeah. Michael. Okay, that's okay. Yeah. See, that makes sense. See, I like that shit. Okay.
See how I broke it down? I'm trying to tell you. See, when you talk about platoon, You're talking about 80s, Mike, college.
Yeah,
That's, but we
okay.
knew he was going to be some type of leader like that. And the reason being, he learned from other dudes. See, they talk off the court like him, Larry, and Zeke. They were rivals. They didn't like each other, but he learned and studied how those teams went in the playoffs, especially the Eastern Conference teams. The threat was Boston. You had Detroit. You had Detroit. You had Milwaukee. You had Philadelphia. Philadelphia fucked up in the early 80s. Now Chicago's kind of like the fourth and fifth real. See, Chicago came along and became a threat over the years. See, the Knicks was the tail, always been the tail of the Eastern Conference, a joke. Just like the Nets were, but the Nets got cold in the 2000s. See, anytime you learn about the Nets, you have to go back when it was early New Jersey
in Jersey,
in 2000s. Yeah, and people forget that they were known as the New Jersey Americans in the ABA days, and then they became the New York Nets and New Jersey Nets in the 80s. The Nets was decent in the 80s. They wasn't bad. They just were the tail, just like the Knicks were. Both of them weren't great until the Nets done start going to the playoffs over the years in the late 90s and 2000s. They had some few trades and a few draft picks. That's what made them great. Just like in any sport. But see, I'm a Bulls person. I know because I studied the Bulls when I was a child growing up. Even though I love the Pistons too, those are my two favorite Eastern Conference teams to watch in that division. Because when you studied the 90s, Mike was the man. And nowadays it's more like LeBron. And I mean, he's greater in this generation because we grew up watching him in the 2000s as teenagers, because he came in 03 when I was playing sports. See, back in the early 2000s, back then, if you was that standard, it was the Corey Brewer and the James era. In my era, those niggas back then was live like that. It was chest bumping and thumping, throwing guys on the ground. And we was in your face. It was like fisticuffs, kind of like martial arts. See, back then, I missed the early 2000s because it reminds you of the early 90s. And why I mean by that, the style never changed. It aged very fucking well. Now, the 2000 teens was trash because that's not my era. See, I was a little older. I was in my 20s and going on 30 real soon. So that half of that, it was in my 20s, and the other half was like 30 something, because I just turned 30 like that 2018, because I was born on the 8th. So in the rest of my 30s going to 40, I'm dealing with this era being better. So I ain't where I used to be in my 20s, because my reflexes damn near gone. I felt that probably when I was like 32 or something, or 33, because I can't do certain things like I normally do in my 20s, like certain flips and things like that. Because when you're in your 20s, you can get away with that shit. Once you get 30 and 40, now you gotta slow that shit down, because your legs go. It ain't gone, but I'm just saying.
I know what you mean. You gotta manage. You gotta manage the resources. You got to manage the resources of your body parts. Basically.
And see, I study sports, and I'll tell you why I used to play sport. And I tell you, in this height, you have to learn to take care of your legs first before your upper body, because your upper body, you can maintain that. It's the legs is what goes. It's just like your brain. You got to take care of your brain, your heart, but your legs control everything. Just like your heart controls the brain. It's like electricity. Everything you learn in the military teaches that shit too, because DeAndre knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, he's that perfect size that they want, a specimen. Yeah, you can't just look like anything.
People think people what we do in the military when we see a guy that's like over 6'2", we laugh at him. Because you know what? Nigga, you a waste of height. You're a waste of height. That's what we say. We say you are a waste of fucking height. And you know what I mean? And they get a lot of guys, they get mad about that when we say that. But it's true, because everything in the military is actually made for people between the heights of 5'5" and 6 feet.
That's it.
You know what I mean? Because that's the average height of.
But in the Army, their limit is like 6'6". So I'm like borderline. But see, I ain't your typical 6. All of them ain't the same. And what they realize, they ain't got height. Now, if you're 7 feet tall, that statement would be true. I would say like a Shaquille O'Neal. Now that is true. Now, in a 5 foot person sense, you can say that. That's your perspective. But when you talk about tall, I try to tell them, no, you gotta say that to Shaq. See, I ain't offended, because there's certain things I ain't good at. See, I'm honest. So now, if I'm that height and I realize, but if they can train you, if you're willing to learn, you can be a specimen too. There's no excuse. I don't care how big you get, how small you get. You still got to train your body. Just like in fitness, they told me, you still got to put in the work. You still can't be lazy. You can't be trifling. You
man,
look like
you
that.
guys inspire
Like
you
that.
guys
I'm
inspired
just
me,
saying.
man. I'm gonna get back in the gym.
Like you got the height. All you got to do is fill out, and once you fill out, that's it. No excuses. Just keep doing it. It's just like it's effortless, and it's the efficiency you want. And this is why I kind of like Team A Game. They mentions that fitness, that herbal shit, and the diet that they were saying for certain men that's overweight, and they try to tell them cut that shit down, work on your libido and all the other stuff. And they put that in that little thing they have, that herbal stuff. And I hope it works well for them. Shouts out to them, because that inspires other brothers to do the right thing and then go build your body up and then your confidence. But sometimes you got to work on yourself too. Live is internal. The external will come. You know, you can do that. You just got to put in the work and just keep doing it. And like I said, in this height, I'm glad I'm not muscle bound. You know, thank God. You know, I'd rather be lean and muscle, and that's okay. And you can be smart. I've seen guys that's bigger than me, my height, struggled in the military. I've seen dudes that's 5 feet that can't lift a damn struggle. Now there is exceptions. A lot of those dudes is average 5 feet. They ain't that smart. Some are, and then it's up and down. See, height, that's an excuse. But I agree with his saying though. Like if you're like 7 feet over, you are a waste of height. I won't say it like this. If you can't do much, I'm talking about dudes. It's like 7'1". I've seen 6'7", 6'8". Yeah, they're a waste of height. Now I can be in a little bit to the degree it depends, because it varies. And what's gonna happen in tech? They're gonna say, no, we need that 6 foot guy. We can fill him out. Just put the weights on him. Put the right type of nutrition in his body. He'll stop doing that shit. See, when you tell that to a guy that's 6'7" and above, hell no. Because he ain't gonna listen. He can be stubborn and proud. Depends on his character makeup. Now, if he's willing to listen, he can do that. But 9 out of 10, if you have kids that's growing to be tall, like say if you have tall parents, or in this generation that's 7 feet, whatever, and it's thinner than me, but can't do much, man, he has a lot of work to do. I'm talking about when he's young, but when he's my age, he's supposed to have been doing that. But the same method, you still got to build your body. You ain't 40 years old and defeated yet. You just still got see, when you're in your 20s and 30s, you're still trying to build your foundation. But once you get to be 40, that's graduation. You're supposed to graduate, you're supposed to know all this shit. So it's gonna come. So
I know, man. The motherfucker, I'm telling you, man, motherfuckers remedial at life, man. They no child left behind. Only meant, you know what I mean? That shit fucking George Bush did. He fucked a lot of fucking men up with that shit.
Yeah, he did.
You know what I mean? Because because they're remedial at life. Like it's a shame, but it's a fact. They're remedial at life.
So that child left behind, is that just like the lower IQ dudes, or just
no? It's just okay. So here's the thing, right? If you don't leave a child behind, right? If a child, if you go through life and you fuck it up, right, as a child, right? The first time you realize the implications of you not being on your game is when you fail a grade, where everyone bypass you, right? And when everybody bypasses you, right, you're laughed at. The girls looking at you laughing because provisions is not a thing, right? Right? Provisions ain't a thing. You're a child, right? And the little nerdy kid or the kid that was studying, he passed the first hurdle in life. You in third grade, you in fourth grade, and you supposed to be in fifth grade. You supposed to be with your peers. Now you with kids just younger than you, right? You can't even consider a threat anymore. You get what I'm saying? So if you allow everybody to get a participation trophy for just participating, basically, even if you didn't come up to the minimum standards of passing, guess what? Guess what happens? Now you get to be an 18-year-old man running around in society, screaming and crying when you hit your first real failure and setback in life, and no one gives a fuck because you was always told that you can participate. No one's really a winner. As long as you participate, you should be able to win. And that's a false narrative, and that's a false reality of being a man.
Because those dudes are not tested.
Exactly.
And the real test is when you're out in the real world, you're not tested, and you out in the wilderness with the wolves.
There you go. And that's why I said. That's why I said is like, think about it. Like, we don't get tested how we used to be as men, right? I'm like, you don't have to go outside and build a fire and go hunt down some shit. And, like right now, we can sit into any season and we can just go to the grocery store and buy some shit. Shit ain't seasonal no more, right?
So basically, with everything that's going on, it's just basically artificially tamping us down as men in general.
Well, yeah, because let me give you this perfect example, right? Have you seen these rash of YouTube channels where people are calling themselves self-reliant?
Mm-hmm.
Where like the bushcraft thing, motherfuckers just going out in the forest with a axe.
I'm guilty of subscribing a few because it's cool.
Dude, I'm on it.
Yeah.
I'm watching. Like for real, it relaxes me as a man to watch it. Like, or these people that's living in a van. Like, what would make a person? Like, think about it. A dude gets in a van. I can see a man doing it, right? Just retrofitting the van, saying "fuck everything," and just traveling how you want to travel, making this money. Most of those dudes that do it, most of those people that do it, they ITs and shit. They can work remote, right? Yeah. They don't tell you that part. Like, some of them are truthful about it. Not everybody can do it, right? A lot of people do it because of their finances. Student loan debt, their finances. A lot of them do it because of that. But even with that being said, a lot of them doing that shit because of that. We as men, that's the environment, right? When you out there in the woods, or when you're challenging the environment, there's no rules and regulations. It's the law of nature. So you gotta make it. You gotta make the fire, right? You gotta cut the wood. There's no Walmart. There's no Lowe's where you can just buy wood that's pre-cut, right?
Right.
And then you got a certain amount of time to make camp, right? You got to find a water source. You got to make your shelter, and you got to cook your food. But then you got to be able to protect your shelter from the other animals that want to get on your shit, right?
Yeah.
That's just something as simple as at its bottom form, right? Where do you have to do that? Think about it. You're not protecting your shit against a wolf or a bear. You're protecting your shit against other human beings that live next to you. That's it.
Exactly right. That's
right. It. And then you don't even have the right to protect your shit because you got to call the police first before you even do anything.
Fuck. So basically, since we're out of the nature, it just naturally weakens men's propensity to be masculine in a way.
Exactly.
Oh man, I don't know, man. It sounds like I want to go back in time because I don't like this era, man. I could care less about the tech. I mean, I don't know. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I'm about to shut this down. It's been a great discussion, fellas, man.
So one more thing.
7 hours, man.
I love it, man. So one question, like before you go, before you shut it down, so the whole mulatto thing, because I'm trying to figure this myself in terms of who I'm going to be with in the next 5 to 10 years.
Well, it's the mulatto thing.
So is that the reason why I'm starting to see white boys being jealous of black dudes a lot?
Well, here's the thing: is that the white boys are doing this, right? The white boys are doing this, right? All right. Okay. The white women that were projected that white dudes supposed to like are the skinny ones, right? The chicks that are skinny, right? All right. So if that's the case, if the white dudes that are projected are the ones that are skinny, right? The chicks that the white are the skinny chicks, right? Then what happens now is you have a problem, right? Because that's not your average white woman, right? And the white women, right, that are that skinny, they're the ones that have the most problem conceiving,
right? So black men, when they get with a white woman, she ain't skinny. She's usually a thick one or a big one or whatever, BBW, whatever the fuck you want to call it, right? All right. Now, with that being said, is these women are in more mass. They're in more mass, so is less black men to white women. Yada yada yada. The black men win it, right? Now the black men get access to the resources because a white woman makes more than a black man just per capita, straight up, right?
Per
capita by herself, straight up, right? Now, black men are genetically, black men that are in the United States are genetically and mentally predisposed to be able to deal with any woman on the face of the fucking planet. Give you, you know what I'm saying? Because dealing with black women is easy, but dealing with other races of women are easier. You know what I mean? Because of the culture and how they deal with each other on a communicational standpoint. Plus, you can always play the other card. Plus, the women that you're actually dealing with are actually women that are not, for the most part, are already excluded, or they have been kicked out of that society as not the first choice of mating anyway.
Yeah, that's funny you said that, because my homeboy, his baby mama, is pretty much that rejected class that you're referring to.
The rejected class, you know what I mean? Or they already don't want the men and they already predisposed to like that type of men. Like my wife, she's always like black men. She's never like found Asian or white men attractive, and never did in life. That was not a thing.
So your wife is Japanese?
Well, my wife's mixed. She's like Japanese and British. So but the thing about that is that if that is the case, you know, I mean, if you have that as a case study, right? Talking about that, if you have that as an actual case study, now you have a problem. Now you have an issue, right? The issue is that you're never, not say that you're never, right? But you're never going to get a woman that's at the top unless you're in an economical power struggle, right? Like white men, if they date other classes of women, they get, according to their class of men, the one that fits the bill. Like if you notice, black women that date white men, for the most part, are lean. They're pretty much built like a white woman. Just the black skin hue of the white woman, right?
I've noticed that.
Yeah, they're more athletic. They're more leaner. They're longer, right? You know what I'm saying? Whereas the black man will take the thicker white woman, the Cocos and the yada yada yadas, and you get what I'm saying, right? Like even Terry Cruz's wife. Well, she's a mulatto. She's mixed. She looks white, but she's mixed, right? So now, when you think about that, what they want to do is turn America, for the most part, into homogeneous. Okay, homogeneous means that majority of of the people that inhabitate America are mulatto. They're mixed up, right? So they're not Chinese. They're in between. They're not Latino. They're in between. They're not Asian. They're in between. They're not fully black. They're not fully white. They're American, right? They are a mixture. They're a cauldron, right? And this is your majority class. Then your bottom class won't be black people. Your bottom class will be your immigrants that come in, right?
The immigrants that are coming from overseas, right?
Overseas, right? Then your upper class will be your purebloods, your all the way blacks, your all the way Latinos, your all the way whites, your all the way Asians. And they will run the highest vestiges of society, and then they will represent the constituents that actually side more with that half-blooded part of them, right? Like you got mixed kids that were raised around black people that consign more with black people, where you have black mixed kids that were raised more in the suburbia consign more to white people, right? Now, just like you got what's her face? Candace Owens, right? You got Candace Owens.
Candace Owens had a white boyfriend, grew up, whatever, went to an affluent school, right?
Uh-huh.
So she was never accepted by the black community because she was never in it.
Uh-huh.
Get what I'm saying? Then you take an Eminem.
Uh-huh.
He grew up around black people all day. So now you got to ask yourself, are we saying black or are we saying culture? See, now there's a whole different conversation.
Yeah, we're saying culture. Mm-hmm.
We're saying culture, right? Black as in black culture, right? Like you say, you from the islands, right? Okay, you're black, but you come from an island culture. Y'all have a whole different culture. When you say ADOS, right? American descendant of slaves, last time I checked, there's a Central America and there's a South America.
Exactly, and that's why I don't. That's why I don't subscribe to that ADOS term. It's ridiculous. It's a propaganda.
Okay. I'm just curious because I hear that term a lot.
That's why I heard from 9 years ago. If you study the Nuwaubians, they practice that same shit with the Native American shit. That's all it is. It's the same group of guys that promote that shit.
The reason why I hear it is because from my understanding is that they want to separate themselves from other black folks, and because they want that reparations shit.
It's saying that it goes further than that. If you study MSTA bullshit, like the modern Moors, they've been saying that shit 9 years ago, and it's been debunked. And we're not natives, and the problem is they hate themselves, and it's just the same shit I've seen with Nation of Islam. They did the same shit. That shit don't work because they don't want to get along with the ones that's connected to the islands. Because if they study real history, we're all damn near the same. Because when you look at Africans, like I told you earlier in the stream, they expose who you are. So if you really sit down and talk to them in person, that come over here, they already know the history. The only group I try to tell you to stick with is those French-speaking nations that know your history, the Sudanese, Eastern Africans, period. Those are the ones that know who's who, just like Fasten. If you ever see him on panels, he'll tell you he's the only one that's consistent. I know in this space that talks about that. Yeah, for Congo, he'll tell on himself, because when you hear him dropping gems sporadically, he's the only one. So but it's been 7 hours, so I got to shut this down.
Yeah, man. Like, appreciate you, sir, man.
It's a good talk.
Not a problem, man.
Yeah, but just to let you know, brother. BGS talked about this. He talked about the assimilation process. Before Sir shut it down, and that's because everybody kept misusing the word gentrification. It's actually assimilation. And because they're moving white people in the neighborhoods, but they're not moving niggas out. It's a class. They're going to a class system.
Facts.
Yeah. It's financial class system. White people are suffering more than black folk, and the reason why Trump got elected.
Exactly.
Yeah. I noticed that. So the white woman that would be suffering or what have you, she'll deal with a black guy versus a white guy.
Yes, because we have shown. Listen, black people we'll brutalize each other to a certain degree, but other races of people, if you notice, we're the first places immigrants set up their businesses and their shops when they come to America. Black neighborhoods, because we are more welcoming than white folk. We will give other races of people, except for white folk, the benefit of the doubt and everything like that. Like we have a deeper relationship. The reason why these other races of people, when they come to America, they switch up on us is because they came over here for economics, and then they understand our plight. They know our history. They know what we've been through, but they have to consign to the people that's in power, because in their country, they do the same thing all the time. They're not here to make friends. They're here to grab resources and send them back to take care of their family. They're immigrants.
So one more question before you shut it down. So then, is these white dudes really jealous of black dudes taking their women, or is it like they don't care because the women there are considered the rejected class?
No, they don't care. What it is they don't know, right? Okay, it's not that they don't care per se with their women, right? They don't care. This is when you want to make a white dude mad. Walk around with an Asian woman. That's when he gets upset. That's when he gets mad.
So white dudes are more predisposed to Asian women more than their own women.
Yes.
Because the Asian here's the crazy part. Most white dudes want an Asian woman because of the so-called submissive shit, right? The fucking whatever, right? The Asian dudes, for most part, will mess with a white woman because she isn't submissive. See how that works? Everybody wants everybody else's shit. The grass is always greener on the other side of the fence. So if you a black dude and you walking around with a white woman, they don't care, right? Like we don't care when a black woman's walking around with a white dude. We don't care, right? They only care for the most part, right? And when they'll tell you, man, you got you one of those. Man, I'm jealous of you. Like they'll tell you just up front, like, or they'll congratulate, man. God damn it, man. When can I get me one of those, man? Or they'll say something. Oh, she's just fucking with you because you got the cock. You know, she want the BBC. Ha ha ha. Like no, for real. They'll say that. Yeah,
They'll say that shit.
They'll say that, especially when it's with an Asian woman, right? But here's the crazy part. For the most part, an Asian woman is fucking with a black dude just for that reason, for the BBC. That's what she's fucking with him for. Like it's nothing else. Like do you know what I mean? They'll get into the other things if they like you or whatever, but they family look down upon you because their marriage bases on the tradition of the old way. And the old way is, what is your family bringing to the table? What is your like they marry in Asia for wealth, for stability. The woman doesn't work for most part. The man works and provides. The woman and protect the woman.
So where does that put? So since white women now have resources just like a white man, but she doesn't want the white man, the black dude is in a better position with that white woman because she has the resources. I mean,
no. Because here's the thing. The white woman can protect her. She can provide for herself, right? She has the arm of the police force to protect her. Right. Okay. So everything's set up in environment for protection and provisions for her. Right. The problem is that a white man is still not going to allow her to run rapshaw in the household or do whatever, a yada squatter to a certain degree. Right. If she's with a black dude, right? If she's with a black dude, you know, and this is in the American sense, not in the European sense, wholly different. When you leave outside the country. But in America, the white woman knows no matter what happens, she has the upper hand in the relationship. Because guess what? And the black dude knows that she has the upper hand because he's isolated. Because he can't go back to his community because what? Most of the community is black women, and if anything bad happens to the black man, they ain't gonna feel sorry for him. Have you seen any of these black pick-me chicks come out here windmilling for a black dude talking about how messed up his marriage and his relationship was, and the second that they find out she white, they say, I don't feel sorry for you. Should have been with a black woman.
Yeah.
Even the pick-me's do that. Yeah.
I'm about to shut it down, fellas.
I'll continue this conversation on another stream then.
Okay. Yeah.
No, I'm just curious because I was like, okay. Because I'm at that age where I'm like, I gotta pick.
I mean, BGS talks about it all the time. So he has like shadow points. He'll discuss it with you in the chat, and then if you get on the panel with Charles and them, they'll tell you. They say the same thing.
Yeah, just you got to get in and get out, man. You stay up there too long, they'll rip you to shreds. Man.
Yeah.
They on that trial by fire. They're not as diplomatic as we are.
Yeah, it's just like now the best place to go is Art of New Style. He'll tell you he's more lenient than
one more. When's your next stream that I can come on your channel, bro?
I will say Sunday Chills. That will be, I think, well, today's Saturday over here Eastern time, but that will be like tomorrow. So
Okay, then I'll look out for your notification then.
Okay.
All right, cool.
All right, man.
All right.
Yeah, man. Man.
It's good talking to you guys,
DeAndre. Yeah. Appreciate you guys.
Hey, I like to see you. I like to see you on the next one, DeAndre.
Oh yeah, man. I'll be around. Yeah,
you'll be around.
Yeah, I'll be
around. All right, man. I'll catch you later, bro.
Bye.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, what do you do, man?
What's going on?
Chilling like the villain siblings. I thought I'd just quickly chime in. I've seen you been going quite some time still. I've only just caught the latter part of the build.
Mm-hmm.
Quick question, as I said, I know you've been going for quite some time.
Yeah.
You were building on this Edelstein and all that stuff. What's your thoughts in regards to the narrative we were given and the imagery we were given, reference our foreparents being packed into ships like sardines and shit, and there's a 6 to 12 week voyage from the continent of Africa to the wilderness of North America, and there's huge numbers. Is it 20? What's the recorded number of quote unquote Africans which were shipped across to the Americas?
Wow.
Like 20 million or some shit, isn't it?
It was more than that. I'm like, that was the ones they just, because you gotta count the shipwrecks.
You got shipwrecks, and you got to go further back to the 18th century. You got to go back to when the Buccaneers had slaves too. It wasn't just one side. Y'all got to get away from that. You got to really study the Moorish history. It breaks down a lot of those Buccaneers that died and got lynched too, and they had slaves too. Because when we used to be along with them, it wasn't just the coast of Africa. We need to get away from West Africa. That's a propaganda trick they use. It really starts in Europe and other places, because when blacks had slaves along with certain whites, and it was a trade deal with the Arabs, they know this over there too, and they ain't gonna go in depth. And that's why you see the guy I mentioned on that website, realhistory.com, is breaking down a lot of these information with the bones and stuff like that on my channel, because I'm the only one that talks about it, because he's a black researcher and a scholar, and he is showing you proofs what happened. Even slavery, he acknowledged it too. It's a combination of a lot of things. Slavery is in different time periods. Certain groups had us, we had them, and then you had the British was the latter part. That would be like the chattel slavery, 19th century, things like that. But, you know, but that was like not 19th century, my fault. Americans, my fault. Because the British had 18th century, because see, that Revolutionary War was the end of it. But then they put us back again later on, and then the Civil War and things like that. But a lot of people say, oh, we was back like Sardine. Nah, that ain't what happened. If you study the Buccaneer history and the Barbary stuff and how they went back to Portugal and West Africa, Prince Pompey and all this stuff, it's in most of your movies and video games. Like Assassin's Creed 4, a classic example, talks about a lot of people with the sugar cane, Haiti and things like that. See, when you get further that in Jamaica and things like that, that's where it all started. And then it started up in America later on. But see, America didn't have a lot of slaves. It started one part in Virginia, because the rest of them were free blacks. Because you got to remember, the free blacks had nobility in England. And then later on, you see what happened there, you know, and they ain't gonna the reason why we don't get reparations, they know how full the history. And I think Angerman broke that down too in his stream and said the same thing. And then it's come to find out there's black women that had slaves as well. So there's no need to give us reparations if we're going to get full power in the near future, because what's going to happen in the near future, yes, we're going to rule the world like in an iron fist. The white man don't have much time. He's doing all this to survive his kingdom and his little American kingdom. Yeah, his shit's up. Here's how he's going to die off. He's going to die off not just from absorption. That's one part. The other part, if that doesn't work, it's going to be physical, you know, because he's worrying about Japan gearing up. Then the next step, the African countries, they're going to kill each other just like the white man. But, you know, but us specifically, the different set of black people, they know we're different because we can withstand warfare. If we leave any of their Roman regalia or British regalia militaries or any form of white military, they're done. That's why they don't want black men to have reparations or any leave of no country or out of space or whatever. That'll hurt their culture, because it's just like the Roman Empire. Because when the military starts falling apart, everybody starts killing each other. So that's like an Armageddon that no one wants to see. And it's possible. I'm just saying, like, you know, you can say this and that all you want. No, it's a collection of people if you knew your history. And a lot of us are so blind. A lot are so blind because there's a lot of stuff coming out. You know, the white man's dropping gems too, but he's not telling you the whole story. That a lot of those people they're digging up it's old stuff that we've learned about slavery, but it's more to learn why it's like that. It's all a money grab. So yeah, that's why I'm not worried about the ADOS argument. It's the same argument I heard 9 years ago when the Moors and the NOI went for the Native American papers like the Nuwapians. It's the same circular argument I've heard 9 years ago. If you really pay attention, it's the real circular arguments you hear online. That's where they brought the ADOS nonsense. But if they really study what they're saying, the Moorish guys were saying that way before they were, and they sound the same. And those guys that fell for that shit, the white boys went to prison for that. You know, a lot of that stuff you're not going to win. I'm sorry to say, you know.
Yeah, that
yeah.
And
like the best way we do is, you know, just build together and then understand each other, learn proper history and then proper channels for other races, you know, and not think of a racial thing. Like I mentioned, the Africans, deal with people that's going to deal with you and be honest, and then just have a 1% mentality. Don't have a herd mentality, because the herd is going to believe, oh, we came over here and this and that, just like the white. You got to think with certain people, you know, it's just, you got to have proper research and then read different books to find out about your history. Not only that, just see what's going on too around you. You know, I can't give you much. I mean, BGS will give you that. Certain people give you that. But, you know, everybody's got their viewpoints. But all I'm saying is pick who you subscribe to and things like that. But, you know, because I ain't got time to teach people about this stuff. That's something you can look on yourself. I'm just giving out information to show you where to look. There's more out there. So I ain't got time to explain. So, you know, but yeah.
So the narrative of us being, as I say, our foreparents being packed on ships like sardines and stuff and making a huge voyage across waters. That's all funny, right?
No.
It happened, but it ain't no joke. It's just, who cares? Like, if your ancestors were slave masters, for example, this is why Black people need to really study proper history. Don't be surprised they was cutting heads off. Like, I studied this shit years ago, man. Like, when I had to realize that, and it was in the back of my mind, and I won't be surprised if they had those blood DNA tests like they do in Assassin's Creed. They ain't got it yet. I said they're doing. No, they're not. They haven't got to the point when they analyze your body, man. They ain't got to that point, man. Because once you find out, you be like shocked. Yeah, it's like a white man didn't realize that his people were slave owners, like in Hollywood. So it doesn't really matter at this point. It's about money. They didn't care. I'm just trying to tell you, that's how the world is, man. Like, it took me decades to understand that. You know, when I was younger, I thought everybody was, you know, jolly and on that bullshit. I was like, no, man. Do you study history? Do you study proper slavery and how it was a business back then? They didn't give a fuck. And just like our own people, they didn't give a fuck. So it was, you know, like,
like fell apart. Like indentured servitude.
Yeah, we was indentured service of like those decades, and then like you say with the ships. Like same thing, you know.
Like, okay, like I did this thing, right? Okay, there was these, like in Manhattan, right? New Amsterdam, right? The Dutch had New York or New Amsterdam, what they called it, right? First, right?
Yep.
They had that area, they worked out with the natives, right? They had a group of indentured slaves from the west coast of Africa, right? The slaves didn't get paid their wages. The company kept extending their indentured servitude. They sued the Dutch company. This is history, right? They won the settlement and was given land down in which they call Greenwich Village now in Manhattan. That was their land. And their job was to act like mediaries between the Dutch and the natives that were there, the Native Americans, the indigenous folk, right? Now, why was this? The Dutch really couldn't talk to the natives, but these West Coast Africans could speak the natives' language.
So Sidney,
how?
These natives then?
These Native Americans, yes.
So those melanated folk with kinky woolly hair.
Yeah, these Native Americans, so-called Native Americans, right?
Not the $2 Indians, right?
Not those, but the Native Americans, right? That were actually there, right? spoke the language, the actual tongue of the homeland of these West Coast Africans that the Dutch brought over to work the land as indentured servants, not slaves, indentured servants. They kept fucking with the paperwork, just like any business, right? Just like anything. Just like, you know, when you're supposed to get something at your employer and he ain't trying to give it to you, you got to fight for your rights, right? How was they able to go to court and win this case, right? They won the case. They won. The Dutch then, right, did this. They then pulled out of Manhattan, right? The native Africans, the indentured servants, were then freed. Guess who came to put them in slavery? The British.
The Brits.
The Dutch paid the British to come in and to put them into slavery. They paid the British Empire to come in and enslave them, not indentured servitude, enslave them. So basically, the first black people that touched the soil of North America were either royalty or indentured servants, just like white folk was. It was the British that did that, right? Right? So guess who was the first people to abolish slavery in North America? It was the British, when the colonists were dumped the tea into the Boston Harbor.
Oh, okay.
So remember, the British was the ones that basically abolished slavery in the Caribbean and into the Americas, right? And it's because of what? Because if they abolished the slavery, right? If you take away slavery, just like Abraham Lincoln did, because he followed the British protocol, you cut the resource making, the value of the resources. But then you do what? You monopolize the resources because you're the only ones that have it, right? Same shit. Slavery is a business. So black people engaged in slavery. White people just didn't roll up in the jungles on the continent of Africa and start kidnapping niggas. Because remember, they tried to do that in South Africa for the longest, and them Zulus was kicking their ass for the longest. So how do you accomplish this? How it took them what? The British didn't colonize South Africa until the Dutch didn't colonize South Africa until when? Like what? Till what? The early 1900s. But yeah. The British, the French, the Spanish, the Dutch was trying to get into South Africa since the 1500s. So they were fighting these
during the Renaissance period. Yeah, because Spain was in Italy at the time, and France, they was at war with each other. Yep. And then like 1600s, 1700s, that's when they started discovering the West Indies and things like that. But people forget about the Buccaneer story. That's how it all started with the ships and things like that. Yep. They stole some ships, some Spanish brigs later on. The frigates were yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. just like the frigates with the French frigates that they had once upon a time, they were brand new, and the Spanish never had no frigates. It was the French, and the French had the biggest military at that time period with King Louis and things like that. Yeah, the naval. See, the British didn't have that. The Royal Navy was brand new on their side because the Spanish had a big navy too, but it wasn't huge. But what hurt the Spanish? It kept fucking around with the Buccaneers, lost. And that's why the French and British had their little French-Indian War and years later, because you got to remember, yes, they were fighting over slavery. They was fighting over resources. Just like you see it today. It's nothing new. The difference is the black man, if he was a buccaneer or a slave or whatever he was, or a wanderer, because we was out of power after, when the Moors failed and things like that. And now, that's coming out now. So it's a lot of research. Yeah, 1592. But if you want to go further than that, I would say 1700s like that. Later than that, we still had rulership in Britain though. But
I'm gonna even just put it to you like this, right? The Midwest and the West Coast of the United States, everything past the Mississippi, like that Louisiana Purchase. Remember that was French and Spanish land, right? But guess what? The West did not get conquered. You know who helped conquer the West? It was the Buffalo Soldiers, the black men.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why, like that song that Bob Marley has, Buffalo Soldiers. Like,
yeah,
you
I
know
remember
what I'm
that song.
saying? So those Buffalo Soldiers was the men that they enlisted, right? The black men that they enlisted down from the Caribbean, right? Down from the Caribbean, from those old native wars that they had with those, because they still had indigenous people down there. When Haiti was free, and Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago, and even down into the Americas, because they knew how to fight the natives, right? So they got these soldiers, enlisted them in the Union Army, paid them money for them to go around like a band, right? And to wreak havoc and conduct guerrilla warfare with no supplies, because they could live off the land. They knew about the topography. They knew about the foliage. They could survive in the winter in Montana and Dakotas and all of that. And they was trailblazers. They was to map the land, survey it. They paid it. They got their money and their resources, and they went back down to the Caribbean where they was at. Yeah, like, listen, man. America, we talk about like the brutality of black people. Yes, black people were brutalized, but here's another thing. A lot of times black people was in on it, on the brutality of building America too. We was in on it. Like, you gotta take it for what it is. Like, you gotta take it for what it is on both ends. Remember, the Revolutionary War, think about it. Crispus Attucks gets killed, right? Why is Crispus Attucks so goddamn important? Because he was a part of the goddamn British court, right? He was a quarter in the British court, but guess what? He comes from French royalty. So by him getting killed, gave the French the cosign to openly back the colonists, because England killed a French royal. This causes warfare, right? Now they can openly back the colonists, what they was doing already. The Spanish can back it too, because guess what they got? They got the cosign from the Catholic Church, from the papal states. So it's God's holy war that they're backing America. And why do you think "In God We Trust" is put on everything? Because it's basically to say that that Catholic Church then gets a foothold in America, right? Which guess what? The king didn't want to happen, right?
Yeah.
He wanted to make his Church of England. Remember that whole Magna Carta, fucking the Puritans and all of that shit?
12, 15.
Well, yeah, but guess what? It goes out the fucking window because the Puritans ain't giving us no fucking money and no guns. So guess what? Guess who got the guns and the warships and the money and the assassination techniques? It's the Catholic Church with the French and the goddamn Spaniards and a little bit of the,
that in the Italian. Yeah. Well, see, the French kicked out, I hate to say this, they kicked out the Masons of them. And here's the thing, that's why French is suffering now. But the Catholics, would you say the Jesuits, they decimated Britain afterwards, because Britain, it was two Britons, because one, there was Christians, the Christians, they were weak because they couldn't defeat them when they had that stealth tactics in, and then they knew the blacks, they was going to be in slavery and things like that. Civil War, they was financed. You look at your presidents, who they served them, they served the Pope in Italy instead of France, because France was on a different standstill. So, you know what I mean? That's a whole nother subject. But yeah, I gotta go, fellas. But but he put his email in the back chat, DeAndre, if you want to go on this podcast.
Yeah, hold on. Let me put the email.
Yeah, and enjoy the little bit of the build. I'll go back and check the whole stream still.
Yeah, man, I'll give you my email address. I'll also put it there. Give Sir a break. You know what I'm saying? We be on these marathons, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I got your email, man. Hey, sir, appreciate it, man. Get you some rest, man.
All right, man.
All right, man. Thanks, man. You know what I'm saying?
All right, peace.
Let me grab this email. Yeah, got it. Enjoy your night, sibling.
All right, peace.
Peace.
Yeah. Hold on. All right. Appreciate that everybody came through. Just DeAndre, Enhanced Utility, and I believe that's the guy down there. Appreciate y'all coming through. So with that, I want to say peace and shalom.